Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called Miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
Oh my goodness, 98? Whoa.
Bishop G5 with mate.
No way!
He has to give it. Mate! He blew it mate!
Chance, rook F7. Whoa, no! No! No!
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodibek Abdusattorov and Gukesh Domaraju. Two established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. Two more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Aryan Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the exhilarating Norway Chess Tournament. And it's a beautiful day here in Stavanger. And the stage is setting up for another day of fierce competition as the world's best chess players fight it out. Get ready to be captivated by all the action. I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it is a great pleasure to be here in the Stavanger studio alongside the legendary Grandmaster Judith Polgar and the man who's probably one of the most knowledgeable Grandmasters around, David Howell. Now, yesterday, Judith, we had a dramatic day when we saw Fabiano Caruana defeat Magnus Carlsen for the first time in 8 years. How will Magnus Carlsen recover from that?
Well, this is the question of the day, I believe. But this is not something unusual for Magnus. I think there are plenty of events where he started not so well and then he recovered. But of course he had even a very difficult day on the Blitz day as well. But we can't take away the greatness of Fabiano. He really played a good game and he outplayed Magnus.
He certainly did. And David, were there any other standout moments for you?
Yeah, Ivanka, those decisive games between Fabi and Magnus, also Alireza and Gukesh, those stood out, but the Armageddons, for me, were the most dramatic. They really set the tone. We saw some really fast, furious chess, and Wesley taking down Hikaru Nakamura in that Armageddon, for me, was the highlight of day 1.
And talking about day 1, let's take a look at the results. There were a lot of exciting games, as David mentioned. And top of the table, we can see that Fabiano Caruana, with that victory in the classical game, does walk away with 3 points, whereas someone like Mamedyarov, who was resplendent in the Armageddon game and defeated Aryan Tari there, just gets 1.5 points, and Aryan Tari gets 1. Other exciting results were Abdusattorov and Anish Giri. Anything else that catch your eyes, Judith?
Well, all the games were really exciting. I also liked the play of Tari, Mamedyarov. I really like that game, to be honest, because it was so pure. In a classical game, practically Mamedyarov did not reach anything, but in the playoff it was very nice.
And for you, David, any surprising results?
Yeah, actually, it was that Armageddon game that I did mention between Wesley and Nakamura, because Nakamura just looked untroubled the whole time. He was in control, firstly in the classical game and then in the Armageddon. But just as the clock ticked down, the last 30 seconds, 1 minute, was crazy. Pieces were literally flying off the board, and we saw a big reaction from Hikaru. So yeah, I'm expecting more of the same today.
And we couldn't have asked for a better start. And talking about dream starts, we have to mention 17-year-old Gukesh had the perfect start when he defeated Alireza Firouzja with the black pieces in the classical game. Our reporter Sverre caught up with him after it.
Gukesh, this must be characterized as a perfect start, winning with black against Alireza.
Yeah, of course, this is a very good start. I wanted to be solid today, to just get the blitz off my mind and to start the tournament in a good mood. But okay, this is better than I hoped.
You said you wanted to be solid, but it looked like even though it was an equal game for a long time, it was a very exciting game.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing Alireza, of course you can expect that he'll take some risks and give you chances. And I think the critical mistake was bishop e6. I mean, he could have played knight e4, and I'm guessing like black has something to just be slightly better. I shouldn't really be in a lot of trouble, but yeah, bishop e6 was just a serious mistake, I think.
Today was your birthday, so this is your first classical game as a 17-year-old. Is this the kind of results we can expect this year?
Hopefully, yeah.
I look forward to seeing that. How much confidence does this win give you for the rest of the tournament?
Of course, it's very nice to win, and the thing is, like, every round is a tough round. Everybody is super strong, so yeah, you take one game at a time and give your best.
We look forward to seeing you one game at a time.
Thank you.
Very interesting interview there from the youngster, pinpointing the exact moment where Alireza Firouzja went wrong. And was it just me detecting some emotions there, that perhaps he was overcome with emotion of defeating Alireza so early on?
I don't know, Jovanka. He just seems so focused, so professional. It's as if, okay, job done, tick. I've beaten the first victim. It feels like he's ready to go again today. I mean, I'm so impressed. Just turned 17. He pinpointed the critical moment correctly. He seemed to assess things really well, navigated his way through some chaotic tactics. Judith, thoughts on this young superstar?
Well, I'm very excited to follow him, how things are happening for him, and it was a very interesting game yesterday, and some critical moments. The opening was also kind of interesting, and we were discussing about this weak pawn on a3, which actually later on it became a little strong pawn. But there was a moment when in move 20 where Alireza missed an opportunity where he could get great advantage, and I'm wondering if Gukesh knew about this when he gave the interior, because this can be a little bit unpleasant to get to know after the game that I completely missed this opportunity from my opponent's side. And it was interesting, very interesting for me that it was so obvious for him right after the game that bishop e6, which was highlighted to capture the pawn, which is the most natural move, right? That it was very clear for him that that was a mistake. But it was really exciting, and I'm very much looking forward for today.
I certainly am looking forward to that as well. And it was day one yesterday, but let's have a look at the standings. And in the early lead is Fabiano Caruana and Gukesh, both with 3 points. And there's a big tie for third place between Anish Giri, Wesley So, Mamedyarov, who all won their games in Armageddon. And just take a look at those names, though, at the bottom, yet to score any points. We have Magnus Carlsen, 9th place, and Alireza Firouzja, both number 1 and number 2 in the world. And of course, it is day 2, and we are in for a treat. I'm like a kid in a candy store when I see the players who are playing in Norway Chess. And Judith, what matches catch your eye?
Well, it's again a very interesting day. I'm very curious about Gukesh, how he's going to be playing against Hikaru. And I'm also excited very much how Anish Fabiano game will turn out to be this day, because I think Anish played pretty well yesterday. Fabiano had an amazing start. So how it's going to be heating up.
And for you, David?
Yeah, I'm looking at the top of those matchups. Magnus Carlsen, can he bounce back to horrible days by his own high standards there? He's up against maybe the most solid man in world chess right now, Wesley So. So it's going to be an uphill battle. Magnus really needs to do something different, try something new, and he needs to strike now. Otherwise, the momentum could continue.
Yeah, I have to say that Magnus is actually running the gauntlet. He started off yesterday with Fabiano Caruana. Today it's Wesley So. Tomorrow it's Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh, no easy pairings here.
No easy pairings here. I mean, this is Norway Chess. It's a very unique tournament. Lots of fighting chess, and that's primarily because of the format. We have, I don't think it's ever been done in the world, and take a look at what is in store. It's a 10-player single round robin, and they have 120 minutes for the entire game. It sounds like a lot of time. It actually isn't, because there is no increment until the players reach move 40, in which case they get a 10-second increment per move. And this is where Norway Chess is completely unique, because if the players draw, Armageddon will break the tie. And of course, fighting chess is most certainly encouraged, so no draw offers allowed before move 30. What do you guys think of this format?
Well, I believe it's very challenging for the players. Yesterday also Fabi said it, that the time is very tricky in this tournament, and we are going to see a lot of issues around that. Because yeah, it seems like 120 minutes, it's a great number of minutes for the whole game. But when it comes to the point where you have only minutes left in move 38, let's say, then you start thinking, oh my God, maybe this game will be 102 moves and I have very little time to finish that.
Yeah, I love it. To be honest, we really see the players being pushed to their limits. We saw yesterday Firouzja with, 20 seconds to make 10 moves, just pushing them to their physical capabilities and taking them out of their comfort zone. Usually at top level chess, we see the players given a generous extra hour, maybe after move 40. They can take their time, but here it's just fast, non-stop action, and the players struggling to adapt. It's led to really exciting chess so far.
And certainly there we can see the players are getting ready to battle it out on the chessboard. We already have one player who's going to get seated. He is Alireza, starting with 2 whites in a row. He will be facing off against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and here it's going to be a very interesting game because both players are renowned for their creativity and their stylish flair when they play chess.
Yeah, and we shouldn't forget that Firouzja, he did extremely well in the Blitz tournament before the event. He was able to pick his number. He picked number 1 in the seedings, meaning he starts this event with 2 whites. Yesterday, losing with white against Gukesh. A bit of a shock to him, bit of a wake-up call perhaps, and now again with the white pieces against Mamedyarov. It's not going to bode well if Firouzja isn't able to win that one. It's Clash of Styles, fire versus fire. Who will prevail?
And then we see also Anish Giri getting ready to face off against Fabiano Caruana. Now, both Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana are known for their opening preparation. What kind of strategy do you think both these players will be employing? Because it's very difficult to outbook your opponent when they are well known for that particular skill.
Well, I think it's very interesting how the players are preparing these days, because I think they have several repertoires for different time control games, for example, and also we shouldn't forget that I think already now, before starting this game, they are also mentally prepared to play an Armageddon game afterwards. So it's a preparation immediately for 2 games in your mind, and of course it's a very high level of preparation for both players, especially Fabiano. He played World Championship matches also, so of course you have a very different level of preparation. Anish is still not there that he ever played a World Championship match, but his preparation, you can see that it's on the very highest level.
And what do you think? There we see Wesley against Magnus Carlsen, and according to my stats, Wesley has only beaten Magnus once in a classical game. How does one go about facing not only a former world champion, number 1 rated in the world, but someone you don't really have a good score against?
The good news for Wesley, he's only beaten Magnus 1 time in classical chess, but it did happen here in Stavanger, in Norway, 5 years ago. So maybe lightning will strike twice, especially if Magnus is feeling over-ambitious and maybe overextends, over-pushes a bit later in the game. It won't be easy, that one. I am predicting an Armageddon. It feels like Magnus just wants to get on the scoreboard, while Wesley, yeah, he will lock things down if he gets an opportunity. And as Judith says, maybe Magnus will come prepared with an extra weapon with white if it does get that far down to Armageddon chess.
But it's a question for me, that whether Magnus really, in what mindset is he going to come to today's game? Is it something that I'm going to try everything by any means to win in a classical game, or will it depend how the opening will turn out? And let's say move 20, he looks around and says, okay, I don't want to waste my energy. I just want to simplify the position and really go for the Armageddon. Do you think he has a much bigger self-confidence to win in Armageddon with white?
Yeah, none of these players really lack in self-confidence, but then again, yeah, I don't know how you feel, Judith, but when I'm not in good form, I just want to get any result by any means necessary, even if it's just a draw, even if it's just something to kind of get back on the right track. And we know Magnus has had a rough couple of days. So, as you say, it will depend maybe on his mood a bit later in the game.
And there we can see Magnus Carlsen getting ready with the white pieces against Wesley So. Interesting how to regain motivation. Do you think Magnus will be feeling more motivated than ever, or?
Yeah,
perhaps.
I think it's going to be that mix. Massively motivated, of course. He wants to win. He wants to strike, and I mean, it's not going to be easily against Wesley, of course. But then again, it's that kind of, you're caught in two minds. You want to win, but you don't want to lose, and which is going to be heavier: the desire to win right now, or the fear of losing a second game in a row.
I think once it gets into the head of Magnus or any player that you're afraid of losing, and that's what you have in your mind, then you're lost. You simply can't have that. I think the most important thing for Magnus also, and whenever you are in such a situation, that can you make yourself focus only in the game and get into the flow of the chess moves and why things are working, not working, but really just focusing and excluding everything, potential results or outcome or what people say, what will be the effect of this, whatever. No, you just have to exclude every single vibe around which is outside of the chessboard.
Yeah, it takes superhuman kind of levels of focus, though, to block out all those emotions. And we'll find out if Magnus is capable of that today. It looks like the players are waiting, itching to get ready. The clocks will be started in a moment by the ceremonial first move.
And it's interesting that these moments, it can be pretty stressful for the players, I must say, because of course all players had their preparations. They were preparing probably for an hour or two, even some players maybe more, the day before also, right? And then here you're really few minutes away from the moment where you're really going to be seeing if you prepared on the moves which is going to be played on the board, or you have to recall something which Fabi said yesterday, right? That he was watching this or looking this line of French years ago, so he had to remember some things. It's kind of stressful moments.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see the contrast in how the players are approaching these stressful first moments. We saw Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana sharing a joke. Then we saw Magnus and Wesley just both stone cold, serious. Maybe the nerves jangling. And okay, it looks like we're about to be off. A lot of the boards now have first moves on them. I'm not sure if the players are committed to these. They are made by friends of Norway Chess, by some of the VIPs out there. But yeah, I think we'll see action any second now, Jovanka.
Yeah, I absolutely think that. I also wonder whether Magnus will keep that first move.
Okay, it looks like e4 from Magnus, if he keeps that move on the board.
Sometimes they play jokes at this point, right? Just to give a heart attack to the opponent and then put it back and make another move.
Okay, and Magnus doesn't take the move back. It is 1e4. And Wesley, very predictable here. He doesn't tend to vary too much from his standard 1e5. He likes a solid start to the game. Magnus choosing his main repertoire. No more surprises. No more kind of orangutan openings, or no more freestyles there. Do we think we'll see a branch of the Berlin? That tends to be what these two have when they face off against each other. Maybe the Italian game as well, where both players have vast experience.
I would go for the Italian.
It's interesting though, because Wesley, of course, knows a lot about the Italian, and in fact he did a chessable course where he recommended playing the Italian. But how to outfox your opponent, especially at this level, you always feel like it's a case of small margins. And well, Wesley pausing, is he going to surprise us by playing a Petrov? No, of course not.
There we go, knight c6 on the board. Just took him a while to write down the move, and yeah, Magnus tends to avoid the Italian against Wesley, going for the Spanish instead, the Roy Lopez, and it is the Berlin defense.
E3.
The Berlin wall. Yeah, we don't want to see an endgame. You called it, Judith. D3 on the board.
Neither Magnus.
Yeah, so d3 is a sign of ambition from the white side, usually not allowing any early piece trades, and the line with bishop takes c6 on the board. So this one will become very strategic. White has a slightly more sound pawn structure, found nice foundations there to his position, but black does have the bishop pair, black as well, very solid later in the game. But there will be a variety of plans for each side to choose from. White can even decide which side to castle, black can decide which side to castle. We await the players' plans. Judith, much experience in this type of
No,
setup?
actually, to be honest, it is kind of a position that I was never too familiar with, because I didn't play it with either colors. And somehow I always like to play more open, more energetic, more concrete lines, like open Sicilian, but even in the Rai Lopez. Somehow this is why I was kind of stuck a little bit, whether to enter against the Berlin into the end game and then look for something there, or to play also, I tried out d3, but I was not playing it with the bishop c6 idea. I somehow like to keep my white square bishop quite a lot, and generally Spanish for me is something that I don't give up my bishop pair.
Yeah. And okay, so this one looks like it's going to be a quiet game, maneuvering, both players very much into their opening preparation. Shall we take a look at the bird's eye view and have a look at what other openings the players have been playing? And the one that immediately catches my eye is the game between Alireza Firouzja and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, because these two are such aggressive players. And they have a tendency to go for the other's king quite early on. What do you think? Can we dive in?
Wow, let's dive into that game, Ivanka, and already a extremely ambitious line, extremely ambitious opening play from both sides. We know that Alireza wants to attack with white. He's switched away from his customary 1e4, and this is the position. It's a line of the Queen's Gambit accepted, very trendy line that's happened a lot recently. But let's do a quick recap from move 1. We're just at move 6 here. The game started with 1d4. Black replied d5, and the Queen's Gambit was gratefully accepted by Mamedyarov, and after e4, e5, knight of 3, a bishop check, the very trendy modern move, knight to c3. In the past, this check used to be blocked in different ways, and now knight to f6, a gambit line, giving back the pawn. Level material now, but black strikes with b5, and this is just crazy. I've looked at this a bit myself, and then I gave up on it as black. Just there is a threat against this white pawn due to a pin on the white king. Black is very quick to castle, but then again, white has a beautiful pawn center that has just been supported by Alireza's last move, f3,
wow,
keeping the center intact. Judith.
Well, it's very interesting, this f3, because I've never seen something like this before. Well, last move b5 was very important for black to protect this pawn on c4, at the same time also stop queen a4 possibility checks. And but it's very much like Mamedyarov having after what, move 7 or something. It's so typical that it's already complicated. There are endless of opportunities for both. At first, I would think that after f3, white is going to be playing black castle now to play bishop e3. Maybe even long castle, or leave it in the middle of the board, the white king. I can easily imagine that g4 will shown up on the board after some developing move. And this game is not going to be boring. This I can guarantee. I think and this will give a lot of fun.
I think so, and that's the name of the game, right? But just also looking at the opening database, I can see this position has been reached just 3 times. So it's a little bit murky territory for Mamedyarov. There, in 2 games, white actually played a4, destabilizing the queen side, and then in the last game, white did play bishop e3, your suggestion.
Yeah, and how strong were those players playing the games, Ivanka? Were these heavyweight grandmasters as well? To me, it looks like the line that you don't try at home. You only go here if you've studied hundreds of hours deep theory in this position with an engine.
Yeah, actually, quite. It's been a favorite. I say favorite, just that's a very generous word, of Jan Krzysztof Duda. He's played it twice in 2023. First time he beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and then the second time he drew against Anish Giri.
Yeah.
So some pedigree.
Some pedigree. It's basically a who's who of world chess playing this position.
It is also a big question whether it was a blitz or rapid or classical game, because you can have a different taste for different time controls, what kind of openings you play, right?
Actually, it was played just now in the Superbet Poland.
Okay.
So it was a rapid or blitz game.
Yeah, I remember actually watching that one, and yeah, it led to some chaotic positions, as you can kind of predict from this imbalanced pawn structure so early in the game. And okay, no a4, no bishop e3. First, Alireza just pushes his pawn 1 square, kicking back black's bishop to a5. Black, of course, doesn't want to part with this bishop. He doesn't want to break the pin.
This can be an important move to include a3, bishop a5. Because now once white goes bishop g5, for example, there is going to be possibly an unpleasant pin. But we see a4, so there's a completely other idea behind a3 for Alireza. And going off from the board, so he seems like he has his home preparation there.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple of points behind this inclusion. Let's just jump in and show a couple of variations. It's about to get crazy, this position. White has just played a4, and the whole idea behind tricking the black bishop to a5 is that black can no longer play b4 himself, because knight takes c4 would now hit... okay, the evaluation bar drops. Knight a4 would now hit this bishop, and at least this is one concept. Either now or on the next moves, the bishop's undefended. And I guess the benefit for black, however, is that you are now capable potentially of playing the move a6, because this a file has been blocked. So it's kind of pros and cons. After a takes b5, a takes b5 here, you are no longer winning this black rook on a8. So this inclusion kind of might have some benefits for white, might have some drawbacks as well. Interesting decision there from Alireza. This being the current position. I'm assuming he's going to try and back up his pawn chain either with a6 or c6, because if the black pawns fall, then black's position will be pretty much busted long term. Oof.
I wonder whether this bishop on a5, how it will be playing in the later part of the game, to be honest. Because somehow it belongs to that a3, f8 diagonal somehow, to be in b4, then you go back bishop d6 or bishop e7, right? Or supporting possibility of playing c5, so somehow it does not belong to a5 to me.
Yeah, just a weird position in general, right?
Very weird. Very weird.
It wouldn't be surprising to me if Mamedyarov plays a move like c5. It does look like his style, but I guess right now the question would be whether white can just take that pawn. And yeah, this is crazy. Black, of course, wants to get to the white king while it's in the center, but for now, white has some measure of safety. It looks like he's played a move on the camera there.
c6
Mamedyarov, and it is pawn move.
Or a6.
a6 on the board.
Yeah. Well, this is the most logical one, if you think, for the reason what you said, that bishop a5 is blocking the rook's power. So it is very easily can be played a6 and a takes b5 now.
Yeah, very quick play.
And after a takes b5, white has to move out probably with the bishop, because bishop c3 is a threat immediately, grabbing the rook on a1. So it's a question, bishop e3 or bishop g5, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can move the king.
Yes, I was just thinking about it, to go king f2, which was quite tempting, but bishop c3 anyway.
Yeah.
And there is some possible problems. Could be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is it strange to see Mamedyarov pause and think now? It looks like an automatic recapture on b5 will happen. Okay. Perhaps, okay, a takes b5 hasn't on the board. That was my analysis. My bad. Sorry there. a6, and Firouzja is the first one to be thinking.
Right. This was the question. I mean, you guys just assumed that he would be playing pawn takes pawn. And is there any merit to actually just keeping that tension there and maybe just continuing with your development of the pieces?
Yeah, definitely. I was showing pawn takes pawn as what not to do, so I was very surprised when I thought he'd played it. But of course, Firouzja knows better. And I think you're right, Jovanka. Probably one of the bishop moves that you've been highlighting there, Judith. Bishop e3 looks sensible, backing up the pawn center if you want to be really ambitious. A nasty pin, potentially.
At the same time, maybe white does not want to make a decision on where to put the bishop yet. So bishop e2 and short castle. If short castle is the plan in the long term for Firouzja, then it is easily bishop e2 castle, and only in a much later stage to decide where the c1 bishop will be developing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, an exciting game ahead if we can take a look at the bird's eye view, because there are other fantastic games, I'm sure. Oh, can't wait for this one. I always get so excited when I think about the players that are actually competing in Norway Chess. I mean, it's so rare to have a tournament where you have like the best players in the world and then the best juniors who are incidentally the best players as well. And
yeah, let's zoom out. And Jovanka, my eye has been caught by one game. Let's drop out of this one and go out, I think, to Aryan Tari against Nodibek Abdusattorov, because some very strange stuff has been happening there.
Very strange things.
And we need some explanation. And let's go in. This is Aryan Tari with white, Nodibek Abdusattorov with black, one of the players of 2023 so far. Abdusattorov won the Blitz tournament here in Norway Chess, won the Chess Kid Cup last week, lost to Anish Giri yesterday in the Armageddon, but a man in form in general. And this is the position after c4 from white, but we have to explain how the black rook ended up on g8.
I have no idea. I'm just wondering non-stop since you pulled up that will be the next position which we want to look at. I mean, this is something that, I mean, the first thing comes to mind that somehow black touched the rook by chance and they had to make a move or something similar. I mean, definitely I would bet on that at least 80% that that's the case. Otherwise I have no explanation to that.
Is this Fischer random chess, Judith?
I don't know.
Well, hang on a sec. Isn't this kind of the thing that Fischer would do on occasion? You know, put the rook on g8, but normally, and then go g5.
Yes, okay, but in Fischer random, usually you have a complete random placement of pieces, and then you're working the first few moves to get a normal position. But here it seems like something. The opposite is. Can we go back from the beginning, because I'm just still under a shock why that rook happens to be on g8.
I think we have to go back to the beginning, Judith. Let's backtrack. Action replay of this game from move 1. White played e4. It was the Sicilian defense and a branch of the Rossolimo. In this position, black played d6, something that Abdusattorov's had success with. He played this in the Chess Kid Cup last week. And after castles, bishop d7, still normal stuff so far. Still looks like...
I mean, this is still familiar to me. Very normal, logical move theory.
And here, Judith...
And something's happened.
Rook g8.
Well, I can tell you.
It's not a novelty.
It is a novelty.
It is a novelty.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist playing with you guys. It is a novelty. No one's done it before. Completely new.
I mean, this is exactly, it shows that if we would check the engine, probably it would be in the top 3 moves. That's why we are seeing this.
I don't know. Maybe you have to go further down. I mean, such a weird move. We should explain. I mean, definitely don't try this to anyone at home. Castle your king. Get your bishop out.
No, you know what? Don't try this at home. Play g5 immediately.
This one would make more sense though, Judah. At least you're going on the attack. And,
that comes in the Armageddon, I think.
Exactly. I think I've actually seen this in an Armageddon between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Black played g5, but the problem is white can strike in the center with d4, and after g4, this is a theoretical line with d5. White counterattacks, and after some fireworks, the game dies down a bit. We see a position like this where black struggles to whip up an attack, and the black king in the center may be the more vulnerable of the two. So he's trying to finesse this.
Can you explain me if you go back to rook g8? Okay, rook g8. I understand. I'm trying to digest it. If you go d4,
which looks very natural.
Well, I'm an old-timer, so what can you expect from me? I play a logical move of d4, knight d4. Still, somehow the castling will be not so easy, yeah? It's Kramnik style, that
no castle
try
chess.
to castle. It's old-fashioned stuff.
Wow. You know
Was
the
that
idea.
it? G5 anyway?
It must be true.
It has to be, right? I mean...
But this is typical Sicilian idea. You forge a square on e5 for your knight. You stop white pushing a pawn to f4.
It's a new generation stuff.
Oh, I definitely don't recommend it. I don't like it, but with a king in the center. But we've seen ideas in the Sicilian of this happening in some Najdorf's g5.
Amazing.
Wow.
It's like super provocative, and bearing in mind that Aryan, you know, he's a very strong grandmaster, but he is the lowest rated player in the tournament, and someone who ideally Nordebek actually wants to beat in the classical game. I mean, bearing in mind the scoring system, isn't it warranted that he takes some risk?
I think it is. It makes a lot of sense to take risk. A win with black here is almost priceless, especially in the classical. Let's just catch up with the current position quickly. White played d3, keeping an eye on this g5 square. This square is covered twice, so black, of course, just plays h6. Slow and steady wins the race.
Let's be consistent.
But this novelty cannot have come as a surprise to Aryan, because Judith, b4. What is this? b4. He must have prepared this Tari. This must have been on his radar.
These guys come from another planet, I see.
Yeah, pawn sacrifice here. If you take this pawn with your knight, I guess the idea is to build a very strong pawn center. C3 gains a bit of time. Now you build a center with your pawns, and this does look slightly scary for black. Still, it is a pawn. Instead, Abdusattorov took it in the other direction, and after a3, it's very much like a Benko gambit. White just trying to open lines on the flank for his pieces. And black says, okay, no, I don't want to take your pawn. I don't want to be a pawn up. Please take me back. And white says, no, I insist on being a pawn down. Pawn to c4.
Yeah, but this is kind of a psychological battle. I'm not sure b takes a3 grabbing the pawn was not better, or just leaving it there.
But this must be opening preparation. They've used about 10 minutes each, or close enough to 10 minutes each.
So it means rook g8 has to be a top 3 computer move.
It must be.
Engine. That's the only reason why you just flash out b4.
I've been playing this opening for years with white, Judah. I've never once bothered to check with the computer.
Hang on, wait 1 second. Okay, I'm going to put it there on the computer, and I'm going to see. I am going to see. Is it a top engine move? Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
I would be shocked now if g5 doesn't happen. It just feels like you've kind of committed. You have massive commitment issues if you play rook g8 and then don't play g5, essentially.
And you play h6.
And you play h6, wasting all the time in the world.
No, but this b4 idea is definitely a computer suggestion. It has been seen before.
But black was the first to kind of launch the novelty.
But you're right. Both of you are right. Rook g8, top move of the computer.
No question about it.
Wow.
Wow. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, these guys, they're so well kind of booked up. They've studied everything under the sun. I don't know how they have free time. I don't know when they ever relax. They're just studying openings all the time. Rook g8, impressive. And imagine new computers just happy to keep kings in the center like this, going against all conventional chess wisdom. It's all about the attack, all about the opponent's king.
But if you think about it, I mean, imagine what kind of recognition and respect engines went through in the last 15 years, let's say.
Yeah.
I remember when I was in like 2002 or whatever year, and still when you were seeing suggestion like rook g8, you were like, I mean, really? I mean, you had to be in a good mood to take it seriously.
Must be a glitch in the matrix.
And nowadays, okay, rook g8. And within a second, they start looking, analyzing, maybe there is something interesting around it. Let's check it a little bit, right? And of course, the next move is b4. What else to analyze? There is nothing to analyze other than that, right? So chess really became and went in a very different way of playing it. It's simply the player's mind go on a very different roads.
Yeah, I miss the days of Fritz 3 when you didn't need to trust it. Stockfish 15 has ruined everything.
Well, this is certainly a quirky game, and we look forward to catching up with that later. But let's have a look at Hikaru's game, because he is facing off with the black pieces against Gukesh, our youngest participant, who got off to such a perfect start yesterday. And Gukesh is a very tactical player. I can't really love to see these type of battles when you have the new young challengers taking on the old guard.
Yeah, clash of generations, and Hikaru, just like Abdusattorov, will be determined to win with black against a underrated, low-rated rival. Gukesh definitely not underrated here.
And Hikaru is playing his second black game, right?
Yeah.
So after this, he's gonna be okay with colors.
Yeah. And starting with black here, it's another Queen's Gambit accepted by transposition this time. And it's early days here, still a very tense position. And maybe we do what we always do, just go back to the beginning and see how we got to this position. So let's backtrack. Here we started the game with d4, d5, a Queen's Pawn opening. The Queen's Gambit was declined temporarily by Nakamura, playing a very kind of solid opening setup. Every time a player is happy with a solid position now, they seem to go for this Tarrasch type of setup. White played e3, keeping the tension. Very ambitious from white as well. And after a few knight moves, a3, black took on c4. So this is the transposition to the Queen's Gambit accepted. Black is arguing that the white knight might not be so well placed on c3 necessarily. White has also spent a tempo on a3, which you wouldn't normally see in that opening. And after a few more moves, we saw black extend on the queen side and white develop. But this is a bit strange to me, Judith. White played rook e1. And
Because I was wondering that I'm not playing this with, or even I never played it with either color. Maybe with blue. No, I think I didn't play it. But queen e2 somehow seems more logical at first, right? Rook e1 is...
Yeah.
I guess there's some pressure on this pawn.
Right, I've always played it with queen e2 and then rook d1.
Yeah, so the big question is, Gukesh here, if he'd played queen e2, maybe black can grab a pawn.
Yeah.
Maybe black could cash in on the d4 square. You can take 3 times here as black and you're a pawn up. White has compensation though, you've got to think. With the black king in the center, it feels like there might be some tactics. The rook slide indirectly hitting the queen, and some tactics with taking on b5, but maybe Gukesh just didn't want to enter these waters.
Well, and probably it's all theory and queen g4 or...
Yeah.
Queen g4, bishop b5.
Oof.
But...
Just to show this on the board.
Take it.
The bar tells it all.
Yes, it does. I mean, it's just begging to be played, right?
Yeah.
But it's the kind of tactics certainly one has to be aware of and have stored in your memory banks.
Yeah, what he did in the game, though, feels a bit clumsy, Gukesh. Maybe he needed to do this. Maybe it's still preparation. He's only spent about 7 minutes on the clock. Here, in this position, he played rook e1, queen c7. Now queen e2, because the black queen is not eyeing up this d4 pawn anymore. And after rook d8, rook d1. So he's lost a whole tempo with the white rook. Rook e1, 2 moves later, rook d1. It's not what you want. It's very tense.
Somehow it doesn't seem to be that right, but this is also not going to be a boring game, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you get the impression it's a waiting game now. Nakamura would love to move his bishop and get castled, but as soon as he moves his bishop, white will take on c5. The bishop will have to move again, and the tempi have balanced out. Black's lost a
then
move.
it's a very nice position for white, right? Playing b4 and then bishop b2, rook c1, and everything is set for a great attack from the long diagonal for the bishop. And d3 bishop, very powerful.
Yeah. And we have to remind ourselves that yesterday, Hikaru came off an Armageddon loss, one of the craziest Armageddon losses I've actually seen in a long time. Pieces flying. And now he's facing Gukesh, who, of course, won against Firouzja in the classical game. And today, the press caught up with him. And let's hear what Hikaru had to say about this game.
Hikaru, do you think it's easier or more difficult to play a Gukesh that came off a good win yesterday?
I don't think it really matters. Perhaps we'll be more confident, more aggressive after winning the first game. But I think in general, most of us at this level, we're pretty well prepared. So don't expect to be too surprising. But again, it should be an interesting game.
Even though Armageddon points aren't too big, does it still leave a sour taste in your mouth to have lost that game yesterday?
Not really. I mean, I think that when you look at the amount of times you play against these players over and over again, sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some. And considering that in the Chess Champions Tour, I won every tiebreaker against Wesley, and probably I shouldn't have. I mean, he has to win one sooner or later. And also for him, I think it's more important that he wins the one here because it matters for qualifying for the candidates. So it all evens out. And maybe if I lose a few more Armageddons, then I'll feel worse about it. But right now, it's not that big of a deal.
Look forward to the matchup today.
Thank you.
And Hikaru there being very pragmatic about what happened yesterday in that Armageddon. He's kind of almost saying that it was a karma. You know, he's gotten away with a few bad games against Wesley. You know, it's about time Wesley got his own victory.
Yeah. But I believe that he thinks this way, you know. I think he has an incredible good balance in his mindset also, that he gives everything in, but whatever happens, happens, and moves on to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a really healthy approach, right? And I know that's something that I struggled with when I was younger. I know that a lot of young players, they kind of struggle to recover from losses, or at least until this current generation. And Nakamura is showing that, yeah, he can bounce back, and he's very much in the moment. He's focused on today. No point looking to the past. It was only half a point in the end. Difference between winning and losing in the Armageddon, and Wesley's a strong player nonetheless. So, yeah, I think that's going to help him kind of post a good tournament performance, just if he can maintain that kind of calm exterior. He was looking really positive, Hikaru. It's nice to see. And, okay, a couple of moves. He has traded on d4 in the center and bishop e7, getting ready to castle. Yeah, Nakamura. Actually, I thought maybe before the tournament he'd be one of the favourites. Magnus, of course, one of the favourites, and day one has changed everything.
I would say the opening blitz really set the tone, because I think in one of his streams Hikaru was saying, you know, I'm not probably not going to play Magnus Carlsen very early on in the tournament because, we'll both finish in the top half in the opening blitz, and then, we'll meet each other towards the end. And then we had a situation where Hikaru finished 6th and Magnus finished 7th.
Yeah, now they play each other tomorrow. Yeah, no easy games in this tournament. And Nakamura's away from the board, showing really kind of positive body language. Until this last pawn capture, I was having a bit of deja vu, and I was thinking, where have I seen this before? And then I thought, okay, Hikaru had this exact opening against Ding in the final game of the candidates, when Ding beat Nakamura to overtake him, finish 2nd, and later qualify for the World Championship match. So up until this change of pawn structure.
Game.
Yeah, you remember it, Judith, really well.
I remember very well. I was commentating it myself too. That was quite a game by Ding.
Yeah, that one, the queens came off, but it was a symmetrical pawn structure, and he outplayed Nakamura later in the game.
What do you think about this position? I mean, it seems like great for black. Great development.
Yeah, putting pressure on d4 in lots of positions. B4 coming sometimes.
For the moment, I just want to castle control over the d5 square. D8 rook is greatly placed. Knight on c6, attacking on d4. b7 bishop is already there. I mean, usually an isolated pawn, your 3 tempi is back compared to this one.
I know one of the tempi disappeared, Judith. Disappeared with this white rook. You're right. If you get one more move, I think Nakamura will be loving life. But how does Gukesh strike in the meantime? One move before black castles.
Yeah, it's difficult to suggest any aggressive move other than just developing your pieces. And say, like, you just do the normal stuff, develop the dark square bishop, line the rook onto c1. I mean, it looks like a great IQP, as we say, but is it anything more than just kind of like maintaining the balance? Is black actually better?
It's too early to say, I guess, whether black's better, but black's happy, at least. And that's the first step when you're black in any opening. The first step is to equalize and only later try to kind of claim an advantage, outplay the opponent. And here there's sufficient imbalances. If white doesn't get an attack, maybe using those moves that you suggested, Jovanka, then long-term big weakness. We mentioned it yesterday in the game between Abdusattorov and Giri. Giri had the upper hand for most of their classical battle because white had this isolated pawn and wasn't able to generate any direct attack. So yeah, it does look like an opening success for Hikaru Nakamura, and slightly strange because it feels like Gukesh must have prepared this position, or must have prepared this line with kind of that strange rook dance on e1 and d1, but yet to make anything of it. Before we move on, Judith, you mentioned the candidates you commentated there. I just want to thank you. I owe you a debt because I joined a few days commentary there, and I was so inspired by commentating with you and the attacking ideas that in the Olympiad, I was feeling so rusty, but I decided, okay, let's just attack everyone, and helped me get that gold medal.
I'm very happy if I gave some inspiration on attacking.
Yeah. I was going in thinking, what to do, and I thought, I was just commentating with Judith. I might as well just attack everyone. And
very kind of you.
It worked out well. So good memories from that tournament.
Yeah. Have you ever had any moments of inspiration, just like David highlighted, where you've seen a game or you've just been inspired by a film or whatever?
Well, some games, yeah, of course. I liked some very artistic games, like Spar of Topalov, for example, when Topalov's king was going.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly when I was inspired and something I was really able to get out of it, as profit out of that inspiration. But generally, I always like to be inspired by beautiful games, beautiful ideas, unexpected solutions on the board. So those are good.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, you certainly are an inspiration to us all. I've also looked at your attacks and thought, whoa, you should be playing.
I must say that now, next year, it's going to be 10 years that I retired. And sometimes I give coaching and mentoring Hungarian youngsters or others. And sometimes I wonder, wow, this was really a good game.
Do you ever feel the call of the board just saying, Judith, get back there and start playing?
Not really, but when I was, for example, playing badly in some event and I got lost in my resources of ideas, or I got down, and there were time to time occasions when I picked up my own game. just to boost myself
Yeah.
and understand that, no, you're a great player. So I picked some nice games of mine, or what I was very proud of, to give some energy and self-confidence.
Yeah, that's a great tip, actually. You know, you could just think back to your positive moments.
I think it works actually with most of the people. If you go down, it's just important to gain back the basic self-confidence.
Yeah, and while we wait for Gukesh to come up with an answer here, to come up with a move, let's zoom out. And there's only one game that we haven't touched upon so far. Let's, just for the sake of completeness, go there. And that is the game between Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana, two players who did win their matches yesterday. Caruana in the Classical and Giri in the Armageddon. And that one is interesting to me for multiple reasons. I'll explain in a minute, and let's just check in on that position and maybe do a quick recap of the opening. Still early days there. We're at move 13 in their game, but a very theoretical battle in the Nimzo Indian defense. And it is this position. Let's go back to move 1 and see how we got here. This position, white is a pawn up, but doubled c-pawns, of course. And it started with the Nimzo, as mentioned, and now the f3 variation. And this is interesting to me because Fabi's played this multiple times himself, but also because the first time I ever studied this opening was using a Chess 24 video course by Sopiko Guramishvili, Anish Giri's wife. And I remember basing a lot of my opening notes off her videos there. And I thought, oh, Anish must have approved them as well. And now, curiously enough, he gets pretty much the exact same position that I was studying in that course, maybe, what was it, 5-6 years ago. And so black played d5 here, fighting for the center. a3, one of the main lines. Black parts with a bishop pair. And here, have you had this opening before, this variation, Judith?
Actually, I played this with black, and I was very happy to play this with black. It's a very interesting system, because white's first whatever number of moves is pawn moves, right? And actually in the next move he even takes an extra pawn.
Yeah.
And it was, I always found it very interesting, but I was kind of happy to play it with black, because the double pawn on the c5, c3 and c5 is like, it's there, and you cannot really take on c3, because then you regret it, because the diagonals open up so much, queen d2, bishop b2, and that's definitely something that you prefer to play it from the white side. So black does not take on c3 at all, but goes back with the knight to e7. Yeah. And later on, black is just having a good compensation with having this weird pawn structure for white with the bishop pair. I mean, okay, you have a bishop pair, but what is this bishop on e3 doing so much, right? Or bishop on b5. It's not clear how you can take a real power out of your bishop pair. And later on, black, in some way or another, plans to play b6, knight d7, b6 or something. Black tries to exchange the white square bishop, and many times one of the black knight gets to c4 or something, controls very important white squares, and then there is a great compensation for black. So this is the question, whether black can really get out with his pieces and simplify it with b6.
Yeah, totally agree. And here, I guess there's two different ways of approaching it. Either you kind of go directly for this pawn, maybe with a move like knight d7, maybe knight a5, or another idea I remember looking at in this type of position was to play e5, just to try to dominate this white knight on e2. But this comes with pros and cons.
But you know that there is a line somewhere that you play e5 and you think you stop knight d4, and then you get knight d4 in the next move. I'm not sure it's exactly here, but I know that there is a position like this, that e5, you stop knight d4 and
Have a look at the evaluation bar. The evaluation bar is kind of going, yeah,
why not?
Exactly.
Why not?
It's not hating it.
Yeah, and just to show, look how powerful these pawns are. I think it was it Anand who came up with this idea?
I don't remember, but I remember that it's so frustrating if you play it with black and you think you stop your opponent from something and then they just put your knight.
Suddenly white's pawn structure is the most beautiful thing you'll ever see. It was in ruins a moment ago. At the cost of a knight, you've got the best pawns in the world, and you could well just steamroller the opponent.
Yeah, what a difference of pawn structure now and the move before, right?
Yeah, so maybe Fabi was just too afraid of this. He hasn't chosen e5. Instead, he's played knight
But what
a5.
you said, knight a5, I like it very much, and many times it's actually the best move. And after that, bishop d7, trying to get rid of the white square bishop, really focusing later for the c4 or d3 square.
So yeah, so in these type of positions, I think it would be a mistake for white to actually just capture the bishops. Instead, you have to maintain the tension for as long as possible by just continuing development.
Yes, you're right. And exactly now, yesterday we were talking about who keeps the tension.
Yeah.
This is exactly another type of tension in the opening or such a position that you cannot take, you shouldn't even consider to take on d7 to exchange the bishops, right? Because your opponent will develop by taking it back with the knight. So here, instead of taking, you have to keep the tension. But how to keep the tension? Are you going to be playing a4? So can you do that? And after takes, pawn takes, knight c4, queen c1? Or are you ready to go back with the bishop to d3? I mean, this should be very good for black, I think. So either you come back or what do you do? I'm sure there are some ideas like knight d4 maybe instead of bishop d3.
Yeah, here, I mean, for example, black can start going for this pawn.
It's also very nice, yeah.
Looks
so
beautiful.
White has a pawn up and kind of a reasonable, nice position. At the same time, within 1 or 2 moves, it can be very risky for white also.
Yeah, and Anish chooses to advance his queen. Now asking a few questions. I think I've looked at... Yeah, I'm trying to recall. It's been so many years, but I think in that course by Anish's wife, by Sopiko there, this position was mentioned. And now the idea, if black plays knight a6, for example, white pretty much has to take this knight. And if black gets time for a move like rook b8, black is doing fantastically well. But you do have...
can't white play bishop f4?
Yeah, you have bishop f4, and if this is blocked...
e5 takes.
You take, yeah. And it's important that you deflect the black queen away. And here white is 2 pawns up with a big advantage.
Well, that 2 pawn is not really 2 pawns, is it?
I mean, who's the worse here?
I mean, bishop e6 and rook c8, I grab immediately 1 back.
True.
For sure.
Maybe I'll be greedy at some point and take this one later. But I have a nice square for the knight, I guess. Yeah, it's still hard to evaluate, to be honest, this type of position. But I think I would take white. Just feels like less risk, even if you win all the pawns back. And maybe we'll see this happen, Judith.
Yeah, there are many alternatives, and it's interesting that queen b4, I'm pretty sure there were games on this. Knight c6, and now white goes queen a4. And kind of white wants to provoke a6, and a6 is something probably not really good for black, because after that b6 will be not possible practically for the rest of the game. So you have to keep your pawn on, yeah, maybe even taking, or maybe bishop d3 or knight e5 is very strong after that, right? Yeah, probably just capturing, and then the b6 square is really very, very big weakness for black.
Right, you can put a piece there, or maybe you can just bring forward with the knight, take away some squares. Yeah, it looks good for white.
It looks unpleasant for black. Definitely.
And it looks like we're on these paths. Knight c6 has been played. Let's allow Anish to demonstrate that opening theory. He spent a bit of time, so maybe just trying to recall what his notes say here. It feels like a position that has been studied or has been played before, but still in the balance. Just 1 slip from either side, and strategically it's really dangerous, actually. 1 slip, and you might be suffering long-term from positional weaknesses. So yeah, let's maybe leave this one for now. Let's zoom back out. And so many games, so much action. What to do next, Ivanka?
I mean, I think the action is just beginning. And I think this is time for a quick break. But before we go into the break, I mean, let's talk about this amazing opportunity that is going to be coming your way, because chess.com are hiring. If you are passionate about chess, then this is the perfect job opportunity for you. Do you love following chess.com events and want to join their team? Are you a passionate chess fan with experience in organizing events and tournaments? You might be exactly who we're looking for to come on board as an events coordinator. Use !apply in chat or go to go.chess.com/events_coordinator_apply to submit your application now. And well, that's an incredible opportunity to join the chess.com family. And it's time for a quick break, but don't go too far because we will be back with some more of the thrilling action. Don't go away. See you soon.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is what I like to. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success, really, it's just working on Chessable. Just being honest with you. What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Welcome to Check with Mates, the only podcast by chess pieces for chess pieces. I'm a rook, and I'm a pawn. Let me ask you this. You ever feel like you're undervalued? Absolutely. Everyone's like, oh, pawns, they can only move one square. They can't go backwards. Maybe we don't want to go backwards, you know? Maybe we're focused on the future. Yeah, I feel that. Sometimes I wonder why we're even protecting a king. He wasn't elected through a democratic process. Maybe I want to be king. Dude, I think about that every day. Yeah. Okay, real quick, shout out to our sponsor, HelloFresh. I don't use them because I'm a chess piece, but I'm sure they're great.
And we are back after that short break, and all that chess excitement is awaiting us. And there we can see the players in deep focus and the players pacing. Some of them are away from the board. It's all very thrilling stuff. I'm International Master Ivan Kahauska, and I'm here with everyone's favorite Judith Polgar and everyone's other favorite grandmaster and commentator, David Howell.
Yeah, it's good to be back, and the players, they're deep in thought. It's that phase of the game, Judith, where, you know, they finally slowed down after the opening, finally coming to terms, getting to grips with the positions.
Well, basically now is the moment when you have to deal with the position you got. Whether you like it or not, you either want to recover from that, or you're ready to fight it out the way it is, and you're happy and content with that position. Because I think it probably depends and varies on the different players who can be happy with their position, or what was a surprise for them.
Okay, well, on that subject, should we go through the bird's eye view and guess who's happy and who is unhappy? And by that, basically, I just mean who got the kind of position that they want. You know, it's in accordance with their style.
Yeah, I think in the first game we see there on the left, we see Magnus Carlsen with white against Wesley So. I think neither player's really happy. It's a bit of a maneuvering game, but at the same time, they might be happy later on if they are the one initiating the action.
I believe that Magnus must be happy. Basically, things went the way he decided to go, right? Mm-hmm. He was expecting e5. He decided to go d3, bishop c6. I think he's happy.
And he can grind away, chip away at Wesley.
100-move grind.
Exactly. He's in his element.
Maybe I'm biased. I just wouldn't be wanting to sit there
I
against
think
Wesley.
actually probably Wesley is also happy. I mean, this is his repertoire. He's playing that. So we found two happy guys.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, and what about, in the board next to them, Aryan Tari and Abdusattorov?
Well, I think if Abdusattorov plays rook g8, h6, g5, he must be happy.
And what about, let's put ourselves in Aryan's shoes. You know, you're facing a very talented teenager, and he comes at you with this, which you happen to have an idea against. Happy?
If it were me personally, I would be unhappy because black is the one attacking me, or the white king might get checkmated. Oh, I wouldn't be happy at all. But I know Aryan a bit, and his style, he actually thrives in dynamic positions. He doesn't get them as often as he likes because often people try to shut him down, kind of when he's playing open tournaments, for example. But a different challenge against these bigger guys, and he'll be relishing that challenge.
Oh, okay. So, okay, let's move along to the middle where we see 17-year-old Gukesh. It's so difficult to believe he's just 17. He's such a wise head. Against Hikaru Nakamura.
I'm not sure Gukesh is so happy.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I think
probably he's happy because he's just a young kid who plays incredibly well, amazing, and started 1 out of 1. But at this opening, I'm not so sure he could not imagine to get something better than this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think Hikaru is happy.
I think Hikaru, he looked happy in the interview, so I'm going to say Hikaru's the
But that was before the game.
True. Nothing's gone too wrong so far, so let's assume that Hikaru is happy. Before the break, we talked about Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. I think they're equally happy in that one. Equally unhappy.
I think Fabi is very happy.
Well, he's not there. So wherever he is, he's got a smile on his face.
Happily walking around.
Yeah, and the final game that we do see on the right there, Alireza Firouzja against Mamedyarov. Crazy game. Who's the happier of the two?
Well, Mamedyarov just feels very comfortable with it's a home court when it's messy. I think Firouzja is also kind of must be happy with the healthy position.
Mm-hmm.
It's a happy tournament.
It is a happy tournament. I'm not sure,
country.
but I'm just looking at the body language. You know, the fact that Alireza's not there, and I'm looking at Shak's body language. It looks tense to me.
But it's his move.
Yeah, I understand that. But, you know, normally when you're like super happy, you're relaxed, you chill, you're kind of like, it just, you just look happy is what I'm trying to say. He looks like he's like, okay, I have to survive. I have to find the best moves right now and get into the flow.
Yeah, and he has been spending a lot of time on the clock, Shakriar. Normally he plays quite quickly in the openings. He's normally got a few things worked out, especially with black, where his repertoire is maybe more predictable than it is with white. And where should we jump in? It looks like 2 games have developed kind of in very exciting directions since we were last there. It's either the game between Aryan Tari and Nodebek, or this game that we were just talking about with Shak. Not necessarily on the attack, but
Let's go
Shak with the
for
position.
Tari first, okay? Because there's some interesting exchanges happened over there. And we can say that probably Nodebek is happy because he spent only 15 minutes up to this point. So probably there was no big surprises for him. It's just that he had this very unique and special plan played out with Rook G8, H6, G5, G4. So there was not much to think about, right? How to react. The only big question and decision to be made for him was when after B4 takes A3, whether to accept the pawn sacrifice or push it B3 as he did. So this was the only big question up to this moment for him. And interestingly enough, Tari spent already nearly 40 minutes.
Yeah, that's not a good sign for Tari, especially if he was the one who was ready for Rook G8 and he was the one who launched the pawn sacrifice with B4. He probably thought that, okay, that's the top computer move, I've prepared an idea, but suddenly his opponent has gone deeper. That's
My
the hardest
question
feeling in chess.
is that, okay, black played G5, G4, Knight G4, Rook stands now extremely well on G8. I would be extremely happy to have this idea and play it out myself. But in reality, how good is this? Right? Knight G4, what is black's next move? It can be Knight G5 and somehow to occupy the D4 square with the knight. So there is a huge decision to be made by Tari, I think. Whether how do you develop your pieces? Because this is some of the most difficult things. When you get to a position which is absolutely not familiar, you don't know exactly where are the pieces has to be standing to comfort you in this position, right? Are you leaving your bishop on c1? You develop knight c3 first. Is your knight better standing on d2, supporting and protecting the f3 knight or the f3 square? Are you ready to go bishop b2 to control that long diagonal, most importantly the d4 square, which is extremely sensitive? Or what he played, right? He just played the d4, control the center, take away the e5 square from the knight. Is there any concrete tactical idea for black? I don't know whether e5 is possible.
I was thinking e5, and I'm sure there'll be, but before. Aryan has played a very natural move of taking the center, but I'm sure people at home will be wondering, isn't there a pawn up for grabs on b7? Why not grab that?
Yeah, let's jump in and try and figure out why Aryan didn't get tempted to take that pawn on the last move. If he had been greedy and taken on b7, firstly, it feels like the queen's getting trapped.
It certainly does, yeah.
You're not grabbing, but I think rook b8 comes, and after queen a6, bishop g7 attacking the rook. Ooh. So some material damage. Really up there.
I just wanted to highlight that.
That's a good spot, Jovanka. I was puzzled. I was like, okay, it looks too ugly to sideline the white queen, but I didn't see a specific reason. And
well, these kind of poisoned pawns, you don't even dare to, not to eat it, but to look at them.
They look tasty, but if you don't make eye contact, they don't tempt you.
You know that it's poisoned.
Yeah, just to show the point, this rook is attacked. Only one way to save it, but suddenly the knight next to it is lost. So you've just weakened all your pieces, all your pawns. Everything drops essentially. So let's go back. Really good point there, and tactically aware. D4. I'm looking in two directions. You have both mentioned E5, black fighting for the center. Very logical. I was also trying to figure out how to get my queen down here to checkmate your king somehow.
You know, I had an idea for that. Queen A5 and queen H5. That's one option. But the other one is more tricky. To have the queen on C7 and have some tricky ideas to play D5 and then some tactics with knight D4.
Sneak attack.
I had another one, but it was based on E5. So my idea with the black piece is E5, and if D5, you just jump in with your knight to D4.
and then queen h4 after
Yeah,
takes.
but the problem is the queen does swing across to g3.
But then you have a fantastic position for black. The question is whether knight f3 is possible.
Yeah, maybe white just drops back, so stopping checkmate on this square. The square's protected, and it's just one check. Looks scary as anything, but material is material. White is a piece up right now.
Yeah.
But I think this type of idea is in the air for sure, if not right now. I mean, for example, black could just take this knight back and just pose the question what to do against this threat next move. Queen coming out to h4.
Bishop f4.
Yeah. Maybe it's just about fine for white here. Bishop f4, cover any checkmates down this diagonal.
Yeah, you're not quite ready for that. I mean, somehow it feels like black has to build. After all, black is trying to whip up an attack with not that many pieces.
Yeah.
Well, this game is something that you cannot play by routine, by just general feeling that, okay, I put my pieces here or there. You really have to be very much aware of what you're doing.
Yeah, I like this one, Judith. Your first instinct here, queen a5, just threatens some tricks. This rook is only defended once. Try and pretend you're taking on this square, and in blitz I would play this without hesitation.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Even after queen h5, you don't have exactly immediately an attack. So, but there are plenty of ideas, I believe, for black, and it has to be considered by Abdusattorov.
Either way, Aryan, I like his last move, d4, very principled, and just gaining some space. He's not afraid of being attacked with white. That's my worst nightmare, being attacked when I have the white pieces. I want to be the one attacking. But yeah, a very tense position. Should we zoom out and see some other developments?
Absolutely, because, you know, we were talking about the happiness factor in chess, and we did mention, and it looks like not that much has changed in the other games, but we did mention that someone who could potentially be dissatisfied with their position would be young Gukesh, who is facing off against Hikaru Nakamura. And if we had there, because it was quite a tense, isolated queen's pawn position.
Yep, it was a tense position. We thought that Hikaru was the happier of the two, an opening he's quite familiar with, Gukesh having played some strange rook maneuvers, losing a bit of time. And he's only played one move since we were last here. He's played a4, just provoking the pawn forward. Interesting. It feels like he's losing some key squares here, Gukesh, but at least he's forced Hikaru into the tank. Big decision now.
Yeah, and one thing about Hikaru is that, actually about Norway chess in general, is that there is something called the Confessional booth, where the players can go in and they can confess their thoughts. And one of these players actually went into that booth.
Wow.
And told us, revealed to us all what they were thinking. In fact, it was the man himself, Hikaru. So we should have that up shortly where we can listen to his thoughts. But in the meantime, let's have a look at this game, take a deep dive.
Yep, so a4 on the board, and black has to decide how to deal with this tension. Either you push forward or you capture this pawn on a4, and Hikaru needs to decide. He wants that square ideally for the black knight. I think that's why Gukesh is trying to provoke the black pawn forward, in which case he'll happily jump into the center and the tension continues. To be honest, Judith, I think black has a variety of very tempting and very pleasant options right now.
Yeah, and do you want to hear what Hikaru thinks?
Yes.
Because we have it ready.
Before my thought.
Well, I decided to come back, everyone, and the reason I did is because my opponent is still thinking, so I'm feeling pretty good about the situation because clearly both of us, I think, are out of preparation. Now, I was also thinking about these isolated pawn structures, and there were a couple other games that come to mind because I remember when I was much younger, I used to dislike isolated pawn positions, specifically where I had it. I remember there was this game I played in the U.S. Championship, and I think it was 2000, it was the year before I won, so it probably would have been the 2003 U.S. Championship against Nick DeFermi, and I had the white piece. It was a Nimzo Indian with this whole, I played E3, knight GE2, I believe it was. And I got this isolated pawn on d4, and I remember after playing that game, I just didn't really like the isolated pawn positions for white. Now, in more recent times, I mean, I've gotten used to playing with it, but I think, you know, it can cut both ways. And that's also why I'm pretty happy, even if perhaps according to computers, my position might be a little bit shaky. I mean, the fact that Gukesh's thinking sort of tells me that he's out of his preparation. Probably it's not the top computer line in terms of what I played, but with the isolated pawn, it can get double-edged, and if there is a perfect play, then I might get some chances potentially to even win the game or put some pressure on him down the road. So that's what I was thinking about a little bit more. And so I think it's just pretty normal. I was looking at some of the other games actually, and it's kind of crazy to see Noterbeck going all in against Tari actually, because in that game, I mean, Noterbeck lost this difficult match yesterday to Anish, specifically in the Armageddon game where he had the C5 move, which would have probably won him the game. So he's on one point, he's trying to go all in with the black pieces. So there's some interesting stuff. Most games look pretty standard so far. All the players are pretty much doing what you would expect. Magnus trying to grind down Wesley in this Berlin with bishop takes c6. Now, I don't really like Magnus' position, and Wesley, having played him so many times, knowing the way that Wesley likes to play, he's got the bishop pair. If Magnus doesn't get something pretty quickly going on, I think there's some chances that Wesley might actually end up being better in that game, so that's definitely one to watch. What else is there? There's Fabiano's game against somebody. Who is Fabiano playing? He is... Fabiano's game, it's against Anish in that F3 Nimzo, which looks like some theoretical battle. As we know, Fabiano, the only way that he wins games of chess is when it's preparation. Without prep, I mean, Fabiano's just never winning. Of course, everybody knows what I'm alluding to when I say that. So nothing too crazy. But I guess so far it's pretty standard. We're in this period, I think, where most of the games are going to hit this lull. Maybe Noterbeck's game against Tari will be different, but most games, like next 20-30 minutes, you should probably go out, do something useful, and then come back and watch games once things heat up. So I think next 20-30 minutes in most games is going to be very stable, very dry. Maybe Alireza's game could get interesting, but again, probably players are going to use a lot of time before blitzing out moves. So now's a good time to take your station break, go do other things, and then come back when the action really heats up.
Well, there you have it. Hikaru giving us thoughts on his game, but also commenting on the other players' games as well.
He wants our jobs. We might as well just go home, let Hikaru commentate while he plays.
I must admit that took me by surprise. I wasn't expecting that.
It's so nice to see, though. Thank you, Hikaru, for providing that entertainment to us. Not just looking at all the other games today, but also commentating on all the games yesterday as well. Judith, you were loving it.
Yeah, I was absolutely amazed how much Hikaru is taking care of the audience and just makes sure that if anybody is hesitating to stay with us or not, he's suggesting that the games are going to be boring for now, so do other things. I believe from my point of view, don't leave us because the games are very interesting and great fun.
He did backtrack a little bit, didn't he? Say, so well, maybe hang around for Firouzja. And Aryan Tari's game is messy. Oh yeah. That was.
But he said he's happy.
He's happy.
He's happy. He's very happy.
We guessed that well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and his first instinct was pattern recognition. He was alluding to several games of his own past to draw on inspiration for this.
But he gave away the information that he's okay to play isolated pawns from white side.
Yeah, true. Revealing a lot of secret info there.
Yeah.
Looking forward for more confessional boost comments.
It should be compulsory. Every player, like every 5 moves, has to come in and reveal their inner thoughts.
And they can't lie. I like this, you know. If they had to answer one question, was it preparation? And they have to go, yes.
But
no, I'm winging it.
You know, I was wondering that is it for some players, it's a relief that they go into the confessional boost, so they give out their energy, which they have too much at the game. Does it help them? For example, for Hikaru, did he really do it because, okay, why not if we have it? Or I really want to share it with my audience or with the audience that, yeah, I'm happy to say that this or that, my own opinion about my game or others. Or it just gives more energy that, okay, I go there, I talk, I go out of the game a little bit, and then I go back and focus.
I think it reflects on the character, right? Because, I mean, there's some people like Hikaru, Magnus, they're entertainers at heart. You know, they want to tell us their thoughts. And there are other people who I would count myself. If I went and did a confessional and then I'd be thinking to myself, oh my goodness me, what did I say? So I couldn't do it. That would be a big distraction for me.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just part of his routine. He plays hundreds of blitz games while talking every single day. So it's just maybe just getting in the right mindset for him. Like you say, Judith, just kind of zooming out and it's part of his nature now. As said there in the featured chat, Hikaru is a content creator through and through, and why not be true to yourself? And yeah, it's better to get it out the way now rather than in a time scramble go off and confess something. But yeah, still looking very balanced on the board.
So what's going on the board in his game? Because he's not sitting at the board, but he gave the entertaining to us. Why is he so happy right here? He played the b4, and there was an exchange with the knight on e4, right? So now I would be considering black's next move to be knight a5. Actually, even something that could be considered without castling. So the question is for white, is he going to play d5? Or just developing bishop g5, for example?
Yeah, some tactics in the air. Let's jump in with some variations just to try and get to the root of what's going through Gukesh's mind right now. Why is Hikaru so happy, potentially? And you mentioned some of those moves, Judah. If white just plays a nothing move, the reason knight a5 is so good is because you're trading off white's strongest piece, white's best minor piece right now, this active bishop, and every exchange helps black because of this isolated queen's pawn, the IQP. And yeah, now as well, you're blockading, you're covering the d5 square sufficiently. And if white can't advance, feels like no
And the
advantage.
possible knight b3, right? It's hanging right there in the air, which is not very pleasant for white for sure.
Not pleasant at all. So time is of the essence. The first move, I guess, we would calculate just because it's so forcing, so direct. That's how we should structure our thoughts, is d5. And it does blow open the center. I guess black will capture.
At the same time, yeah, first of all, I would want to take that. And after d5, we can say definitely that black has an advantage in development, right? Because look at the a1 rook, c1 bishop.
Yeah. And I remember reading a middle game book by Max Erva where he talks about these type of positions, and he says, you know, you have to judge them by development. And take a look at this. White's, David's highlighted the pieces that are the problem ones. The bishop and the rook, they're just not out there, and I feel like black is the one with the slight advantage there.
Yeah, you could still make an argument and make a case for knight a5. You could make a case for bishop f6. Just stare down the long diagonal.
And what about like knight to d4? I mean, do you even have these tactics?
Tactics, knight to d4. Yep. Just if this knight is captured, for example, then you win the bishop in the center of the board, so a trade, and black has the bishop pair now. Looks like a very healthy position. So I don't think d5 too attractive in this specific situation. Watch out for it to happen next. Okay, and bishop g5, I was about to say maybe, but might just lead to some trades. In the end, Gukesh deciding on bishop to e3.
Right, yeah, he wants to line up the rook to c1 to eye up the queen, and I definitely think knight g5 is something you really have to be aware of later on, because, you know, eyes to the right, there are some bishops pointing at the h7 square.
You know, after bishop e3, I would consider maybe f5. I know it's double-edged because you give away the e5 square for the knight. At the same time, probably black is forcing the white bishop to capture maybe on c6. Maybe it's too early to play f5 and risky.
Yeah.
Yeah, here at least you would be able to kind of form this battery, plant the queen on d5 in some lines. But like you say, it's very risky. I guess there would be questions such as what happens if the bishop drops back? Are you going to continue advancing? This is...
I was thinking to go knight a5 and open up the diagonal for the bishop, but then probably knight e5. But I see there was a move made.
Yes, and it was your instinct. Knight a5.
Yeah, of course, knight a5 is the obvious move.
But he played it very quickly.
He's been calculating. He's foreseen this position. He's 20 minutes down on the clock, actually, Nakamura. Just from the confessional, I assumed that he would be ahead on the clock. He mentioned Gukesh was deep thinking. But yeah, right now the bishops are staring off against each other. And if they disappear, then Nakamura is going to be loving that endgame, loving any exchanges that do happen.
So what happens if rook ac1? It's a logical tempi.
Yep, let's jump back in. Rook ac1, hitting the black queen. And I guess the queen will move. I don't want to get hit any longer, so I'm going to go back to a safe-ish square. Not ideal, but queen b8. How does white continue?
Queen on b8 is a little bit away from things happening.
Could you do moves like, okay, Knight, bishop to g5.
And if I take you, Jovanka.
Oh, I'm going to take on h7 and hope that it works.
Yeah, it looks scary, but especially if I drop back, you might just come and checkmate me, and you will win here. But the problem might be if I march forward.
I know.
Not sure to which
King
square.
g6,
King g6, and unfortunately.
Oh, sorry, not that square. King g6.
G6. Yeah.
Maybe h6 is better. I don't know. But king g6
King
and after
G6.
queen g4, f5.
Yes.
Now this queen does a job from afar. You can't step back to g3.
Yeah.
And Greek gift sacrifice not quite working, but definitely on the radar.
It's certainly on the radar. But okay. I mean, these are the kind of ideas that both sides will have to be calculating. And
yeah, it makes sense to throw in this move, Judah. I think you're right. It just has to happen. Rook c1. And it feels like you gain a move for free, forcing the black queen back. But the question is, what next? I mean, could you just drop this bishop back? Feels a bit awkward, feels a bit clumsy, but...
Let's come back to b1.
Come back to b1. At least you've lined up stuff for later along this diagonal, maybe.
Well, and for now, you cannot play knight b3 because of queen d3, right? The double attack.
Yep. You hit this pawn, hit this knight. Game over. But, yeah, at the same time, if Hikaru... in that type of position, let's put it on the board one last time. If he just, I don't know, plants a bishop on d5, I've just realized I'm dropping this pawn. I'll pretend I saw that one. But let's say I play a move like this one. Is white really checkmating the black king? If not, then black is maybe a bit better. Got this idea coming in. Just going to swap rooks at the right moment. Trade off those rooks.
Well, at first I would pick black.
It feels easier, at least. I mean, I'm saying if you don't get checkmated, that's a big, that's a big if. But yeah, stability. Hikaru's quite good in these types of positions traditionally.
He's a great defender. I mean, we've seen that time and time again. He gets himself into a very difficult position and he manages to wriggle out like no other. I think I would say that he's one of the world's best defenders.
Yep, I totally agree, especially in speed chess, but in general. He used to be one of the world's best attackers when he was a kid.
Right, you know, he had the nickname, you know, the H-bomb or whatever, and, you know, he was so aggressive. And then he actually said that he made a big leap from being, like, a very strong grandmaster to super grandmaster just by honing his defensive skills.
You have rook c1 and queen b8
Queen
on
B8
the board.
on the board. I do like this bishop b1. I do think that that is a good decision. Keep all the pieces on the board. And that was quite an exciting game. I think it's about time to take a breather, take a few minutes just to, you know, refill our cups of tea or cups of coffee or cups of solo. And there we see Hikaru also drinking. But yeah, we are going to hit the pause button and let the excitement of Norway chess will continue in a few minutes. See you after the break.
I understand. Ooh, 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7. A7's falling.
It is. E4. He pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy. Takes a knight f1.
Knight f3.
Like knight f3. King e4.
Knight e1.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was played.
On b1. Move the rook.
I was going to say king c2 and run the king.
King
Knight
e2,
g3.
knight d4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7.
Oh my gosh.
Takes in right. Knight c2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in one for black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was me! And instead he played here, and they're losing on time. When
my
knight c2 and a7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Chess grandmasters can lose 10 pounds and burn 6,000 calories just by sitting.
Yeah, so I've actually been spending a lot of time getting in shape.
Wow, that's great. What are you doing?
Mostly like rook lifts. Oh, I've never heard of that. It's a thing, don't look it up.
And welcome back after that short break. Now, it might be all beautiful and calm in Stavanger city centre, but it's certainly not the case in the tournament playing hall, because the players are fighting it out furiously. Look at them, all sat there pacing, thinking hard. Fabiano Caruana in the zone, wondering what to do. But there's all action on some of the boards.
Yeah, we saw the ducks outside in Stavanger, but who is going to quack first on the board? That's the big question. It's very tense there. Some crazy positions as we've seen so far, Judith.
Oh, absolutely. We are having incredible, interesting things happening on the chessboard. Are we going to Tari first to see one of the games which is developing quite interesting?
I know. When we last left it, Black had a rook on an open line, had played in a very unconventional way, and had set a cheap trick that I think Aryan more than spotted.
Yeah, crazy opening. We've mentioned it a few times with a novelty as early as move 7 from Abdusattorov, playing the really controversial rook g8, but it looks like that was justified by the opening of the g-file, some attacking chances against the white king long term now. And just to recap the last couple of moves that have happened, let's do a bit of an action replay. It was in this position that we last left it after the move d4. Black played queen a5, very natural, but as we see here, there is a question mark attached to this move, so not the best move, not necessarily losing anything, not a huge blunder, but not the best. There's some ideas against this rook on e1. For example, if white had missed the trap, then knight takes d4 would have been a winning tactic, luring away, distracting this white knight, and the white rook would have dropped. Of course, Aryan spotted this, knight c3, a nice block, and this is the current position. I'm expecting the tricks to continue, a move like queen to h5, And again, threatening the deflection tactic, knight takes d4, and if white misses it again, just to show, queen h2 would end up in a nasty checkmate. But of course, white is going to spot this. Aryan, he's on high alert right now, very vigilant, and queen h5 can be met with a variety of responses as long as you protect this pawn or cover the h2 square. Judith, you mentioned in the break there to me that maybe the white bishop being on this diagonal could be important.
Well, I guess, yeah, what I had in mind that bishop f4 can be something important to cover the h2 square. But now there are several alternatives. Maybe actually knight e2 can be the move in order to protect the d4 pawn while also thinking about chasing away the queen from h5.
Yeah, so it looks like white does have everything under control for now. Black playing for those cheap tricks, playing for the attack. But let's see how the players get on in this really fiery double-edged position.
Definitely. And David, you did mention that Aryan is on high alert as he is watching out for all those tactical tricks and opportunities. And Aryan himself also went to the confessional booth. So let's hear more from Aryan in his own words.
Very interesting position in my game. I just played d4. Honestly, I have no idea what's going on. Should be unclear. Yeah, I only looked at bishop takes g4, but yeah, it's just a very unclear position. Very hard to assess. Yeah, I think it's hard to play for both sides, but my king can be weak, but at the same time I have some chances in the center, so it's gonna be an exciting game, I think.
What I love about that interview, or that not even an interview, a confessional booth, is just like he seems so chill. Yeah, you know, unclear.
I have no idea what's going on.
But comme ci, comme ça. It is what it is.
I think we can all relate to that, right? I mean, every time I sit down at the chessboard, I have no idea what's going on, especially positions like this one. And also, I mean, it was just this one fleeting comment. He said, oh, I've only looked at bishop takes g4. So only 2 moves ago, he was still in his preparation. And actually, until just 2 moves ago, he hadn't spent any time at all. Now he's spent, 55 minutes on the clock just in his last couple of moves. So interesting. Just novelty on move 7, but he looked deeper. And yeah, really tense kind of resulting position we have now. Judith, who would you pick? You're the attacker among us.
This is a good question who I would pick, to be honest, because I think it can easily be the case that within few moves that we have a position where black is having a very difficult position, because white has a very strong center with the pawns on c4, d4, e4, right? And they really control most of the important squares. The only thing white should really be careful on the tactical side of the game. And after queen h5, I think it's a big question whether really knight e2 stops everything and all hopes for black, or queen goes to g6 maybe. So I'm not sure about this plan of queen a5 at all, even though I suggested it myself also as consideration. But white was forced to develop his pieces, right? Or knight from b1 to c3, which was already very much needed for the development of white. And black king will stuck there. Basically, it's probably still the safest place to stay on e8 than to castle long, because after that rook b1 can be very powerful, and knight d5. So black has to decide how to move on, to play e5 possibly, forcing matters in the center, but then the d5 square is very vulnerable.
I was going to just say that white is perhaps threatening to put the knight into d5 anyhow, and it just looks like it's action time for black.
It looks to me that if black doesn't have something very fast, he can get in trouble.
Yeah, it feels like white has a lot of easy moves. You mentioned knight d5, Jovanka. I mean, if I get a free move, I might play the move bishop d2 just to ask questions of your queen. Yeah. I might play rook b1, just looks useful long term in general. What does black do that could potentially be useful? Nodebek now long think. We see he's been thinking almost 8 minutes. And should we jump in? I mean, the move that comes to my mind, I'm not sure why, but is to just put pressure on this weak spot on d4. I want to play bishop to g7.
Yeah, but after bishop g7, you block the power of your rook, right? And after this, yeah, it's a question how to move on. Rook d1 is an option. But also, I would maybe consider to play e5.
Wow, I'm going for my king now.
To sacrifice a pawn. And after takes, maybe to go d5.
And if I jump in, I'm a bit scared here that you're going to do nasty things on the e-file.
Maybe I blunder something after knight d4 because the e1 rook will be under attack. But knight d4, queen b7.
Wow, it gets crazy, right?
Yeah, something is messy here.
Let's ignore the evaluation bar. It's hating our analysis, but it's a crazy position. It's wild right now. And even the eval bar there, yet to decide what's really happening.
Yeah.
The Black King under huge pressure.
I just saw a comment there from chat which recommended knight takes pawn as being the move for black.
Wow.
And I was like, hello? What kind of move is that? And I did turn on the engine, and okay, top choice according to this engine is just to go bishop g7, and then after rook, and then the second choice is knight takes pawn.
Wow.
I don't get it.
Well, the idea, I guess, knight d4 takes and queen c5. Right?
But even if I...
Is there something else? Bishop e3.
Bishop e3. Yeah, I can defend here.
But this is the weird thing. It says the idea is actually just to develop the pieces. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff. Maybe the idea is, like you say, develop the pieces. Bishop g7, you've got a few
But it's
targets.
not only developing the pieces. The idea is that rook d1 is not possible because takes on d4 and queen e5 double attack, right? So there is some concrete element.
Oh,
Black wins.
And just like that, everything is revealed. This is the beauty of computers.
It's the beauty of these young modern talents as well.
Amazing idea.
They're so concrete.
And bishop g7.
We are just looking for kind of developing moves, improving moves. They're just looking tactics, calculation. If he plays knight takes d4, that will be incredible. And let's actually try and find a way for white to survive there, because in that variation we showed black was the one winning. This knight is under fire. How do we defend it?
Well, this is where it says, again, you counterattack. Well, no, you give away pieces. You just go e5. I mean, it's just crazy, this.
And if I take on e5, is the idea to take this bishop?
Yes.
Yeah, it must be. This is crazy. Giving up the white rook, but you've eliminated a strong black attacker, and now white is able to slide back with the knight, guard against the checkmate threat on h2, and the material balance here is 2 pieces for a rook and 2 pawns. So roughly level, but white does have more pieces. And if there's no attack, maybe white's minor pieces will decide the game later.
Actually, I can imagine easily that Norway will take on d4. But it's tricky.
And back it up with bishop g7?
Well, you have what I mentioned before, that if you just play moves with black and white consolidates himself, develops the pieces, rook b1, defending the d4 pawn, he has such a strong power in the center that what is black going to do with the king? I mean, you don't really know what to play for, right? So black has to be alert and to think of something concrete.
Yeah, it's a cliche, but it might be now or never in terms of action, like you say, Judith.
But I have a question. What do you play on bishop g7 now?
Very good question. Because now...
if rook d1, you cannot take on d4 because the e4 pawn will be an extra.
Yeah.
You take with the rook, right?
Take with the rook. And the difference, yeah, exactly as you say, same position, but white has this one to spare compared to the previous variation. So, yeah, move orders, it's so tricky. They say tactics, if they don't work in one order, like bishop g7 doesn't work there, then you flip the order, and sometimes they do work that way. But to spot knight takes d4 first takes, I mean, incredible imagination. It takes discipline to sit there and calculate. And, yeah, it also takes great judgment.
I think it's the second move. I think knight takes pawn is easy to find because you are looking naturally at those kind of decoy sacrifices, but then just to calmly follow that up with bishop g7, that's something special.
And if White does not see this opportunity, which is there is a very good chance that he doesn't, can you imagine you get knight d4 and you're just like what happened?
I would like it if it
I'm
happened.
playing another game or what? What's going on?
I would just love it if it happened whilst Aryan was taking a drink. It was like, woo!
Yeah, I'd have to fight the urge to resign if my opponent played a move like knight takes d4. First instinct is pure panic. But that's the difference between classical and blitz chess. Blitz chess, you panic and you just lose on the spot after a move like knight takes d4. But in classical, you sit there by process of elimination. You find a way to survive as white and the game goes on. And yeah, I want to hear him in the confessional now, Aryan. Has he spotted knight takes d4? That's the big question.
But it doesn't, just because there is an idea knight d4 with black, objectively, I'm not sure black can be happy at all.
But maybe in the position in general, he can't be happy objectively. And I guess it's then just a question of kind of picking your poison, picking among several evils. Do you suffer slowly with no kind of tricks, no tactics, or do you kind of gamble that your opponent gets kind of tricked and gets confused in the tactical minefield?
Probably if Hikaru is, let's say, passing by. If you see a move like this, you definitely want to go to the confessional booth and share it with everybody. Knight d4 opportunity and bishop g7. What's going on?
Tell the world. And yeah, well, we're going to leave everyone on a cliffhanger here because Nordebek in deep thought working out how to continue. And let's revisit the bird's eye view because we need to show some attention to some of the other games. And you know, Hikaru actually passed judgment on quite a few. Well, he gave us a nice little roundup of every single game in his confessional. And he also mentioned that Wesley should be feeling happy with his position.
Yeah, maybe we go to that game. We haven't been there since the opening of the clash between former world champion Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. And yeah, that one is still very slow in terms of maneuvering. There's a nice pretty pawn structure that I want to point out in a moment, but just very tense. Only that one piece trade, the white light squared bishop in the Spanish trading itself off on c6. And after that, just pure maneuvering for the last 15 moves. Really, really tense stuff. And who do we prefer here? Judith, you mentioned you tend to be biased towards keeping the light squared bishop, but now Magnus has made this decision. Do you think it's paid off?
I don't know. Eventually, for sure, I want to push f4. This would be my real plan for white and activate the pieces. But it is a very interesting pawn structure. What we see, all the white pawns are on white squares, beautifully shaped, right? Like a nice mountain, or I don't know how to call it. But definitely d4 or f4 will come in the next within 2-3 moves. I'm pretty sure about that. I don't know if black will ever play b5 and try to make something out there on the queen side.
Yeah, his last move was b6, however. So
well, for the moment, yes. That's for a later stage, I believe. Yeah. If black plays b5, maybe only in an endgame, let's say, if they ever get there.
Yeah. That's true. Just to create an outside pass pawn potentially, or at least create something for the bishops to bite on. And that tends to be the classical wisdom normally against bishop pairs. You try to accelerate the play. Magnus has played extremely slowly, but at some point he has to go for d4 or f4 because otherwise white is just cramped. And it is his move. It feels like he's just picking between the two. Which pawn structure does he want?
I think I would be impatient in such positions. Eventually, I probably would play some active move like f4, d4 before time. Somehow this is the feeling I have.
In a way, you're just going to kind of close your eyes, kind of toss a coin and just pick one of them, f4, d4, because they both look equally viable. They both change the pawn structure. It's just about who that favors.
You can't say that who is really better. I mean, or I don't have a feeling for it in this position. That which way to go? Am I going to play king h2 or king h1? Do I make space for my knight playing rook g1, knight f1? It doesn't seem right. Somehow I have too many pieces on the d, e and f file, having my pawns on d3 and f3. So I just simply don't have space.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's double-edged here. You want to break forward to give your pieces space, but at the same time your opponent has bishops. If you open it too much, could backfire long term. Yeah, difficult position.
When I was looking at the board in front of me, I accidentally peeked at the computer. And it's not a flashy line, but I thought, Judith, you might appreciate its second choice. G4.
G4.
I mean, just lock it down. F4 I think is quite natural. I also, like you, would be tempted by that move. I would never even consider G4. I'm not very good at these type of pawn pushes.
G4, to be honest, I'm not surprised, kind of, because I would be happy to give a little air to my pieces, and it's no danger for my king because it's a close position, right? At the same time, sometimes H5 can appear after G4. But after G4, I would be a little bit scared to play F4 later on, because then already that's a completely different
Right.
story.
But I mean, if you do keep the position completely locked with G4, and then the whole idea is, step forward with the king. H5, is it such a dangerous move?
It might not be so dangerous. Maybe we just bring up a board and we delve into some of the maneuvers here. It has taken a slower pace this game, but yeah, Magnus could really liven things up. G4, it could precede a positional type of attack. G4, as you say, Judith, firstly you have to weigh up H5, and potentially after the move knight to G3, you have to kind of figure out who this will favor, potential opening of the H file. Maybe it favors white if you can get the rook there, or maybe it favors black if black does the same, king F7 and rook H8.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not sure that white is happy to have knight on G3, because after that knight F4 can be unpleasant, right? Because you practically don't want to take and exchange the bishop from E3 for a knight, right?
Yeah, some danger here tactically as well.
A lot of challenges for white, especially after bishop. So maybe this is also a reason why B6 is a nice move, right? Bishop C5 can show up.
Yeah, knowing Wesley, he spotted this type of thing already. His sense of danger, very alert. But yeah, I guess the question is, if white doesn't want to go for knight G3, knight F5 ideas, because you give away the square, then do you really kind of slow play it? Do you have time, the luxury to play king H2, rook G1? I don't know what next. Sometimes you can get away with this type of pawn storm with kings on opposite sides, but here it feels a bit strange.
Yeah, that's true actually. I mean, concrete. If you are meeting G4 with H5, can you not just take that pawn?
Just take on H5.
Just take it. And, well, we'll be done with the consequences. And then, after bishop takes pawn, you just take the knight. And checkmating ideas. And then king, and now king H2. Or maybe, yeah, king
H. Black king.
Yes.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. It's kind of nobody wants to touch the king side, really, so white might as well gain space.
Actually, I was not sure at all whether I would like to go H5 immediately. I would maybe go back with the knight to F8 or E7, and then later on keep this in mind.
Right.
And I guess white plays king H2.
King H2, the same.
Just
yeah.
At least hints that later.
Yeah, bishop F7, knight E6.
Keep all those pawn breaks open.
Well, black can also go G5. I think only you can play G4.
Be my guest. And I will mention G4 has been the theme of the tournament so far. We've seen it on many surprising occasions in all sorts of openings. Yesterday and in the Blitz tournament, we saw Mamedyarov unleash G4 in his Armageddon against Tari.
Yeah.
And it's a typical idea, actually, in these types of closed Berlins.
Because that was going to bring me on to my next question. So I just stumbled upon it when I looked at the computer here. But how realistic is it? I mean, how in keeping with Magnus's style is it to play a move like G4 when every other move that he's played on the board seems to be lining up D4, F4?
Yeah, it depends on his mood. What's likely happening in Magnus's mind right now is that he's looking at F4, D4. He's not seeing any advantage there, or he's thinking the position opens up and it doesn't really harm black's chances. Maybe doesn't improve white's chances at all. So then he'll start looking for alternatives. He'll start thinking, okay, as Judith mentioned, king H1 or king H2, not clear where the king wants to go. How else to improve the position? And eventually he'll stumble across G4 and he'll think, okay, there's no downside. So Magnus, he's Mr. Ambitious. When he gets an opportunity, he does like to step forward. I've seen him play G4 in other, not this exact position, of course, but in other anti-Berlins with this structure. And it depends on his mood, I think, essentially. We see Magnus's body language not really positive right now, kind of head in hands. But yeah, if he decides it's time to go for it, not that much risk involved, then we might well see g4 on the board. Yeah, I've spent way too many hours in my life. I've wasted too many hours in my life studying these kind of closed anti-Berlin structures because I've played this opening as black all my life. And the problem is everything according to the computer is 0.0. So when you study plans, it's so hard to pick. And even if Magnus had looked at this type of pawn structure in the past, it's still so hard to kind of settle and decide on what to do next.
And it was quite an interesting moment there from Magnus, because there earlier on we just saw him, like, it looked like he was completely dejected, and then suddenly he's sitting up like he's had a conversation with himself and said, "Come on, Magnus." There's a like Norwegian expression called "skjerp deg." It just basically means sharpen up,
shape up,
shape up. And I was kind of curious. I mean, when you guys have a bad position or you kind of feel yourself unmotivated during a game, what did you tell yourself in order to kind of get back into that flow?
I don't think now it's a problem of to get back onto flow for Magnus. I think simply the problem is he doesn't see why he's better. But to push yourself, I think in such a position, or at least with me, it was, okay, so what do I want from this position? Do I really want to get a game opening up the position and I go with it? Or am I ready to make a draw? Or really you have to clear yourself that what is your goal in this position?
Yeah.
And then how do you assess the position? Because maybe you consider that, okay, I'm in great form, which for now Magnus can't say, right? I'm in good form. Whatever happens, everything will be going on my way. And then you are more brave to make decisions. And sometimes I happen to feel that, oh my God, whatever I do, it's going to turn bad. So you don't play g4 kind of stuff in that situation. So I think it's very important to know yourself, what shape you are in, and then accordingly, and of course, what is the position itself to make a decision.
I like that. Know yourself, know what kind of player you are, and then look at the bigger picture.
And what form you are.
Exactly. And for you, David, I mean, was it just chess you were thinking, or would you kind of draw on other things?
Yeah, I mean, I talk to myself a lot these days, especially when I'm kind of doubting myself, when I'm not necessarily in the best form, in the best shape. And yeah, it's often just motivational stuff, just general, just come on, just slap myself. Come on, Dave. Come on, just quicker. Just anything, just quicker. But yeah, I mean, it's difficult in this kind of really tense, slower positions, especially if it's tactical. At least you choose something, you go for it. But if it's just slow maneuvers, it's not just the dilemma this move. If Magnus kind of procrastinates, delays making a decision now with d4, f4, he's got that exact same decision to make every move for the next 10 moves, 20 moves. So yeah, it's hard to offer advice. I think this is one of the hardest kind of psychological kind of binds to find yourself in chess. It's just what to do.
Which also means that this is the reason why you have to understand the position very well if you do play this kind of positions, because it makes a huge difference in which position, where the queen is standing, where the rooks are standing, that you know it will work out well if you, let's say, open up with d4, right? And this is why also black has to understand that to have the pawn on b6, does it have any drawback or it's only extra? Because it covers the c5 square, because eventually when the bishop moves away, queen a7 is not an opportunity, or whatever, you know? So this is why it's very important. And Karpov was incredible in this, that when he was playing different kind of openings and you thought that tempos are not important, still he was maneuvering the way that once he's going to open up the position, like in this position d4, f4, he made sure that when it happens, all the pieces are serving that idea and has its best places, you know. And then you think, how lucky he is. But actually he had some great strategical thinking.
But that's, I remember discussing this type of positions with one of my very first trainers. And okay, so I was an adult kind of improver. And he told me, like, the whole point of these e4, e5 positions with the white pieces is to get a pawn break, but he used the expression, but you catch your opponent on the wrong foot, you know. And I thought, well, you know, that's a nice, it doesn't quite make sense, but I get you, and I'm going to use it.
Yeah, it's like in sports, it's like your opponent shifts their body weight one way, you shoot the other way, and that's what Magnus has to do now. It's also like a bit of a conductor. He's got so many pieces to organize in such little space. You have to make sure they're all kind of in harmony before you go for any action. Yeah, just incredibly hard. I think this one will at some point explode, or at least if Magnus is feeling in.
Oh no, he played G4.
We should have had a bet. We should have had a.
I was gonna throw it out there, but I thought no, play it safe, Jorvi.
G4 for the score. Yeah, he's ambitious, an ambitious man, ambitious mood.
It's a good sign that we see G4 on the board.
Yeah, we love to see it.
Yeah, and now Wesley focused. Maybe coming as a surprise to Wesley.
Yeah, I think Wesley might have known it was an option. He would just have kind of written it off, thinking, oh, okay, Magnus isn't in the mood to play that type of loose move. And no immediate response, just adjusting his pieces.
Okay.
Long think here, I think, incoming from Wesley So.
I think he's not happy to see G4 on the board.
Well, it's a sign, right, from Magnus, as clear as daylight, you know. We are in it for the long run, and I'm going to put you under pressure.
Yeah, I would be fearful here as well as black that at least Magnus will start building up slowly towards a kingside attack. And these positions can be unpleasant for black. There's no pawn breaks necessarily. You're just maneuvering with pieces, and especially if you have bishops, it's hard to know how to maneuver them. Knights are so nice at kind of hopping around and kind of planting themselves on good squares in these blocked central structures. Magnus power move just coming back to the board already.
Yep. And there you can see Magnus happy. Shall we take a look at some of the other games? Because for sure Wesley is going to start thinking, as you mentioned. Let's go back. Any excitement elsewhere?
Yeah, we've seen developments on a lot of the boards, and I'm not sure which one has changed the most.
Well, we see Abdusattorov did not play knight d4, but played bishop g7. But before to go that game, I would love to see the Alireza game, because we haven't been there for some time, and there are quite a few things happened since.
Yeah, breaking news, Abdusattorov doesn't initiate chaos, but it will, of course, be chaotic later in that game. And as you mentioned, Judith, this one has opened up. White's beautiful pawn center has been eroded, and we still have this strange structure imbalanced all over the board. And at first glance, I have no idea how to evaluate this one. So here we see the current position. Maybe we just do a action replay since we last left it, just about 4 or 5 moves ago. So we saw a bit earlier the Queen's Gambit accepted, and we left it after a6. White just simply developed bishop e2 for a sensible move, and knight f to d7. I wasn't expecting this one, I must admit, but White's knight was extremely strong in the center, and it was soon traded off after bishop e3 c6. White decided to trade those knights. Castles, bishop b7, just developing, not necessarily a great square, but hoping the position opens up later, and f5 from Mamedyarov. He's not one to sit still and just wait. He wants action, and this was captured. Rook takes f5.
But I also think that in these positions you have to be careful. If you don't make any action, then it can easily be a very bad position simply because of the very strong center, having f3, e4, d4. So f5 kind of was, I like it quite a lot because it created the d5 square for black's knight after capturing on f5. And also, of course, when you have this structure with black having c6 pawn and b5, c4, bishop on b7, one day when it can play c5, it can be very powerful, though due to f3 pawn is not that powerful yet. So the question is what will happen for white on the e file, right? There are too many bishops. So black wants to go queen e7, rook e8.
Wow, and talking of too many bishops, Judith, really nice maneuver there from Firouzja.
Bishop d1.
Coming round. Yeah, nice diagonal. Much improved his bishop once it lands here on c2. Instinctively, do you feel that one side is better, or is that not under consideration right now? Is it just both sides fighting for ideas?
Yeah, actually, I don't know which color would I be picking right now, because it's very tempting and very nice to see the bishop on c2 in the next move for white. And I think black cannot go knight f6 because of bishop c2, and then you cannot jump back with the rook. So probably you have to move back with the bishop to f7. That's where I would be going. And after bishop c2, knight f6.
Yeah, and it again feels very tense. White still has to kind of get his rooks into the game. Black still needs 1 or 2 moves to get this rook
Or
into the
queen
game.
h4, for example, after rook f7, bishop c2, knight f6. And then already the 2 bishop can be very powerful.
Yeah, I think it's important not to let that queen, the white queen, get to h4. That's one too many attackers there circling around the black king.
Yeah, let's show that variation. After bishop d1 on the board, we're expecting rook f7 right now. And after bishop c2, knight f6, queen h4, yeah, looks very strong. Bishop g5 potentially coming, undermine this knight, and some attacks against h7. Yeah, looks very logical, that sequence. I'm wondering if...
after queen h4, maybe b4 is strong.
Sorry, in that final position here, b4. And if I jump into the center, you just want to take me, I guess.
Actually, I thought first that can I go knight d5, but I think knight g5, g6.
Ooh. Yeah, hitting this square 3 times now. You have to play g6. I can't move my knight because of the pin. Crazy position.
Yeah, but it looks so scary
Looks
for black.
scary, yeah.
I mean, so many
just
pieces
drop back.
are hanging.
Defend my queen, so
Yeah,
I'm hitting your rook.
Exactly.
Yeah,
No.
it's anyone's game. Positionally, black is better, but dynamically, maybe white is just in front, just in time to attack. And I'm wondering here as well whether black maybe starts coming out with the queen, wondering about c5, and wondering about b4, all these different pawn pushes. Yeah, so hard to evaluate this position, so hard to kind of choose what plan to go for. I'm glad it's them playing, not me, I've got to say. There's definitely no solidity to either side's position right
What
now.
happens if I go queen c7 here?
And if I continue my plan, attack your rook.
I go rook h5.
Too many checkmates on h2 this tournament so
Well,
far.
you know, it's a tempi. I don't allow your queen to go to h4.
Clever.
But the rook is really misplaced there, so that I would be tempted to actually go queen to g3. Just with the simple threat, if you capture the queen, then the pawn will come to g4, and I think this is good.
Yeah, almost trapped. Black has to be really resourceful now just to extricate this rook from danger on the edge of the board. Yeah,
Yeah, I understand your point.
it's definitely on the radar. I mean,
Yeah.
moves like queen c7, moves like queen e7, rook f7, knight f6.
Rook f7 is on the board.
Okay, you called it. First instinct, getting out the way. Rook f7, preemptively retreating. And Firouzja, I think, will play bishop c2 very quickly. Surely that was his plan. Why hesitate?
Also, queen g3 is possible. But of course, bishop c2 seems to be the most obvious. But after bishop, but hold on, bishop c2, b4, and maybe it's a blunder.
Whoops.
Knight moves away and b3.
Yeah, opening up, double attack. Okay, that's what I would have done, and I would have lost on the spot.
Okay, so rook f7 is not only good to go out from bishop c2, but it's a very good prophylactic move, it seems.
Yeah, these players are so good at spotting the details. And
Queen g3.
Queen
on the board.
g3 on the board. Okay.
Yeah, if the bishop hits the white queen, I guess you just slide, right? Just queen h3.
Makes a lot of sense.
Still some ideas of bishop c2. Yeah, still looking very much in the balance right now. Who would you pick if I had to force you here, Jovanka, Judith?
White. Just because I feel that black's position is on the shaky side, and I feel it's so much easier for white to play. I mean, white has a very clear goal: attack the king, and black's pieces are all tangled up, and there's no clear breakthroughs, and you're simply just hoping to survive and reach the endgame. So, yeah. What about you, Judith?
I don't know. I'm wondering which color I would pick. I would be tempted to take black because it's interesting with the pawn majority on the queen side. If white does not have a huge attack, very serious attack with the bishops and knight and queen, then I think it can easily go wrong for white as well, because of the queen side.
Yeah.
So if I can develop, for example, queen f8 can be very interesting, for example, to make space for the rook on e8.
Cool. And we're kind of all being very honest about what our weaknesses and our strengths are. And I have to interrupt you, Judith, because Hikaru went in the confessional again.
Okay.
And this time he's really been very honest about his strengths and his weaknesses and his feelings as well. So, long live the very open Hikaru.
I'm feeling pretty good about it all. And time finally is evening out. One thing, again, since I tend to stream more than I play these days, is I can be very cognizant or very open about what I feel like the weaknesses are in my game. And I think that whether it's like I'm just getting old or what's going on, I think my reactions in critical moments with limited time have been very questionable in this tournament. And the Blitz particularly, the game against Fabiano, I was incapable of making a move and I lost on time. Of course, yesterday against Wesley, very similar, where I got very low on time and then all my decisions were just like someone who's completely lost his head and running around like a chicken. So I think when I've gotten really low, my decisions haven't been great. So I'm actually quite optimistic because now the position I think is somewhat stabilized. I'm not in a situation where there are a lot of potential moves that I have to consider. For example, in the current position, I can look for knight b3, I can look for knight 6, queen b7 is a move, maybe I go f5 or g6 or rook c8, but that's the extent. And it's not a situation where I have to look at a lot of possible moves. And so I should be able to make my next 20 moves relatively quickly. Now, of course, you don't get any extra time, just an increment, but nonetheless, I feel like the time is evening out and things are definitely going in the right direction. Unless, of course, I've missed something obvious here and I'm completely lost. That is the other option. If I'm not completely lost here, I think I'm probably completely fine. So there's no in between here. Either it's very, very bad for me or I'm probably just completely equal at this point. Maybe even better, although that's probably way too optimistic objectively. So, we just wait and see and find out how it goes. But I'm sure everybody at home is probably laughing or they're thinking I'm a genius because, after the game when I look at it, I do feel like there was something. I feel like bishop b1 wasn't right. I don't know if it was bishop g5. I don't know if it was d5, but it feels like there was something. So, obviously, everyone at home knows now and I'll find out in a couple of hours and either I'll feel like a genius or I'll be absolutely horrified, but we'll see.
And Hikaru actually being very relatable there, especially when he talks about how age is dampening his instincts. How he's saying that when he's in time trouble, he just feels like he's panicking. That's something I certainly can understand. What do you guys think about that? Those thoughts?
Yeah, I feel it too. I'm a couple of years younger than Hikaru, but yeah, certainly I feel a bit less sharp these days and I know his feeling. I don't play as much over the board as I used to. I'm still a lot online, and sometimes it just takes a while to kind of see things, to trust yourself, to see the board. And I think he's being harsh. He's still playing extremely well, extremely high level, but he has high standards. And it was also interesting to know kind of how he sees the position here. He was kind of spitballing 4 or 5 different moves, and it's only he'll work out the details when the time comes, and depending on his opponent's reactions there. So I think that might suit him actually in the classical portion of this tournament. Judith?
I'm not sure at all that it is because of his age that he feels this way, that in critical moments his reaction is not the way as it was. I think it's his lifestyle influences it a lot, that he's a streamer and he is around chess in many different ways. Like in streaming, he's playing with amateur players, right, and commentating, and sometimes he's there for so many hours. So I think those things can also shift your reaction time or how you're dealing with the critical moments. And yeah, indeed, it was very interesting what he said about his position, and it's either very bad or he's doing extremely fine.
But what was interesting to me was that it seemed to me he was talking almost intuitively, like he just felt. And that kind of brings me to a kind of a nice question, like, which was more important, intuition or calculation?
Well, intuition is something very important. And intuition is based on knowledge and experience, right? So, of course, we chess players, we do most of the things by pattern recognition.
Right.
How much we've seen something similar. So basically, most of the patterns, most of the ideas and things we've seen before. The only question is in this concrete way. What do we think about the weakness of the b3 square? What do we think about the b1 diagonal of the bishop? We know all these things. If the rook goes away from f8 to a8, then you have bishop h7, queen h5, right? But actually nowadays, I think this intuition we question many times, because when the players are working with engines, many times, occasions, you tend to think that something is wrong, and actually your intuition cheats you. Because by concrete manners, you see that maybe in principle it should be good or should be bad, but actually exactly in this position there is nothing really going on from white end. So it looks tempting to play it with white, but if you really don't have some bishop h7 or bishop h6 or rook d3 comes to g3, bishop f4, because exactly the queen on b8 is still standing bad, you know. So intuition is tricky, because in this position, maybe if the queen on b7, everything is perfect, because actually that's the best place for the queen, right? And that's what he just played. But maybe only one move makes a huge difference. And but I think, I have the feeling, my intuition says that black is fine. Because white's rook is not on g3 and it cannot get there so fast.
And can I finally put you on the spot and say, you have to pick one? Train on your intuition or train on your calculation? Which one?
Calculation.
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 Over everything.
Yes, because actually calculation will push you to better intuition. So I take 2 in 1.
Yeah, the more you calculate, the more you see things without even knowing you're seeing things, in a way. And it was interesting. I attended a lecture by Magnus a few months ago at a training camp, and he was saying basically the same as Hikaru. He said the older he's getting, or kind of year by year, he's calculating less and less, just relying on intuition. And that has pros and cons. It kind of helps him save time on the clock. It helps him make very practical decisions. But occasionally there might be a slip. Occasionally there might be a miss and a blunder. And yeah, it's instructive, I think, for younger players that you don't have to just calculate on every single move. You can save it 90% of the time. You can maybe just trust your instincts, play an improving move. But that 10%, that's when games are decided, when there's actually something concrete and you have to be 100% sure. And we saw that video from Hikaru. I'm loving him coming to the confessional. I hope it happens more and more often. But he did mention queen b7 was one of the moves on his radar. He was like, oh, maybe knight b3, maybe queen b7. First 2 moves he suggested. And as you said it as well, that second you said queen b7, Judith, it happened on the board. There's a threat against the g2 pawn potentially.
It also has a nice defensive idea, because if Gukesh was looking to neutralize the position with like queen h5 and do all sorts of sacks on g6, that queen on b7 has some very good defensive possibilities.
Yeah, you want to block this attack with bishop to e4. Yeah.
My question is, can white go d5?
Ooh.
Yeah, I was thinking g6.
Or knight c6 can be also tricky.
In this position?
Uh-huh.
Wow, knight c6. That's incredible awareness, Judith, just cutting everything apart in black's position. You're cutting the kind of coordination between the queen and bishop. You're hitting everything here. Of course, I can't move my bishop off the diagonal because of checkmates on h7.
Knight c6 is a tricky move, that's for sure.
Yeah, and
I don't know if it's winning. It seems pretty convincing.
Seems good. If I take this bishop, then you take on this
And
square, or maybe a5. I'm not sure which one. You hit my queen, and next move you win.
I think
the bishop.
d8.
Yeah.
Yeah, because after knight a5, queen d5.
Yeah. So wow. Okay. Queen h5 then. What is the answer there? Does black have to play f5?
I thought you could go g6.
Whisper it quietly. I don't think there's any checkmates though.
No, but because this was the queen b7, you know, you could move the bishop out of the way.
Yeah, so for example, this would lead to potentially a draw if black had to recapture the white bishop, typical thematic sacrifice, and this would lead to a draw by repetition, nowhere to hide for the black king, but as Ivanka says, just move the king out, the bishop, sorry, out of the way. Not sure where, but the queen defends across the board. And black wins, piece up. So yeah, maybe not the counter-attack, not the attack on h7 yet. What else could Gukesh try? I don't think he wants to kind of guard against this with a move like f3. Looks too ugly.
After queen h5, g6, I would go queen h3. And I think it's a weakness to have g6 on the board, because bishop h6 is a threat. Knight g4 possibly can be an option. Or queen g4, provoking f5.
Yeah, lots of holes around this king. Feeling a bit airy around there. I guess black has a move or two. Again, questions. Knight b3. How do you reply to this one?
Yeah.
I'm struggling to come up with an answer. I mean, I guess white would be reluctant to put the rook on this square because suddenly this poor bishop is locked in.
Yeah, you're not happy with such a rook having the bishop on b1.
Yeah.
At the same time, if we go back to queen b7, the pawn on g2 is hanging, right? So white has to make a move queen g4, queen h5, queen f1.
Queen f1 is...
Or f3, which is...
reluctant.
I'm not so happy, yeah.
f3 does blunt this bishop, but yeah, it's not the move we want to play. At least Gukesh, he does have one target if he can get his bishop to d3 and hit the a6 pawn at some point, but
exactly,
it might be a matter
this is
of time.
what I had in mind. Maybe immediately bishop d3. What do you think?
Wow, bishop d3. Trying to trick me. If I take this pawn, I don't think I'm getting trapped. Not yet, at least. I guess do you take on a6? Do you play f3? You could take here. I can keep my queen in line with my bishop.
But it does feel... I wasn't sure about bishop takes a6, primarily because I was inspired by one of those old games from the past,
G4.
you know, when they tempt black to actually capture material in order to initiate an attack. Yeah.
Maybe bishop queen g4 is possible.
Right.
And bishop h6.
Wow.
Yeah.
Attacking my bishop.
And we have bishop d3 on the board.
Wow. Okay. We predicted right. Prediction game on point. This is getting complicated here. I guess black would have to defend. Maybe I give up the exchange, maybe with a move like bishop f6. But yeah, bishop d3 is on the board. So after this move, key question, can black grab on g2? If he can, like Nakamura said exactly in the video, he's doing very well or he's doing very badly.
But you know, after bishop g2, also f3 has to be considered, and bishop h3, bishop e4. Because your queen is not clear where it can be standing well.
Lacking happy squares here. Yeah, if you go back, then white can start getting greedy, maybe take this pawn. And yeah, if you slide across, then you have to be really careful of another hit.
If you go queen a7.
Yeah, d5. Scary stuff.
Queen b8, knight c6.
Yeah, maybe. Queen b8 hits the knight. Knight c6. And we're forced to give white this really scary pawn. Pass pawn here. Wow. Nakamura, it's time for no more intuition. It's pure calculations taking on g2. That's for sure. I don't know if I'd be brave enough, I've got to say. Unless I had an hour to calculate this one.
Well, especially if your opponent invites you to capture that pawn.
Well,
And they've played it after great thought, and they're 17-year-old Gukesh, one of the best players in the world. I'm not sure I would be taking that pawn in a hurry.
Well, you can go f5, giving up the pawn on a6.
Just want to push and push and...
Yeah, I mean, I don't want any bishop h7, queen g4 stuff.
But then if you do that... then can you not just
take on a6?
You've given me some free material. I'm taking it. Certified member.
I know.
Hello, fellow members.
If I ever play with you, I know that you're gonna grab every opportunity, any pawn or something out there.
That's the trick. You just tempt them. Poisoned pawn. And yeah, here it just looks like free material though. And nice move from Gukesh. Whether it works or not, it's going to send Nakamura into a deep, deep think.
Also another move. What about f6?
Ooh, brave. Asking me
I'm provoking a little bit.
Asking me to go for checkmate.
Yeah, to which I say absolutely. I'm going to put the queen on h5.
Or bishop h7.
Wow.
Yes. That was also
but
on
bishop
the radar.
h7 is not going to be a win by any means. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it could backfire very badly on white if there's no checkmate.
The maximum white will have is a draw. So if after f6, my idea is that after f6 you have to move your knight. And so what do you do? Or you have to play queen h5, but already after queen h5 I might play already bishop e4, or just simply f5, and I'm not hanging on a6.
But you came up with this wonderful resource after bishop e4. And is it not the same idea again?
It's the same, but it's not the same. I don't know, or that's the feeling I have. It might be not the same.
Or did you forget about it?
I didn't forget about it.
Because that happened to me. Like David literally explained yesterday a tactic, and I was like, yeah, good, nice one. And then the move that I suggested actually fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. And I was like, oh, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Better to blunder these things in analysis than over the board, at least. Let's allow Nakamura to make this critical decision. He needs a bit of time to work it out.
Okay, you convinced me. f6, queen h5, I go f5. Anyway, I wanted to have my pawn on f5.
Okay, and well, Hikaru will certainly be thinking after that surprising move from Gukesh, and it's the ideal time to take a pause. So we'll be back with more of the heart-pounding action in a few minutes. See you after the break.
My name is Elwood Dawson. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Sika Blackman.
My name is Roberto Beza, Jr.
And what I want to share is I love tacos. Tacos and chess. So, yeah.
With the chess program, really, even chess in general, like on the deck, you kind of lose yourself. You don't really think about your case. You learn to think differently. You know, you strategize more. I sometimes come out 7:30 in the morning. I'll probably play until lockup, you know, so it makes my day go by faster.
It's competitive. It's a lot of trash talk. It's crazy, you know. Like the chess players, we got our own little circle, you know, and all of us play each other. We talk trash about who be who garbage. Yeah, I never play that dude again. He garbage. I never play him. But yeah, it's real competitive.
I remember that day. It was unreal. I definitely felt like I was walking on air. Yeah, it was like such a beautiful feeling because I won the first championship that was actually combining women and men into the same section. So in addition to winning the title and the money, which I really needed, it was like something like $9,500, but I was like a college student at the time, and like literally that was like all the money I had in my bank account after cashing that check. So that was really cool. And then also I got an IM norm. So it was like a little bit of everything.
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodibek Abdusattorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Aryan Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
And welcome back after that short break. That didn't come out quite right. It's time to reignite the chess fire, because during the break we were actually looking at the games and we got excited by a lot of the positions. It seems that there is action brewing in practically every single board.
Yeah, it looks like huge developments everywhere, and not necessarily good developments for some of those players. So much decisive action so far, and it looks like we will be treated to more of the same today. And where to start? This is the bird's eye view. Maybe a quick roundup of some of the action before we jump in. Looks like Magnus and Wesley have still a slow game, but the first set of pawns have been traded. Some lines opening there. Aryan Tari against Nodibek. We'll have to go to that at some point. That one's still totally crazy, but looking good for white in general. And Gukesh against Nakamura. We left that just before the break in the balance over there. We'll come to Anish Giri against Fabiano Caruana, but also Alireza against Mamedyarov. Looking complicated. Judith, only one place to start?
Well, my pick would be Anish's game, because we haven't seen that for quite some time, and there is a pawn missing over there for Anish as far as I see. It was there, and by the time we came back, there is something, it seems that it got deleted from
it was like
from the position.
Pickpocket came and just
exactly.
slid it from the board.
Somebody passed by and just hit that a3 pawn, right?
Yeah, and that Black Knight has done a smashing grab. He's done a bit of thievery there, a bit of theft, sneaking off that a3 pawn from the board. And we have to try and figure out how that happened, how we got this position. Let's backtrack just 3 or 4 moves to see how Fabiano won a pawn and maybe seized the advantage as black. And it was around here that we left the game, just actually a couple of moves before this point. And white here played bishop to d4, trying to kick back, trying to evict this black knight from the center. The knight simply stepped back. White castled, black gained time against the white bishop. And it was this move which has been brandished with a question mark, queen to c2. The engine really not liking that retreating move. Understandable. White wants to give a square for his bishop, either on d3 or a4 to come back to. But suddenly after a6, we saw the black knight jump into c4, and maybe this is what Anish had underestimated. There's 2 threats, not just this pawn, but also the threat of jumping into d2, either with black's rook or knight. Rook d2, a winning idea. And for example, if queen c1, defending this pawn, knight d2, a nasty fork. Anish just falling foul of these knight jumps. Instead, he had to give up the pawn, playing the move rook to d1, and there we go. It disappeared, Judith. Fell off the board, that pawn, and we reach this position. Bishop to b3, the last move.
I don't know exactly. Was it a blunder by Anish? Can you go back just a little bit? I have just one question. When he played queen c2, wasn't the moment when at this point to play knight d4?
Wow. I think that could have been a really nice psychological blow as well. And we see the evaluation part approves. Knight d4.
We were discussing this idea before, right? but somehow it has a good energy. And finally, the two bishops, one goes to g3, actually threatening immediately bishop g3. So after a6, you can come back with the bishop to e2. This is what I want to say. Or to d3 and knight f4. I don't know, but somehow it seems like the energy is good for white. And it can happen very easily that you don't see, or you're not in the mood to play this knight d4. You think you can just get along with just playing solid, and you give away the squares. And I think this is the big problem of queen c2, right? That simply after a6, the white squares become extremely weak for white. The bishop gets to a4, and actually, of course, the concrete part at knight d2 and knight a3 suddenly. I think there was some miss by Anish.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. This is a common pattern. I've been on the wrong end of this. I've suffered from this myself throughout my career. I see a tempting move. I see what I should be playing, but it comes with so much risk. I decide against it, and suddenly the whole game turns against me. And
okay, so let's see what has happened, right? He had to give up the a3 pawn.
So this is the current position. The problem here for Anish is that long term, this black a pawn is going to become extremely strong.
It will start to be pushed now.
Maybe now.
Yes, this is true. I mean, obviously white has the worst position, but it looks to me pretty defensible, right? Or are you guys saying objectively? Like, give me percentages here. Like,
you want to make your bets.
Yes, exactly. I want you guys to put your money where your mouth is. Tell me. What is the percentage of black winning this?
Oh, if I was Alpha Zero and I only worked in percentages,
yes.
I would say not much chance of black losing unless something really goes wrong. For Fabiano, it feels like he has full control. This white knight is currently dominated. You have a light square bind. These pieces so nice together. This pawn running. Even if you trade off all the rooks, the queens, black will never lose that. So I would say like 5-10% chance of a loss.
Okay.
Maybe the rest is like equal between a black win and a draw. Is that too harsh on white's chances, Judith?
I don't know. I would bet on black about, I don't know. I think it's 30% that he wins.
30% he wins, and then how much draw percentage? Quite high.
We need to do our maths.
The reason I'm asking this. The reason I'm asking this is that to a normal player, it feels like it carries a lot of risk to actually sacrifice a knight. And if you get a position where you think, well, you know what, I'm worse, but I can defend it.
Yeah, but then again, the other position where white was giving up the knight on d4, it felt like still not that much risk attached. We still have two pawns. We have the bishop pair, which is very good competition, and here there's just no real winning chances. The other position had full kind of dynamism in it.
The problem is it's a very dangerous position for white right now.
Right.
If, let's say, black's pawn would be on a3, we would say, wow. But it can happen within few moves that really he plays a5, a4, a3. And there are different scenarios where black has a huge advantage. For example, from the knight from g6, it can be transferred to c6 easily, and it will be possibly a better square.
Right.
Or let's say we exchange the rooks. Black is improving the position, I think. And that a pass pawn can be really deadly dangerous. So it is very clear that it's white who is trying to stay in the game. The knight on e2 is not standing well, but it controls the f4 square for the moment, so it's kind of important. It can't really move. Now that there is no pawn on a3, you can't really think of playing knight d4 anymore, because, I mean, you would need that pawn on a3.
Right, but there are some things, but knight c6 seems to be a fantastic idea, because I was thinking as white, the most annoying piece for white is actually the knight on c4, and also it's on white side of the board. I tend to be very possessive when pieces get on my side of the board. So I wasn't expecting h4. I was thinking queen a1 and go queen a2 to try to dislodge it.
Yeah, that looks like a really healthy plan, Jovanka. Just line up.
But then I think knight d2 was possibly an option, though bishop
e6,
bishop d5.
That was my plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you're so quick. It took me a minute to see that one.
Yeah, instead h4, unpredicted, as you both mentioned there, a bit of a surprise. It feels like he's trying to kick this knight away, but he's kicking it back where we wanted to put it anyway, Judith.
Yeah.
Surprising stuff. Is this really going to prepare a kingside attack? It's hard to imagine g4 happening in this game. I know it's happened in a lot of others so far this
But I
tournament.
think the idea for white to play h5 and maybe after knight e7 to play f4. Some very concrete, somehow to get out with your knight from e2. But it looks very dangerous, I believe, for white.
Yeah, that's really burning the bridge. You don't go back from that one. It's because especially there's consequences. So actually, what are the consequences?
Yeah, let's jump in and try to figure out what's going through Fabiano's mind right now. H4's just landed on the board. I doubt he was looking in that direction. And if now he plays A5, for example, what could be more natural? We've been talking about that type of move for a while. You
But
mentioned
after
consequences.
h5, also knight f8 is something to consider seriously, because knight can be even better on d7, attacking the c5 pawn.
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense.
Would you flick in moves like a4 as well?
If given time, if given opportunity. I quite like the fact that this bishop is undefended right now, so I'm not necessarily in a rush with black. I mean,
let's go f4.
Yeah, has to be f4. It would be tempting to flick in a4 right now just to get the pawn slightly nearer to the goal, as you mentioned, Jovanka, but what next? Let's say I flick it in, force the bishop back.
Actually,
What
later
next?
on, maybe knight d4 can still be in the game.
Yeah, now suddenly there would be an attack opened up against this
For
knight.
example, if f6, then I could imagine that knight d4 is as an option.
Boom, and suddenly all sorts of tactics maybe along this diagonal, all sorts of pawns running forward. I must admit I'm shocked that the evaluation bar's still on black side. It looks like white's pawns are really menacing right now. And yeah, instead of f6, white does have a threat of f5, kicking away the bishop, the defender of this knight. So how else can black deal with that threat?
Well, you can step away with the knight, right?
Maybe just knight a5.
That's, yeah. I accidentally rhymed there. Knight, right.
Knight and a5 will arrive on b3. Yeah, and now we see the reason why we flick in the a4 move.
But
We
bishop
vacated the square.
d5, let's say.
Okay, let's jump.
Getting messy.
Jump.
Knight b3, queen
Yes.
a3 or queen e3.
You need to defend this pawn, I guess.
Yeah.
If you go to a3, I might take
f4.
this one. If you
And
go,
d takes.
you
yeah.
want to.
Yeah, maybe it's I can't afford that.
But if you go the other way, there's a chance this might just run through.
Your pawn.
Yeah.
You're dreaming about queening the a pawn.
Absolutely. Those pawns must be pushed.
Well, it's also an idea. I don't know if black after h4, if we go back to the exact position of the game, can black go h5? I know it's a weakness, but let's say the h4 can also be a weakness later.
Yeah, which pawn is weaker? That's the
Because white cannot go queen g5, can he?
Queen g5. Why not?
This is the question.
Yeah, it feels like there's some tactics in the air, but I don't really see it yet. I'm tempted to, for example, just push though, and if you take my pawn, I'll just continue, and then I might try and render your queen kind of trapped offside. I might play a move like queen e7, so if you ever want to come back, it will come at the cost of trading off that queen. Yes, it's cost a pawn, but your queen's temporarily offside on h5. Oh, this is too complex. I'm not sure whether
Yeah, but
black's
I think
losing control
h5
here.
is also something to consider for sure.
It's instructive just to kill all counterplay. So black can stop white's plans with h5, or black can continue his own plans with a5. You're predicting one of these two moves, Judith. h5, a5, very different.
Yeah, I think both are good alternatives. But also, black has a lot of options, you know. This is maybe the biggest problem of Fabi right now. Because even rook d1, rook d1, rook d8 is something you would consider.
Yep, trade all the rooks.
And you have to evaluate this, whether one rook of exchange, does it improve white or black? Both rooks of exchange, who does it favor? do I have time to play a5 and allow h5, or shouldn't I allow h5, right? So there's so many things to consider with black, and all of them are probably pretty good and very tempting. Of course, one of the most tempting thing is to push the pawn.
Yeah, and in terms of clock times, at least Fabiano has a 20-minute advantage, so he has the guarantee that he will be able to mull over all the options. But then again, yeah, Anish down to 30 minutes. I do fear for White's board and clock. Feels like the momentum is on Black's side. Yeah, I like in the feature chat though, Anish has his fans. We believe in Anish. And yeah, I believe that Anish will entertain us in this game no matter what the result. But I think I would choose Black here, for sure.
I would like to change our bird eye view.
Let's go back.
And where would you like to go? Because this is a lot of excitement. I mean,
there is a culinary going on the menu for us. We haven't been at Magnus's for a long time, maybe.
But can I beg you to go to the Aryan Tari?
Aryan is crazy,
and Norway Abdusattorov, because it's like, whoa. And it looks to me like Black, just looking at the piece configuration, is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, let's jump to that game between Aryan Tari and Norway Abdusattorov, and we'll have to do an action replay here. So much has changed. I mean, this feels random. It's like someone's just kind of picked up all the pieces, just thrown them on the board, and I mean, it's definitely Fischer random chess, this one. This definitely didn't arrive from a classical game. So this is the current position. Let's quickly do a recap of some of the moves. We last left it in a really tense position. We thought, ooh, maybe Nodebek's going to get ambitious and sacrifice a piece. He didn't go for that. Instead, just playing the calm bishop g7. e5 did happen, as you predicted, Judith. White giving up a pawn to open up lines towards the black king to gain a bit of time as well. And now bishop d2. Really clever indirect attack against the black queen. You don't want to allow that white knight to jump forward with his discovery. So the black queen
move.
Retreated. Yeah, interesting. Creative.
Pinpointing on the a5 queen.
Yeah, d5 happened. So we looked at something similar earlier, but now white has an e-file to look at. The black king down. And knight e4, bishop e5 blocking that e-file, hinting some checks maybe. And the last couple of moves were f4.
Provocation.
Yeah. Provocation, and this I think has provoked Aryan into maybe a bit of a weakening move, maybe something he'll regret. He's pushed a pawn forward, but suddenly look at this white king, and this becomes relevant in the final position, bishop h8. This is why I think it's Fischer random. What's the bishop doing there? King f8, white's advancing, but suddenly d3, and this move, just fantastic. Suddenly huge threat, bishop d4, hitting the white king. Who's checkmating who in this position? That's the big question.
Well, bishop d4 is something you don't want to allow, right? Because the threat is bishop d4 check, and after king h1 to push the e-pawn to e5, let's say, and queen comes to h4. So...
Well, there's a pawn there for the taking.
Yeah, let's talk about taking that first.
Exactly.
But then bishop b5.
Yeah, let's jump in with the board. Queen takes pawn is the most natural move for white, but would it backfire? As you mentioned, bishop b5 hitting the queen, Judith.
Yeah, and the problem is that white cannot keep an eye on both the d4 square and the d5 pawn. So let's say queen b3, and let's see how black wins, because here...
Check.
Bishop d4, king h1.
And now...
Isn't it just to transfer a queen to the attack?
But how is it checkmate? Because the white queen can come and block.
We can play...
kind of.
E6?
Almost. I wanted e6, but then the knight on e4 is a great defender.
Talking of the knight on e4, maybe it's something to do with f5 kicking away this knight. Is it now, or do we trade bishops first? Let's say f5 maybe. Hitting this knight. Yeah, maybe white is struggling here just because no good squares for it. If you retreat this way, then there might be some nasty knight checks as well.
Okay. e5.
e5 in...
Here. Here.
Or also you can go queen e8.
Wow.
Yeah.
less flashy, but...
Yeah, but e5 is just take and pass on, and you get checkmated in one.
e5. Beautiful stuff.
Okay, so this is something too scary, and not only scary, but it's bad.
Mm-hmm.
So queen takes d3 is not possible, right?
Doesn't look that way.
What about bishop c3? That's the most tempting move for me. And that's what happened.
On the board, Judith. Prediction skills on point, and...
Yeah, because you want to get rid of that potential threat of bishop d4, right? And you want to get rid of that bishop too.
Yeah, logical. I really want to kind of throw in d2, just throw this pawn away, just to deflect your pieces, but I'm not sure it works. I'm not sure it does much after the white knight takes.
After knight takes d2, what is the point for black? How can you take advantage of the fact that my knight is not on e4?
Yeah, they need to build a teleportation machine and get this queen out somehow to h4 in one move. It takes too long.
Can you try to do things to get... I was thinking of... Yes. Oh, Judith reads me so well. I'm like an open book.
Let's check it out. e5. And this looks very natural, trying to get the queen
seeing
out.
These games, you know, the first move comes to mind, knight g5, yeah? Just to block it.
You know what I'll do here, Judah? I'll take it with a rook.
No, it was a joke. It's just like things happen today, like you're not
expect the unexpected.
Yeah. Can I go g3, or do I have to play g3?
Wow. So just to get this threat off your mind, you want to play g3, but look at this white king.
Well, interestingly enough, he hasn't gone for e5, but Nordebek has chosen e6 with very much the same idea. I feel like e6 is a safer version.
Okay, look at the evaluation bar though. Undecided, but it's hating it. It looks like a bit of a mistake objectively. Just to prevent this idea. Yeah, makes sense. What else?
Sorry, I just don't want to get checkmated. Yeah. That's the only reason I played this ugly move.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but maybe there was something better.
But then you have pawn takes d5, and it feels like things could easily liquidate into an in-game which black is okay.
You know what's possible? To play queen b2 kind of move, or queen a2. Just queen h4, g3, and to protect that way, maybe. What about queen b2?
Genius. Let's get that analysis board up. Queen b2. So queen h4, g3, protecting across the board here. Yeah, this looks like a good defense.
But there's still, I don't know, it just feels so wild. If I were
queen b2, right?
Yeah, it does, because I'm thinking, well, you can. I'm trying to run through the whole order. Checks, captures, threats, and so I'm thinking pawn takes pawn is a possibility.
Eventually, we will look knight g5 after.
Yeah.
At some point, knight g5.
That move's on your mind now. Can't get it out. But yeah, right now it looks like this suits black. This favors black. Wow, the fine margins for error here.
You know what's my question? I cannot take on b7, can I?
Yeah, that crossed my mind too. Getting greedy, but apparently not.
No. I go c6.
C6, yes.
c6, sorry, I took your move.
Yeah. But I think we both had the eureka moment at the same time. I was thinking c6.
After e6, c6, and queen b4 check.
Wow, okay. And we do see that e6 has been given a question mark after the computers come to a conclusion here. c6, could this be the reason? And yeah, if I take...
Oops.
I can block with the queen, I guess. If I move this to this square, I'm going to end up getting checkmated. This is going to be a deadly attack against the black king.
That's not funny for black.
Not fun at all. So I can block with the queen. What is the killer blow?
Well, maybe just take and bishop b4 check. But maybe it's not enough.
Check. Still looks good. I have to run somewhere. You just take this pawn. And now without queens, at least the white king is not going to get checkmated.
Could you be... oh yeah, but it transposes to the same thing. It's just apples and pears. I was thinking of taking the pawn first. And keeping the pawns on... Queens on the board, yeah.
You mean instead of queen b4?
Yeah. Instead of queen takes queen.
But maybe instead of queen b4, you can just take c6.
So this position.
Here.
And if I take back...
No, I thought... now you can go for your...
takes and bishop h8. Queen b4, queen e7 takes, and bishop h8, bishop e4.
Although, yeah, this type of position we're talking about, and we do a quick count. Black's still okay. It's so crazy here. One slip, and white is winning. One slip, and the other way, and black is winning. It's wow. It's so crazy. Draw is definitely not happening in this game unless something even more unexpected happens. E6, current position. We think c6. Is that the move? We don't see anything else. Queen takes b7. We didn't see why it lost. Queen takes b7. I guess. Can black play queen h4 anyway? And then take and just block.
And bishop e8, right?
No more checks. It's checkmate coming now. Aryan's going to find it though. 20 minutes.
C6 is the most obvious move
Wow.
to try.
Get this. C6, only way to get an advantage. Anything else, it's going to be equal.
Of course, 0, 0, 0.
Yeah.
I hope.
Yeah, well, there's one line which is like bishop takes pawn, which we didn't look at. That was like 0.02.
I can say bishop takes pawn is not going to happen.
You see, these are the positions where intuition is lying. You just can't have it.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I have it that white should be good, but still, it's like, okay, there is the only move that you have to make. Actually, c6 is very obvious, but you have to calculate all the way. And if you don't understand what is really going on and how it wins, maybe you choose something else. Though there is not much of an option because queen h4 is on your neck.
And what are the chances of Aryan finding c6? And does it get a brilliant move?
I think simply, if you play a blitz game, you don't hesitate. If you see the move c6, you just play it.
But it makes a lot of sense that black king.
Yes, the black king got vulnerable after a6.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think he's going to find it. 20 minutes might not sound like a lot. He still has to make 16 moves before he even gets any increment, Aryan. But yeah, he's quite
he's
good
made
at
a
these
move.
positions.
He made c6.
Yeah, I've played him enough in my career to know that he'll find a dynamic move if he's given the opportunity, especially if the margin for error is quite small. But yeah, it's later on whether he can handle the time pressure, as mentioned there in the feature chat.
Yeah, and I have to say I'm slightly disappointed because it didn't get a double exclamation mark. It only got one.
It deserves at least one exclamation mark there.
I remember when I got my first brilliant move. I was like, oh, look at this. It made my day.
So after b takes c6, what is our conclusion?
Yeah,
e takes c6 or queen check or...
We haven't found a win yet for white or anything that looks like it gives a big advantage.
Okay, so if you go pawn takes pawn.
Let's jump in. Pawn takes pawn. Expected on the board.
And this is what I wanted to play. I want to play queen check.
Queen check.
That looked good.
E7.
I have to block.
And then now pawn takes pawn. I just thought.
Pawn.
But I think
bishop takes.
Take. And now.
And now nothing.
Can I be really sneaky here? If I go back after queen e7, I'm wondering if I can jump in like knight c5, for example. Hit your bishop. I mean, this is just wild.
And what about Judith's variation? I mean, how can we look at that? Because that was also super forcing. If we can revisit pawn takes pawn.
I don't want to exchange. So my question was if instead of queen b4 to take on c6.
And if I take you back?
Yeah, and here's something.
It does feel like there's
But
something.
here, do you not have...
Now, do we just take this bishop?
Can you not go bishop b4
Bishop
check?
e4. Bishop h8, bishop e4.
So bishop b4?
Bishop b4, you go king g7.
Ugh, blocking my own pieces, have to do it.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Bishop on h8. Absolutely.
Ugh. And now the question
is... Rook c6, queen h4.
And what happens?
Black wins, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. How does white stop this mate?
Queen b2 check and g3.
Oh.
That's so difficult to see visually. You can cover this square in 2 moves. Give a check.
I mean, that's clear that in this game, whatever is the evaluation, it does not make a big influence on the game. What will be?
But check it out. Bishop d4 at the end. Deflection.
Oh.
check, you take me, and I checkmate you. Oh my god, this game is crazy.
But it's called chess.
Yeah.
And what about king h7, knight g5 check? Maybe
you
that's
finally got your knight g5.
Finally, I got it.
Oh, I don't know which way to take. I can take with the pawn, take with the rook.
Yeah. But I'm also wondering if you give a check with the bishop rather than, sorry, queen b2, because I feel that one is not working.
And if I hide?
Yeah, what I wanted to ask was,
do we take and run?
Yes, you are on my wavelength.
Oh, it's so scary, but
I know.
So bishop d4.
Yeah, bishop d4, and I guess I just run for the hills. White's king is wriggling away to safety.
Can you imagine that you have to calculate all this at the board?
With 20 minutes and
for the rest of the game?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
That's scary stuff.
He's got to be using the opponent's time here. 20 minutes is not enough for White to defend this one unless you're cold-blooded and you can calculate. Let's go back to the game position, c6. And this looks good. Just to show the audience as well, they might be wondering why not queen h4. Looks like White is giving checkmate, but I guess Black's getting there. Black's giving checkmate, but White gets there first after queen b4 check. The king moves and actually maybe not knight d6. Maybe we just take this bishop. It feels like there must be a checkmate here. Surely.
Oh, yeah.
Well, also we saw that the white king is probably quite safe if it runs for the C's. I like my Arrested Development. Whenever they were in trouble, they were like, let's run for the C's.
Yeah, what a game. We'll have to take a breather from this one, I think. Let Abdusattorov try and work his magic. It looks like Black might be in trouble.
Yeah, maybe we can take a look at Magnus for short. I know that that's a boring game compared to all this.
But it's quite interesting in a strategic way.
It is a very interesting game.
Because, well, Magnus is actually making big inroads on the king side, but Wesley is pinning all his hopes on the queen side. And I love these type of battles.
And let's zoom out of this game. Yeah, it's time to check out that really tense battle. Ooh. This one between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. Which side to pick? It's hard to make a call here. Black has some, well, pair of bishops, but maybe one of the worst bishops I've seen in a long time. That being said, Black has access to the open file, the only open file in the position, and that could be an important detail later on, Judith.
Yes, it's very interesting. He did play b5, as we were talking about at some point, that it can be a playing opportunity for both sides. White reached out with the pawn structure, pawns g4, h4, h5, right? There was an exchange of knights. At first, I would like to play it. I would prefer to play it with White. I'm not sure I can tell you why. It's just intuition at this point.
Maybe it's pattern recognition. You've seen a bad piece like this bishop on d6.
On d6, you mean it's very bad. At the same time, the rook stands very well on b8. Rook b4 is coming there. a4 pawn is weak. a5 is not weak, right? Can you put pressure on the c5 pawn? No. Can you take advantage of my d6 bad bishop? Not really for the moment. So the question is, why really I would be so happy with White?
It's a very good question.
Right? That's what I'm saying. It's intuition, which I'm not sure it's not lying to me.
Yeah, it's hard to see a way to just prevent this kind of caveman plan. Really primitive idea of rook b4.
The question is, for example, whether is knight c4 favors White if, let's say, can Black capture on c4, or that really gives a clear advantage for White?
If White plants the knight on this beautiful square, let's jump in, knight c4. Let's, just for argument's sake, say capture. I don't think there's a rush. And now rook b4.
Rook b4.
This is a good case of beautiful bishop against a bad bishop, but more important factors potentially.
Yeah, I mean the c4 and a4 is just weak.
Well, you do have sneaky ideas on the D line.
Oh, c3.
Yes.
Ooh, c3.
c3 and
c3.
Rook a3. Rook a4 is a blunder to queen d1.
Wow, such cool geometry here, hitting the rook. Rook takes rook. It's not met by a recapture. It's met by a nasty check. And the detail is...
C4 was played.
Yeah.
C4. I like that move a lot.
I nearly said it as well, knight c4 or c4. I love that trick, actually, that you just pointed out, Jovanka. So I would have been too tempted by that, but c4, he's basically saying this bishop is dead for the rest of the game.
But my question is, after rook b4, are you going to play knight b1 or something to sacrifice the pawn on a4?
Yes.
Or first queen d1. That's...
Yeah. And put the knight on b1, c3. And I was just thinking about this type of position.
No, c4 is a wonderful move because actually it kills both of the bishops.
Yeah, I think I was thinking, do what David suggested of holding that a4 pawn.
Yeah, rook b4, maybe.
Yeah, I also think
and then try to trade off all the pieces and go into the endgame, which is going to be probably good for white.
Yeah, it looks like any endgame is going to be really nice for white. You need a few moves though. Knight b1, you need to kind of get it to c3 to hold everything together. You might need to drop your bishop back to evict this black rook. There's a lot of ifs, and the final if would be whether black can start opening the position on the king side a bit later on.
But now I go queen e8 and bishop d7.
Okay.
With my bad bishop, I'm going to take that.
You want to take it, but now I'm in time.
You're in time.
Knight c3.
I wanted to be in time to use my bishop to kick you out, but I wasn't in time for that one.
Okay, rook a b8. You want to go knight b5?
Right, provoke c6.
Maybe. Looks like we've plugged all the holes. I mean, the bar here is just confusing me so much it can't make up its mind. It looks beautiful for white, to be honest. How was white not better here?
Yeah, so queen d1.
Just holding everything, holding the pawn.
Okay, rook a b8. I don't waste my time.
Okay, let's drop back. I'm trying to come in.
Rook b3.
Yeah, that might be the nasty move. Killing two of my plans, killing the knight c3 maneuver and killing bishop d2. Because this pawn would then be en prise.
Yeah, because, I mean, time element is very important here, whether you reach out with your knight to c3, d5 or b5. But if not...
And you don't have moves like knight a3.
a4 is hanging, or it's not because of knight b5?
Knight b5.
Maybe the
that was like my...
this
maybe... I can see.
Oops.
Oh.
Oops.
There you go.
Yeah, maybe white's just one move too slow, and Magnus here after rook b4, which has been played by Wesley. Queen d1, maybe there's no time. Maybe it's too much of a kind of
maybe you have to
move here.
Go back and do your knight b1 plan immediately.
Or you can go rook a2 or rook a3. Oh no, that's hanging now.
Yeah, it feels like knight b1 takes knight c3. White has lost a pawn, but this really reminds me of a game between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen from the World Blitz, when Magnus basically gave up a pawn, a very strong pass pawn, but his opponent's bishops were totally dead against the knights. And this could be a case where white has full compensation.
I think it's a critical moment right now.
Critical moment for Magnus.
And it's not very often that Magnus has less time than his opponent, right? And this is the case right now. And the players have their time for the rest of the game.
Yes, we have to mention that the players are not getting any increment until they pass move 40, and then they will only get a 10-second increment. So play, it is fast and it is furious.
Yeah, and Wesley has had the upper hand against Magnus in many kind of blitz and rapid play tournaments in recent times. It's not going to be easy if this goes down to Armageddon, or if it does become a time scramble in knight b1. Big decision made.
Knight b1 is on the board.
Yeah. Magnus, I think, making a good practical decision, giving up a pawn, but at the kind of price, at least he has in compensation now of activating his pieces. Shall we? Wow, there's action everywhere. The Tari against Abdusattorov game.
But you know, maybe here also rook b3 possible.
Rook b3, maybe I can slide with queen c2. Okay, he was too tempted here. Wesley took the pawn. Can't blame him for that one. And now white's, okay, taking first. the rook's off the board, and then the white knight jumps forward with tempo. Quick flurry of moves here from the two players. Really speeding up now as we head towards move 40.
B3?
Yep, queen b3 likely, and then I guess we'll see white's knight defended, and then the rook will come.
But the question is, what happens if black goes back queen c6 or queen e8, and then bishop d7, a4?
Very good question. That looks promising to me. Wesley is about to move again. The players, they're playing as if it's blitz right now. They've made their last 3 or 4 moves instantly. I think we will see the black queen come back. You're right, Judith, and just push the pawn, which can be supported by black's bishop on this diagonal later.
Oof.
Should we take a pause from this one?
I think so. This one's very tense. And just looking at some developments, some big developments happen in the game between Aryan Tari and Abdusattorov, because it looks like Abdusattorov blundered and he was not punished.
Wow, okay.
Because we were discussing this position and we kind of did a really deep dive and we thought, okay, well, pawn takes pawn was the only move. And take a look what happened. No, it didn't happen.
Wow, let's jump back into this dramatic game, maybe the game of the round so far in terms of what's happening on the board. And this is the position we left at c6. Black took the bishops off the board and jumped in with queen h4. Look at this double question mark from the computer. And Tari didn't find the win here.
The check g3, right?
Yeah, Judith, you spotted it. I think we called it earlier. In this position, white gave a check from c5, but just to show the winning variation he could have played, it was actually choosing the b4 square, and this would have changed everything. This would have been a check, another check, and when the black king moves, g3, the key detail, you defend across the board, you gain time against the black queen, and next move, white wins a piece. This would have been game over. Huge miss. Mutual blindness there, and Tari, just before we left it, he had 21 minutes, so he's only spent a minute or two and he breezed past the critical moment.
Yeah. But you know, this is also one of the key skills for top players, to smell it when you have to think and spend the time, and when you really take your time because you feel that this is the moment, this is a crucial point of the game.
Yeah, this would have won on the spot, just to show what Aryan did in this position. Instead of checking from this square, keeping the option of dropping back to b2 alive, he checked from c5, and this changed everything, as we see there. White is not losing, but it's a huge miss. Suddenly, more moves. King g7, the black king runs. Now we cannot get to the second rank with gain of time with white. He did indeed go for the king run. Bishop takes d3, clearing space for the white king to start escaping, and now it's anyone's game. I have no idea who's better.
And you know why he played queen c5? It is kind of very tricky process if you think about it, because of course you see that there is a check on b4 and on c5. And simply probably he thought that queen c5 is great because after king f1 I can pull it back to g1. And then he was not looking further that is there something else with queen g4, other opportunity. So it's like what you start looking at first.
Yeah, I'm just so curious. Like, would Abdusattorov have found this as white? Did he spot it after playing queen h4? He blundered himself as black, allowing that opportunity. And now, okay, let's pick apart the remnants of this position. As you say, Judith, queen h1 maybe met by queen g1.
But queen f4 is also a check.
Yeah, queen a1, queen g1, and that would be game over.
This is what he blundered.
Yes, and he's missed queen takes pawn.
F4.
And now the big question for white is, do you play king g1 or do you run? And I don't know where the king is safer, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the downside with king g1, if we run back this way, is black does have minimum a draw. Black can go with a check and keep repeating moves. So if you want to play for a win, you either have to block with your knight, which feels a bit wrong somehow, or we run with the king out into the open.
Oh, but hang on a second. If you run out to the wilderness with e2, woohoo! I mean,
and simply b takes c6, I think.
B takes c6.
c6, bishop takes c6.
And if I take it,
queen e3.
Queen e3, yeah. And you win.
Yeah.
Whichever way you go, you win this piece.
But maybe instead of pieces.
So you've got rook f1. Yeah. I've been doing my tactics. for breakfast. not for lunch, not for dinner, but breakfast.
Wow, anything could still happen. I think King E2 would take Nerves of Steel right now in the game position. After Queen takes F4 check to come out this way. He's played it, has he? Okay, yeah. Queen takes F4's on the board.
No, I don't think
he's made a move yet. King E2 or King G1.
No, he's still thinking. And just humour me, if he does go knight to F2.
Okay, dropping back with the white knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels wrong. I can't tell you why, but...
He takes C6?
Maybe now your idea, Judith. And
wow.
The white queen now is kind of tied down defending this knight, so she cannot go and take the bishop on C6.
Yeah.
Black is 2 pawns up here as well.
So now it's Aryan who has to tread a very narrow path in order to survive this game. He has to find King E2. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Shall we leave this game on this cliffhanger and head over to other games which are really sharpening up? We have Alireza Firouzja. We have to revisit Hikaru, Gukesh against Hikaru. It seems everybody woke up in a fighting mood.
They chose violence this morning. And okay, where shall we go? It looks like action all over the place.
Let's go to Alireza. What do you think?
Yeah, let's go to Firouzja against Mamedyarov here. There's a black knight and an intruder in the white camp. I have no idea how it got there, but either way, this one has changed significantly since we were last here. And yeah, I'm not sure who it favors, all these developments. It feels like black is doing pretty well. Judith, body language, look how focused Mamedyarov is. He smells blood in the water. Clock times, quite dramatic. 23 minutes for black, 33 minutes for white. Firouzja at least learning from the mistakes of yesterday, keeping some time to spare up his sleeve. And yeah, quick pawn count shows it's still level material, but this black knight is maybe the key piece in the position.
That's a nice piece over there, yeah. From the black's perspective, not from white.
Yeah, and actually, if Firouzja lost this game, he would have started with 2 whites, lost both of his games in the classical portion, and that's a tough pill to swallow, to say the least.
Yeah, the problem is here, if white ever takes this knight, it's only going to be replaced by a very strong passed pawn. And okay, it would be opposite color bishops there, but still far, far from safety.
Well, right now he's kind of threatening with that, right? To take on D3 and rook D1 and capturing the pawn. So black has to be prepared for that. And there are many questions how to continue it with black.
So let's try and solve some of those questions. The moves that appeal to me immediately. Firstly, jumping in with the black rook
to E2.
To E2. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very tempting. I agree.
Another move would be something connected with B4, but I'm not 100% sure here. Breaking the black structure feels like a bit of a pity.
And what about improving the worst place piece? Bishop C8.
Oh, that's a classy one, Jovanka. Really sophisticated, getting ready to defend a passed pawn if it does land on the D3 square.
I would also consider to play A5 with an idea to B4 to strengthen the passed pawn.
Yeah, lots of tempting candidate moves here.
But only 21 minutes for the game.
21 minutes to go.
Yeah, Bishop C8 also gives a great temptation.
Yeah, that's the type of move Karpov would play, Bishop C8. I'm not sure Mamedyarov would play it though.
Somehow I would like to have my bishop on B7 or after A5, bishop A6, but I'm not sure it's the right path.
Yeah, and let's zoom out. Wow, we have the first result of the day.
Oh, wow. And that does mean that we are going to see an Armageddon to break the tie between Magnus Carlsen playing with the white pieces against Wesley So. And the players are actually not allowed to agree a draw before move 30. So, David, can you tell us what happened?
Jovanka, I can tell you they got to move 31 and then they agreed to draw. Those sneaky players, they know all the rules, they know all the loopholes.
Oh, wow. Well, okay. Well, this means in roughly 20 minutes or so that these two players will return to that table and Magnus Carlsen will have 10 minutes on the clock. Wesley So will have 7 and Magnus will be in a must-win situation. Somehow or other, there will be a decisive result between the two. But it does mean that Magnus will get off the scoring board.
Yeah, and maybe we can just show that final position for the sake of completeness. Sorry, Judith.
No.
You're seeing action elsewhere.
Action elsewhere in the Anish game. Finally, what we were expecting already for so long.
It has exploded, and just to show that final position between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, we left it here. Black has won a pawn, but White has dominance in the center, and Black's bishop's a bit stuck. White played rook a1 after the queen retreat a4, and actually on the lines you predicted, Judith, Black's bishop dropped back, protecting this pawn. And after rook a2, king f7, Wesley offered the draw. Magnus accepted that offer, and I guess it's because neither side can really improve their position. This pawn is a bit stuck. If it ever advances, it will be captured, and Black's piece is tied down defending it, White's piece is tied down attacking it, and yeah, ultimately dynamic equality, as they say.
I wouldn't offer a draw.
As Black.
As Black.
You'd want to play on and win. But Wesley happy, I think, with that result and confident of his chances in the Armageddon.
And not wasting energy, yeah?
Preserving energy. Black against the world #1. Makes sense. But you also mentioned that finally explosion happening.
Let's
in
go
game.
to Anish with Fabiano. I think there is something to talk about.
Yeah, you've been highlighting this peace sacrifice.
I was waiting for it for so
since
long.
the Middle Ages. And has finally appeared on the board. Well, Anish has decided that he wants to sacrifice a piece in order to get a very impressive pawn center. And let's get that board up, and whoa, anything can happen. You know, look at that knight on c4. It's stranded. It's a loose piece. d5 is in the equation. And how is Black going to untangle themselves?
Yeah, it's not easy for Black right now. It looks like Anish found the opportune moment to sacrifice a piece, improve his pawn structure, create all these threats. Right now, Black is a knight for just one pawn up. But yeah, suddenly threats in the air. Maybe we can do a quick recap of how we got here. It's only been a few moves since that big moment when White started pushing with the h-pawn, and it looks like Anish has outplayed Fabiano to a certain extent from a difficult position. Here we saw h4. Black didn't go for any of the plans we highlighted. Instead, a bit of a mysterious move, queen c6. I don't really get the point behind that one, I've got to say. He dropped the knight back now, and after a rook trade, rook d1, we saw rook d7. And queen a1, hoping to maybe get to the a2 square.
Or bishop a4 also.
Oh, nice. Bishop a4, big threat on the board potentially in some lines. Queen c8 and knight d4 landed finally before it's too late, before Black gets ready. And after that knight was captured, b5 has just been played.
Yeah.
Okay, so Fabiano hoping for en passant here. He wants this pawn to be captured potentially. But yeah, what is his plan? After knight takes, can White not step forward in the center, hitting this knight, hitting this bishop? He has to give the piece back. Looks like Black has to give back the material. Will this game fizzle out towards a draw if Black gives back the piece on d5?
Well, maybe that's the case.
Yeah.
This is the feeling I have.
A position like this, White is a pawn down, but with the bishop pair, feels like it should be full compensation. Maybe the White bishop will at some point land on d4.
It can land on d4 right now. And
also, I don't know if queen e5 is possible first, and then give the threat of bishop d4.
Yeah, suddenly a bit scary. Everything still possible. So this is one line if Anish wants something relatively safe, where he's just a pawn down and looks like he's got great compensation. What else could White consider? Pushing d5 now feels slightly less intuitive, because Black can give back the piece under more favorable circumstances. Here, you're still a pawn down, but Black has these two connected passed pawns. Feels like more risk for White, and not necessarily more reward. Yeah, I don't see too much here for White in terms of counter-attacking, while the Black pawns could potentially win the game. So what do we think? Is en passant going to happen?
I believe that probably c takes b6 is the right way. At the same time, it's not the most obvious. You don't want to give up those connected passed pawns, especially that after b5 is a really passed pawn on c5, right? Before it was not a passed pawn, but after b5 it could be. But the c4 knight is just such a strong outpost that I don't think there is any time that d5 could be strong or stronger than now. And that means that black can sacrifice back the piece and have a very strong position.
Yeah, you can't play around this piece. Sometimes a strong knight, you can kind of just play around it. And yeah, he has gone for that most logical of moves. We're expecting knight takes b6 now, and then d5. White will win the piece back. And still everything to play for in that position after black gives back the piece on d5.
Yeah,
Ivanka.
I was just going to say, I love Boris Gelfan's line about sacrificial players. It goes, the secret goal of every gambiteer is to win back the material they sacrificed.
Apart from King's Gambit players, you never want to. They just want to checkmate.
But they might get checkmated in 13 moves.
True. And okay, this is all happening at lightning fast speed. Body language, it's hard to tell who's most confident here. It looks like Anish is relieved, maybe.
I think Anish was very happy that he could give up with knight e4, and I think they both know that they go to the Armageddon. Definitely.
Yeah, I think so too. And maybe now is the perfect time to actually go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at some of the games that we haven't checked in on a while. So I'm thinking Gukesh against Hikaru, because that game does look incredibly tense.
Yeah, tense position. Actually, on the face of it, it looks like not too much has changed there, but there have been small and kind of big decisions, at least small decisions with big consequences having been made over the last few moves. F5 on the board. Judith, you've been predicting it for a long time.
Yeah. I was waiting it for a long time to see F5 on the board, because it's blocking the D3 very powerful bishop. And the E5 square, of course, it's a huge weakness of black's position, the only weakness. But the D5 bishop is also so extremely powerful of black's position, right? The black rook was forced to go back to A8 to protect the A6 pawn. But look at the bishop play by Hikaru, maneuvering from E7 through D8 to B6, attacking on D4. It looks like very promising. At the same time, this knight on b3 seemed to be that it gives a lot of unpleasantness for white, and it's attacking the d4, but I'm not sure it can give deadly big dangers for white after white is going, let's say, bishop e5 here.
Yeah, as just to put this on the board, bishop e5, and some of our viewers might be wondering, why isn't black going to take on f3? Why does black not just shatter the white pawn structure now? And
maybe he will.
Yeah, maybe he will. I guess we'll see a queen trade. And the question is, can black grab this pawn on d4? Is this what Hikaru is aiming for?
Well, now the f5 shows its weaknesses, right? Once you lose your, you give up the bishop from d5, that's another story. Having f5, it's already not funny. Having bishop c4, or after knight d4 capturing, and the e6 is taken, and then actually white can get a better position.
Yeah. Suddenly real weaknesses in the black camp. Maybe this f5 pawn, the a6 pawn. White's rook's more active than their counterparts.
Still no big deal, a5.
Yeah.
Bishop and d4 is just so powerful.
Hikaru will hold this if it comes down to it.
Yeah, but Hikaru is behind in time. He has only 18 minutes, while Gukesh has 26. And it's not an easy position.
Yeah. Do you think, given the opportunity, he'll head into that endgame where he'll most likely make a draw because he's down on time? Or will he keep the tension? For example, if white does just play a move like bishop e5, will he just say, okay, I'm just going to maybe play a move like a5 first, or, I don't know, play a useful improving move, rook e8, and just sit on the position?
I think it depends very much how he feels. If he feels extremely comfortable that he cannot get endangered, then he's absolutely going to be waiting for some opportunity.
It does feel like black can actually wait and make an improving move like a5, like you suggested, and then, okay, not bishop e5, queen e5. Ooh.
Feels brave.
Yeah, because it does allow bishop takes.
But I just don't understand this move.
Yeah, what does he want? The queen is not necessarily a great piece here. It's relying on tactics.
What about bishop f3?
He wants to take on e6 with
and
a check.
take on b3.
Yeah, tricky guy. Young players, they hold things together with tactics.
Yes, and well, we are leaving you all on a cliffhanger because we are going to take a short pause, and when the action resumes, well, we will be treated to an Armageddon game between Magnus and Wesley.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
Welcome back, and we are all systems go as we are waiting our first Armageddon game of the day between Magnus Carlsen and this man, Wesley So. He's been 3-time US champion, 3-time Philippine champion, 2022 Chess.com global champion and the 11th player to pass the 2800 barrier. And he's also been the Champions Chess Tour nemesis for world champion Magnus Carlsen. Ooh, he is quite the contender. What is his chances?
Yeah, he played a great game against Magnus in the classical. I think his chances are pretty decent, Judith.
Absolutely, I can agree with David on that. And he's a very stable player, right? He's rock solid. And but of course, it's not so easy, I think, for the players to switch in their mind that now draw is clearly a victory for Wesley, right? So Magnus should go out double or nothing. And I'm also expecting something sharper, somehow to get out of the comfort zone.
Right, Magnus, of course, with 10 minutes on the clock to Wesley 7 minutes, and Magnus being in a must-win situation. He needs to unsettle Wesley, and the two have actually played many times before, and I can remember that in their last Armageddon encounter last year, Wesley, playing with the white pieces, actually beat Magnus.
Okay, and those types of stats, those types of head-to-heads will be on the player's mind as they play the game a bit later. Magnus, it feels like he needs something a bit special, a bit different against Wesley this time. But we await the beginning of that game.
Definitely, and whilst we are waiting for that game, perhaps we should check out the Armageddon format, because this is what makes Norway Chess super exciting and unique. I do think every tournament should have an Armageddon in the case of a draw. And here we can see that the players will be playing with the same colours that they played the classical game. White 10 minutes, black 7 minutes. There's a small twist just to make life easier for the players, because 1 second will be added per move after move 40. It ain't much, but it's something. And it's, of course, it's 1.5 points for a win and 1 point for a loss. And black will win with a draw.
Yeah, we've seen 3 Armageddon games so far, 3 games yesterday, and yeah, those all came down to the last few seconds, nail-biting stuff, and sure to happen again. But while we wait for the game between Magnus and Wesley to begin, yeah, shall we delve back into the action, Ivanka?
That game, incidentally, will be starting in approximately 3 minutes, so we will switch over there as soon as it starts. So let's have a quick look at the other games.
Yeah, and here we do have our bird's eye view of the games. We will check in on the Armageddon soon. There have been huge developments in the clash between Aryan Tari and Nodibek Abdusattorov. It looks like that one has totally turned. Rather than a win for white, Aryan Tari missing a win pretty much on the spot earlier. Suddenly, white is 2 pawns down, and Nodibek's going to take the victory, surely, Judith.
Absolutely. This is what we've seen, that it was a very interesting game, I must say. Maybe the most interesting game of the whole tournament so far, with the crazy ideas in the opening. In the middle game, practically Tari outplayed Nodirbek, but there was a turning point when Tari played extremely fast, and it meant that things went on the downhill, and now I don't think Tari has any chance to save the game.
No, it looks very unlikely at this point that white can launch a comeback, and maybe we can just show an action replay of developments, because even after missing the win, he was still in the game, Aryan, and suddenly things fell apart. If we backtrack just a few moves to this position, after queen takes f4 check, we left it here. The white king did indeed poke its head out to e2. After e takes d5, rook f1 was the next mistake. We see the question mark attached to this move. There must have been stronger, but by this point, extremely complicated, of course. Black played queen e5, really nice move there. And we saw a few trades. The white knight was pinned, it fell off the board. And a nice tactic at this point, actually. After rook f4, it looks like things are falling apart for black, but Nodibek, so sharp, had spotted that he can simply take the white queen, not worrying about the Zwischenzug. Rook takes g4, check, because the black king can simply march forward, and after the black queen is captured, the white rook would drop at the end, black having too much material. So instead of this, white had to accept this sad position, and after rook takes c3, as long as black's careful, consolidates the material. 2 versus 1 on the queen side, 2 versus 1 on the king side as well.
Well, it happens in different games that once you lose the thread, then things fall apart, right? Especially if you don't have enough time to recover and you don't have enough time to to analyze and say stop to yourself. That okay, I screwed up. It's not good, but don't go all the way. You can still save the game.
Yeah, still some saving chances for Aryan if he's lucky. The bishop better than knights normally when they're pawns on both sides of the board. Reduced material, of course, but we're expecting a black win in that game. Meanwhile, we see Wesley first to arrive at the board. He's ready. 7 minutes. It's not a lot on the clock. He's got to be fast. He's got to be quick.
He certainly has to be very light-fingered with his pieces, and he has to be prepared to hold, because I'm sure that Magnus will come at him. Do you think he will employ the Mamedyarov approach, which is just sacrifice the pawn, go straight for the king, bam, in the bag?
I think he has to come up with something special, because if it would be a very slow game as it was the classical, I don't think then he has so many chances. I think it's very important to unbalance your opponent when you play with the white pieces. Definitely, you have to win, and we just see what's going on the board.
And so far, it's a repeat. The Berlin
Yes.
defense, exactly what we saw earlier. The players are going copycat style. Wow, what has Magnus got up his sleeve? Is he just going to play a 100-move game, beat Wesley on the clock? So far, okay. First deviation from that point. The white bishop comes out to g5, pinning black's knight. This is rare. Normally, the white bishop doesn't really want to necessarily give itself up for a black knight, but Magnus forcing Wesley to think. It's only move 7, and the players have only used a few seconds up to this point where you can see Wesley is surprised.
I was going to say, I was just looking at the database, and I'm like, it says there are no, there has to be some games. There are some games. Not many, just one.
So a rare line from Magnus.
Absolutely.
Well, it's a provocation, bishop g5, bishop h4, or that's how I'm taking it, that let's go, play g5, and then we'll see. But of course, Wesley is more solid than that.
Yeah, and I must admit, I'm surprised to see Magnus try and strike in the center. He's pushed the white d-pawn for a second time in this game, losing a bit of time there. And now, big moment, which way does Wesley castle? He castles queenside. I think that's a great move, and it shows Wesley is not afraid at all. Black has everything covered. And yeah, black is actually ahead in development, potentially. White is the one with a lot of ground to cover in the middle of the board. And you mentioned the provocation, Judith. The advance has begun. Wesley stepping forward, pushing pawns, kicking the white bishop away from the pin.
I don't understand what Magnus is doing here, what his plan is.
Well, he's attacking in the center on e5. What can Wesley do? Knight d7?
Just, yeah, hold the fort, step back, brace for impact. Yeah,
But then knight c4, so...
But I mean, can't you go, knight, I was going to say h5 as well.
Is this a pawn sacrifice?
Knight h5, good move.
Yeah, maybe a pawn sacrifice, but a lot of activity around the white king. Looks like one-way traffic in terms of who's playing for the initiative right now.
Magnus shaking his head.
Yeah, I would be shaking my head too, I've got to admit. I just don't think that this is the type of position that can be easy to play in an Armageddon, let alone creating winning chances for white. It looks like black's having all the fun, and it's far quicker, far easier, speedier to attack than it is to defend.
And is black actually threatening to capture that pawn in the middle of the board?
So I'm going to take bishop takes e5.
Just might as well suffer for something, right, Judith?
Yeah.
Take a pawn and hope for the best.
You phrased it perfectly well.
But you're going to suffer quite a bit, because after all the exchanges, there is a bishop takes
f3,
knight.
Queen f3.
But then you
rook d2, queen.
Yeah, so Magnus wasn't attracted by that and instead reinforces the center. Well, he has a queen a4 in the pipeline, but his position doesn't look all that, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, an easy moves for Wesley So. He just trades in the center, opening things up for his bishops.
Isn't this a pawn, by the way? If c takes d4, bishop takes g3 and rook d4?
Yeah. It looks like it's falling apart for white. Just what has Magnus got up his sleeve? He was the one who chose this opening variation. He did not surprise Wesley in the end. Clock time still looking healthy for Wesley, over 5 minutes. Magnus just under the 8-minute mark.
Is it time to actually come out with the queen to a4?
Counterattack, Ivanka. You want to go after this loose a7 pawn, go for the black king, at least maybe gain a tempo in the process. Looks logical, but some calculation needs to be done there. Magnus burning the clock.
Yeah, I do like this comment which says, no, keep the faith. Brace yourself for a brilliant move from Magnus.
He needs one.
He does need one. I mean, his position looks like he's losing control.
Yeah, and long think now, over 1 minute in an Armageddon game. This is potentially crucial. What does he do now? He does simply capture, and your question now, Judith, is going to be answered. Can black simply grab a pawn? Take this bishop, take this pawn on d4, there's a pin. This knight is pinned, so the d4 pawn is not truly protected. Maybe he's just going to gamble there, just move his queen and hope for the best. I don't see it. I think he can be greedy here, Wesley.
Well, let's see if he's going to be greedy.
Yeah. Other options maybe include bringing the bishop to b4, creating a double pin on this diagonal, if you want to be fancy, but
He does go for that idea.
there we go.
I mean, you still have knight takes bishop on your pocket, and then the plan of actually opening up the h-line.
Yeah, did you see Wesley looked up at the screen where he can see what move number it is? He's already thinking about getting to move 40, getting that 1 second increment, but it's only move 15. Still miles away from that.
He has a lot of moves to make. Okay, the queen.
There's a sacrifice. Bishop f3, exchange is gone.
Wow.
But if you're in a situation where a draw is equal to a win, are you going to gamble with those type of moves?
Queen a4 that Magnus has just played?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is gambling. That's
Well,
for sure.
yeah, exactly. But grabbing the material. Well, Wesley, he's a cool customer. He says yes, absolutely. So he's going to take that rook.
And is Magnus going to meet a capture of his rook by taking this black a7 pawn?
Yeah, but it is a rook.
It's a true gamble. Yeah, I don't know if you have any checkmating attacks there. You just have to hope for the best. But it feels like if you don't play that, you're just material down for free. He has to take this pawn.
He goes for queen a7.
Yeah, and the idea is to bring the white knight forward to take away the black king's escape square. But wow, nice move from Wesley. There was some tactics there. The black queen was threatening to go back to
G4.
a5. Ooh, g4.
But or takes first.
He trades, but now there's no back rank checkmate, at least for white. The white king has some breathing space, so the white knight can jump.
Knight e5 on g4.
Maybe.
Yep.
Has Wesley
And
just
white wins.
missed an opportunity? Big threat. Knight e5 takes away the black king's escape square. Queen a8 will be a checkmate. Wesley needs something now.
Well, can you not play f3? Sorry, f6.
Yeah.
Classy. Control that white knight.
Exactly.
Then I go e5. e6. Another checkmate. Right?
Oh, nothing gets past you. Wow.
I think knight g3. I'm not sure it was good.
This was a great gamble. Suddenly, at least there's attacking chances, and he's forced Wesley to think. 3.5 minutes for Wesley, so he's not coming back. Only 1 second increment after move 40. White's got a decision to make now. No queen trade, surely. Maybe you can give a check to the black king.
Check and come back to a4, right?
There we go. He's going to play that. Queen back somewhere. And the black king is out in the open.
Magnus is back in business.
At least it's double-edged now. It's extremely complicated. He's got a knight and a pawn for the rook. And 3-minute time advantage.
And could Wesley try to play it safe and actually step back with the king to c8 and say, you know what? I'm going to house my king on b8. And if you want the draw, you're welcome to it.
I think that was the best move, actually.
Yeah.
Best decision. Because f5, d5, look at that.
Wow, he took a leaf out of your book, Jovanka, just controlling that white knight with f6, Wesley So, but suddenly Magnus has the time to open things up. That black king, it might be in huge trouble. He goes back. And how does Magnus continue now? And Wesley, again, looking up. He's trying to check what move number it is. He's struggling now, under 3 minutes.
But it's also the tension, I think, that he's just
the nerves.
Really tense.
Now how to continue the
e5,
initiative.
of course. Of course, e5.
But
in the flow now, Magnus. Push forward at any cost.
But can the king not hide itself on b8? Safety first when you
Well,
have this type of limited time?
But then already you can go e takes f6, takes on d5, f7, knight d5, you protect. I mean...
He does hide. The black king on b8. We're expecting Magnus now to either push or take this pawn. I think take it.
I think take it on f6.
Yep, open up your rook, get that past pawn. He's got to make a decision. Magnus Carlsen, he's maybe mulling over even capturing on c6 first.
Though after e takes f6, maybe rook f8.
Just to hunt down this pawn.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. Will we see that variation? Wesley, head in hands.
6.
He goes for it. Ooh, fumbling the pieces there, Magnus. A bit of nerves, potentially. No, his pawn has landed on f7.
Of course, rook e8, knight e5.
Big, big initiative for white. Great compensation for the material. Look at this passed pawn on f7.
Maybe it's time to actually try and trade off queens.
Yeah, white will not agree to that trade, though, surely.
Yeah.
Okay, the queen slide.
Okay, the queen. Oh.
Knight e5.
Knight e5.
Big threats now. Knight forks all over the place.
And
ooh,
can he play it now?
Yeah.
What is this?
Can you give a check? Wesley's banking on the fact that he can give back some material. The white knight can jump into d7 with a family fork there, but it will be captured immediately. Should be winning, you feel like, for Magnus. He's got the safer king if he wins back the material, but still some calculation to be done.
And, well, Magnus, plenty of time on the clock. He has just under 4.5 minutes. This is a very critical position.
Yeah, Wesley has 2 minutes to make 13 moves.
What do you think about queen d7?
Beautiful.
You're smiling on queen d7.
Queen to d7, hoping.
The only thing I don't see the threat.
Yeah, I don't see the threat either. But beautiful move, though. And it was forced Wesley to think. Magnus lifting his rook.
Can you use that idea and play queen to e8?
Yeah, there would have been some tactics there. I'm not sure it was quite working out. But Magnus is going for direct checkmate. He's lifted his rook up, shifting it across the board. Queen a8 was a mate threat, so black has had to play c6, opening up space for his king. He's got to run. Just like Aryan Tari in his game, the king has got to go on a walk. But Magnus is hunting it down. Surely this is winning for white. Judith, you're the attacker here. Is this decisive? Continue. Rook b3.
Rook b3 looks good.
Wesley at this point looks up more in hope than expectation. He's only got 1 minute and 52 seconds, and it looks like the black king is not going to survive that long.
Rook b3.
And you do feel that there are some ideas of knight takes pawn as well.
Yeah, knight takes c6 threatened. Knight takes rook on f7 threatened. Oh, maybe now your idea, Jovanka.
Yes.
The knight can capture on c6. There might be better. There might be even stronger.
But maybe just queen b6 check.
Yeah, take the material back and then go for checkmate after.
Well, if king c8, then yeah. But also rook f3.
Rook f3 could be a killer in the next couple of moves. He plays it immediately, Judith. Nice spot there. Full board awareness, and that white rook is entering the 7th rank.
No, it's one. The rook is.
It's game over.
It's game over.
He can still. Oh.
No, still not. Wow.
One check, and it's over. Rook check.
Rook check.
Wesley's going to resign.
What a game.
Ooh.
What a game.
What a gamble by Magnus Carlsen. And there he takes it. He played a very risky game, but he gets away with it and he emerges with a win in Armageddon. And he will walk away with 1.5 points and Wesley just 1. Whoa. Magnus must be thanking his lucky stars there, because that was an incredible attack at the end.
Yeah, and it came out of nowhere. The opening cannot be classified as a success for Magnus Carlsen, but he turned it around. He turned on the style when he needed to, Judith.
Yeah, it's absolutely it. I'm just rethinking how were these moves and which was really the turning point here, right? That he made an awful opening, and when things went really wrong, then he shaked himself and said, okay, come on. I mean, it's time to play well. Right? I mean, somehow this is the feeling I had, and then he shifted to gear 5, and then probably from one point on from d5 e5, I wouldn't be surprised if he was just making the best moves.
Yeah, I mean, when he was given the initiative and the chance to hunt the king, he was just simply relentless, and you felt like Wesley was powerless. But in the meantime, we do have a result in the classical portion, and we can see by the body language of the players, Nordebek Abdusattorov does beat Aryan Tari and nets 3 points. Some very important points.
Yeah, some very important points, and it could have been a totally different story here. Aryan Tari had a win in basically one move, but he missed the opportunity. And Abdusattorov discussing the game now. I wonder whether they see it. I wonder whether they both realized that White had a winning move.
I have the feeling that Nordebek realized it, because it happens very often that you make a move and then you realize it. Oops. It's something really bad, and these are not good moments for Tari. I mean, when you lose a winning position, especially if your opponent was or going to tell you where you really missed your opportunity.
Yeah, and it's nice to see them discussing the game, but heartbreaking stuff. Aryan Tari played so well, just not rewarded. And actually, that game was about to end in a mating attack. It was about to end in checkmate. So, yeah, really brutal turnaround, really brutal finish.
Certainly, and I do think that Nordebek was showing Aryan how he could have won, because their gesturing kind of correlated with the moves that we had highlighted of the queen checking and then G3.
Ah, okay. You saw them look at
they were looking at that square, and then Aryan was talking about G3.
I was surprised actually not to see Aryan shake his head a bit more than if he'd realised, if either player had realised. I would be crying. I would be running out of there if I had missed such an opportunity and my opponent had told me immediately afterwards.
But Aryan is not that kind of person. I mean, when I've pointed out stuff to him, he's always kind of like, oh yeah, smile on his face. Okay, no worries.
Well, this was a great opportunity for him, but he missed it, but he was very close.
Yeah. Definitely a lot to learn from those games. But we still have 3 classical games continuing. Shall we take a quick peek at how they're getting on?
Some very interesting things happening between Alireza and Shak. There are some strange things. Pawns are missing where you're supposed to see one on the board.
Yeah, it just looks so random, the position now, and it looks like Mamedyarov has definitely lost control. It looks promising for black, but we see the evaluation bar up on white's side, so maybe a miscalculation from Mamedyarov. This one is going to be a scramble, 7.5 minutes against 8-minute 43, and this is the current position. It looks, on the face of things, Judith, like the white king is in so much trouble on this diagonal, but there's no knockout blow.
At the same time, look at the bishop on d4. Before it was standing on f2 with very passive location for the bishop, and after somehow grabbing the pawn on c5 from d4, then it has a fantastic outpost on d4. And okay, we shouldn't forget that the b1 bishop is also extremely powerful. g3 queen stands very well. The only problem for white is that the g2 pawn is missing, and there is a back rank problem possibly.
Just one or two things, one or two small details.
Yeah, just small details.
Wow, and maybe Mamedyarov got to this position instinctively. He thought, okay, there's going to be something on the diagonal bit here, but if there's no breakthrough, you could just be lost. I don't see a move here for black. Simply this rook is attacked, and you don't really want to start trading everything off here. I mean, you can't take this pawn because of checkmate. Whoops. On g7.
Well, it's a question. Knight d1 would be something to look for, right? So what happens after knight d1?
Yeah, let's jump in. Knight d1. Really tricky move there, Judith. Great practical try.
Very tricky because you cannot capture on f6, right? Because of rook e1 checking, g2, knight e3, and then bishop c8, for example.
Nice.
And black is winning. So that's why white has to be extremely careful.
Yeah, but there are some desperado checks in the air for white. So, for instance, you could go bishop h7. That was one move. That caught my...
out the way and take the knight.
And take the knight. That was
but
one.
After that...
I wasn't sure.
G6.
G6.
I think black is having a fantastic position suddenly. So it's like really it can shift from one move to another.
Yeah, knight d1. What is the solution there? Is it just a rook slide? Do I just threaten checkmate maybe?
Yeah, maybe just rook g2 and everything is protected by white.
I cover the E1 square now, so no checks.
And it's easy to blunder that all these things just work out for white.
Yeah, I mean, it could be turning out that this black knight is lost. This one, I see in the featured chat that Firouzja will grind this out to a win. Maybe he'll win spectacularly. Looks like this one is going in either direction. Wow, it's on the board. Knight D1, Rook G2, and G5. Mamedyarov, with white, he plays G4. With black, he plays G5.
But we talked about it. If you don't play G4 or G5 nowadays, you're out of fashion.
That's why I'm such an unfashionable guy. Yeah, it's a force of habit by now. G5, and I mean, how do we unpick this chaos?
I mean, it's just wild, isn't it? Okay, so in these type of positions, it's very much move by move. So we have to go for the checks, the captures, and the threats. And if they fail, then simply develop. And that would be the light squared bishop. So is there anything wrong with actually capturing the knight? Sorry, the rook? The rook is what I wanted.
Yeah, I guess.
You know, after bishop f6, queen f3 is killer.
Whoa.
I think.
Let's jump in. 6-minute 50 for Firouzja. We have to analyze this. Bishop takes.
I mean, there are crazy lines, right? Bishop f6, queen f3. You cannot take queen f3 because rook d1 and bishop f3 mate.
Oof. You've done your puzzle rush, Judith.
Yeah.
Well, it's just instincts at this point. Attacking and checkmating.
Okay, so after queen f3,
it's game over, right?
Game over. Rook check is the threat. Well, and
bishop
queen.
h7 will not help you, I guess, because the pawn on g5. So king h7, queen c7, king g6.
Oof, look at this.
And you sneak out onto h4.
King march, check, and no more checks, or no more good checks. You can take this, but it's not going to end in checkmate because I can drop back and block at the very end. What a long variation that is, like 10 moves, and it turns out black is fine with the king on h4.
Yeah, because it goes on, takes on h5, takes on d1, but black is not taking on g2, but rook e2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pin and win at the very end.
And after rook g1?
I mean, literally.
Yeah, or king h4. I wanted king h4
King
myself,
h4, king h3.
That's more
brutal.
Instructive. Wait, h3?
King h3, you have move. It's no stalemate.
Yeah.
Ah, it's my rook. Oh, wait.
You have a rook on g1.
It's almost stalemate. Oh, so close. I got excited there. Oh, dear. So this is all forced.
We were fast losing it for Firouzja.
Yeah, but...
He just had a better position.
Let's backtrack. In the current position, he cannot play the most obvious move on the position. He would lose on the spot. Bishop takes rook.
But there are other moves that he can play, which are just attacking, which follow the rules of calculation, which is bishop e4. Mm-hmm. And the last one is bishop h7. And if those don't work, then, okay, we simply improve. But bishop e4, this one looks good.
And
rook takes bishop.
Rook takes bishop. It might be very important that here the black... Okay, I was going to say the black rook can give a check, but the white bishop can slide back. Here, I guess, maybe black can just take this pawn, and white is all tied up. Look at this king in the corner, smothered by its own pieces. And bishop takes, rook takes e4. What, therefore, is the winning move for white?
So you could now go bishop takes rook, or you could also go rook takes knight. So
suddenly everything is hanging for black. The rook, the knight, the house is falling.
Yeah, and you have ideas of bishop takes g5 as
well.
well.
I think that's the key point, that after rook moves back to e6 or somewhere, then bishop g5.
Yeah, and tactics, but either way, it looks complicated, but in white's favor. So right now...
Or not.
At least until bishop takes g5. I think maybe we can just take the knight in that case, but bishop e4 looks like a killer move. Or at least it looks like a good move. And this position, yeah, I think just here we mentioned just rook takes knight. And there'll be some nasty checks for white to give as well in some
bishop
positions.
Bishop e4 is on the board.
Yeah.
Found it. Great move from Firouzja.
And talking about the clock situation, it's move 34. And of course, the players will get 10-second increment per move once they pass move 40. So Firouzja not in any serious time trouble.
Yeah, definition of serious. He's in time trouble, but not serious time trouble. He's had worse. Yesterday was far worse from Firouzja. The clock handling there
And look at the two bishops. What a beautiful place on the board, e4 and e4.
Yeah, I was thinking of getting my first ever tattoo, and it would be two bishops. I'm not sure I'm brave enough, but the bishop pair, when they're working together in tandem like this, it's beautiful. Bishop e4, yeah, looks like a killer move. And later we want to talk about the two bishops in the Nakamura game. He has the bishop pair there, and potentially an advantage as well. Yeah, bishops dominating knights. Look at that black knight. It's gone off the board in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at, I was going to check the engine just to find out. Yeah, only one move to stay in the game somewhat, and that's you have to capture that bishop as we predicted. And now, bishop takes rook.
Yeah, and I think that's the only move.
It's immediately played by Firouzja.
Yeah, he's worked it all out. He paused for a minute or two, but a good investment on the clock. Still 5 moves to make before.
But I have a question. What happens if queen f6?
Wow. Okay, let's jump back in. Queen takes f6. There's 2 tempting moves there for black. Either we give a check on b8.
Yes, and then I go king g7.
Okay.
After taking the bishop, I want to go rook e7.
Aha. Do I take the bishop? Maybe I've messed it up already. Rook e7,
No,
you've blocked.
You're fine.
Yeah, you've blocked and you've got some counter-attack ideas.
You've got rook g1, yeah.
Yeah, so in this position after queen takes f6, do I just recapture the knight instead, maybe?
But what was wrong with that position for white?
Oh, sorry. Let's go back there.
Sorry,
Back at this
yeah.
final position.
Oh, this one is also good.
What did you want to make here?
Just drop the queen back to
maybe
to
d5.
Squares.
Then knight e3.
Yeah.
Ah.
Or you go queen a8.
Yes. And it's all gone wrong.
Queen a8. Feels like a loss of control either way.
But then, yeah, I mean, c3 is also hanging, kind of, right?
Even if black takes here and starts motoring these pawns.
Wild.
Unclear. So let's go back to the position. Queen takes f6. I think it's a good practical try, Judith. You mentioned it. But maybe just rook takes knight.
Yeah, and then I wanted to go rook f4.
Nice. Block my queen.
I mean, somehow trying to survive, right?
But now I can check and win your bishop.
Oh, because it's a pin.
No, but there's a queen to d1 at the end of it.
No.
I'm blind. This would be a check, and black is the one winning.
Yeah.
Wait. Bishop takes f6, queen takes f6. This is still so crazy. I think Shakriyar should just take this piece and hope for the best.
Well, probably he does not have too many other options, right?
Yeah, just take this bishop right now.
Oh, but wait 1 second. If you take the bishop, how is the double, the endgame with 2 rooks versus a queen?
Oh.
Queen to b8 check.
Okay, king move, take, and you want to give up your queen here?
Yes.
Yeah, this one, if this white pawn survived one more move, I think maybe, but here queen takes pawn.
Queen takes pawn and, yeah.
Yeah, the white rook's not coordinated.
But look at that, we are going to have some fire because Mamedyarov is going down to 2 minutes. While Firouzja also not full of time, but he has only 3.5.
You can see visibly nervous now, Mamedyarov.
The body language tells it all.
Hard to hide your emotions when you've only got 2 minutes.
And when you have this position and you have to calculate non-stop, and you may lose in one move.
He's about to move something. It looks like he's reaching for his rook. Rook to e3, something we didn't consider, but immediately a question mark pops up on the screen. This looks natural to me, but what has he missed? Looks like there might be a king walk incoming from the black king.
But what is the threat? I mean, can you not capture...
Bishop g5, right?
Yes, there's that.
This one, there's 2 moves, 2 main moves to consider. Rook takes knight or bishop takes pawn.
No, bishop takes pawn, he wants to go rook f3.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he wants to do.
Rook takes f3 and counterattack.
And if queen b8 check, just rook f8 and everything is pinned and everything is hanging.
Crazy stuff.
It is crazy stuff. And, well, whilst we are going to stay on this super exciting game, the press did catch up with Magnus after his Armageddon win over Wesley. So let's see what he had to say.
Magnus, you end up with a win today. How important is that for the confidence in this tournament?
I'm not sure about the confidence. Like, the game that I won was pretty poor, but I mean, at least getting to attack him was fun.
Did you feel you had any chances in the classical game today?
That's a difficult question. Like, I felt that I was probably a little bit better, or not really better, but that my position was slightly easier to play, but real chances, probably not.
You're saying it's hard to assess your real chances. There was quite a bit of a tipsy-turvy Armageddon game there. We went up and down. How would you summarize it?
Well, it mostly went down, and then it went up.
Good luck tomorrow, Magnus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Magnus still showing us he has a sense of humour, as he loves there at the end. And here are today's scores. Magnus Carlsen winning that Armageddon game, does walk away with 1.5 points. And for Nordibek Abdusattorov, he won in the classical game against Aryan Tari and therefore gets 3 points. With the other games, everything is still yet to play for. And we are going to rejoin that super exciting action here in the game between Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And the clock is ticking down and the position is completely mad. Anything can happen. All three results possible, although it does look like, according to the evaluation bar, that white is winning.
Well, the reason is because rook f1 would seem to be a very tempting move to play queen g2 checkmate in the next, but unfortunately rook f1 would be with a check. And the other problem for black, rook f2 is another very important idea, but then white is going to be sacrificing the queen on b7 and after that taking with the bishop the rook. So I don't see exactly how black can survive, because
well, you still can make some random moves
rook
like
f4.
Yeah, rook f4,
but rook g1.
And then white's pieces are very much tied down, and so you can still kind of go h5.
Wow, you want to play
h4.
slowly. Maybe.
No, I want to play something. And also, don't forget, we have b4 as well in the air. And don't forget, this bishop is super important, that there is a bishop on d4 willing to come back to g1.
Yeah, not right now, but in some variations, if there's a back rank check, the bishop can block. So right now we're expecting rook g1, just defending the checkmate threat on g2.
But it's interesting. What do you think after rook g1 to go rook g4?
But then maybe rook f1 check, and we'll see a king walk, and it's going to get crazy.
Of course, a king walk.
Yeah, maybe he has to go for this. He has to gamble, Mamedyarov. If we reach move 40, we're about to reach move 40 next, and he's still a rook down, then he is unlikely to save the game.
20 seconds, 15 seconds for Mamedyarov.
He's got to make
D2.
2 moves. 2 moves in 10 seconds. No increment yet.
And queen swoops into f3. Still no threat. This bishop on d4 is an amazing defender.
And now Firouzja, 30 seconds to make his final move before getting 10-second increment. Wow, this is the hardest moment to pick. I would just throw in a check and then...
I would just go bishop g1, I think.
But that's the thing, David. You can throw in the check, but you only get a 10-second respite. The action is still going to keep pounding.
Whoa, h3, given a question mark there, we saw briefly. And... while Mamedyarov turns away, queen takes h3. Has he lost on time?
No, he's...
Or has he just resigned? I think he might have resigned.
No, I think he lost.
I think,
What
judging by
here?
his body language, it does appear that
time,
Shakhriyar lost on time.
Well, he lost the
we'll
game.
Find out.
I think he lost the game. That's very clear of the body language, and the position also proves that.
Yeah, his position was losing, but it must have been the clock. He had 5 seconds to make his final move. Maybe he just wasn't in time.
0-0-0.
We see on the screen confirmation. We see the clock has ticked down. He didn't execute the move in the allotted time there, and it was difficult. He was going to be a piece down anyway with the lost position. But yeah, disaster for Mamedyarov. Firouzja bouncing back after yesterday's loss.
Yes, and whilst there are still 2 games in operation, can we pop in to the Gukesh Hikaru Nakamura? Because there it looks like Hikaru is firmly in the driving seat.
Yeah.
Very much indeed.
See it on the camera. We talked about the bishop pair, my favorite pieces in chess. Black's 2 bishops are just controlling everything. The white knight looks nice, but hitting thin air right now. Black is also a pawn up with full control.
Yeah.
Do you foresee any comeback here, Judith? Any chances of a swindle?
Well, I think there is only a blunder option for Black to not to win the game, but it seems like it's very close to the moment where some extra more material will be gone.
Don't forget, the players are playing on seconds. They will be receiving a 10-second increment per move. That's it. And the queen comes to e3, and there we see the belief that Hikaru's fans have. They will win this.
Gone.
Yep. And bishop coming to d4. Well, Gukesh. Ooh,
a blunder, and maybe missing this last move from Gukesh. Okay, the white bishop drops back, hitting the black queen. The black bishop in the center is pinned. The black queen needs to move, but yeah, Hikaru still has things under control. Queen trade will favor black.
Maybe white had another move, bishop b1 or something, right?
Some tactics were in the air, but no time.
Yeah. And Hikaru
What
playing
about check
very
on
fast.
e7 and knight c6?
You can do that, but the bishop takes pawn. Yes.
That's the difference, I think, Judith. The bishop, if it had occupied any other square for white, it would have kept the connection between white's rook on d2 and the pawn on f2. There were tactics
bishop
all over the
f6.
place. Yeah, keep things under control. Looks nice and healthy. Now no more checks. A rook trade.
This was the killing move.
Yeah. Oh, Gukesh fought so hard. He carved out a chance from nothing just as we jumped in, but Hikaru now with 30 seconds should be enough. Rook trade is not going to help. White's pawns are all dropping. All too weak. Pawn down as well.
Well, maybe he will try knight e5, bishop f6, knight c4, trying to escape to different color bishop endgame.
Yeah, but there's a pawn hanging on a4 as well. There's 2-pawn disadvantage. Unlikely to save him. He's fighting to the bitter end, though.
He's still
Hikaru's
fighting.
technique's so good.
Oh, bishop f6, bishop c4.
Exactly. At least you're eyeing up the e6 pawn.
Wow, and I did just check. Gukesh would have had the advantage if he had put his bishop on a different square. A big advantage for white.
Instead of bishop e2.
Yeah, wow. So there was a mutual blunder. That shows how decisive the clock times can be. But in the end, too difficult. And unfortunately, his instincts let him down there, Gukesh. Okay, will Hikaru cling on here? 20 seconds against 20. Should be a win.
It absolutely should be a win. Also, there is bishop f6 attacking the knight in the air.
Yeah.
It's looking good.
Bishop pair just too strong. Gukesh fighting for his life. Okay, it's down to 1 pawn, the deficit now. Still some chances.
But only seconds. Hikaru has 7 seconds.
Hikaru looks nervous visibly. You see him counting there with his fingers. Bishop f6. He's allowing a simplification down to an opposite color bishop ending, but he will be down. He will be ahead. Sorry, 2 pawns. And okay, a check. The black king has to move.
b3.
Yeah, he's fighting for his life, Gukesh.
Definitely he does.
Fighting admirably. And the black bishop will move out the way. Black will create a pawn, pass pawn on the queen side. Is that enough? Hikaru shaking his head.
Yeah, realizing that he should have won the game already.
He should have won the game, but he's still winning if he can hold his nerve. This feels like Armageddon, even though it's the classical portion of the event still. And okay, Hikaru repeating, gaining a bit of time, or at least asking the white king to go back where it came from. He's hitting pawns on both sides of the board, that's why the bishops are so strong. And we will update you all on the other results. The classical game between Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana is about to be drawn. So we will see more chess today, more action in Armageddon.
Absolutely. And that's our favorite part of the event. It's so unique. And there we see Gukesh attack Hikaru's pawn.
Actually, he's giving a good fight.
Yeah, Hikaru nearly touched the piece and then he took his hand back. He was like, sorry, I'm going to play something else. He was about to push his e-pawn forward.
It's getting more and more difficult for him to convert his advantage. I mean, he has an extra pawn, but now you have to put effort. Probably king f7, f6, g5.
Yeah, things are disappearing from the board, so drawing chances may be increasing, but black should have enough pawns remaining. I'm impressed the players are still writing down their moves with only a 10-second increment.
Well,
probably they have to, right?
I think they have to, but Gukesh now down under 10 seconds, and he has to make a move. Ooh.
2 seconds left when he made that move. The black king is coming though, Judith. The remaining piece, the remaining forces in black's army are being activated. Oh, the white knight having to retreat some really bad squares, but still fighting.
Hikaru coming forward with his king.
Increased his time to 30 seconds.
He does. But somehow you feel that both players are super stressed. This is not calm chess by any means.
No, and we do have confirmation that the other remaining classical game between Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana was a draw in an opposite colour bishop endgame. So we will see the Armageddon clash between those two in around 20 minutes' time. But meanwhile, all eyes on Gukesh against Nakamura.
Now bishop g4 is in sight.
Oh, 5 seconds for the youngster. He defends his pawns. Black still needs to create that passed pawn.
Well, bishop e6 is something to consider for Nakamura, right?
Yeah.
Is he going to be simplifying? Is it the best way to win?
Yeah. And you see Hikaru
jumping.
Indecisive that he was reaching for the king when he changed his mind and said, well, you know, let's put my bishop on a stable square.
I love what Gukesh has been doing, though. He's made it really difficult for the black king to enter, to break into the white half. Black still maneuvering around with the bishops. Feels like Hikaru doesn't want to commit yet to a specific plan.
But I'm thinking if... I thought maybe a4 and bishop a2 could be an option, but knight d2.
I think he's going to go for the other plan you mentioned, Judith. He's going to make sure the circumstances are all perfect, and then he'll trade off maybe light squared bishops and run with the black king in one of the two directions, maybe against the kingside pawns on the side for white there that have been abandoned.
Maybe he wants to go bishop c6 and a4 after all.
Yeah, at the right moment makes a lot of sense. But no need to rush. I think really good practical play here from Hikaru. He's just gaining 10 seconds after every move, asking a few little questions here and there. There's no need to rush at all.
Yeah, and also black is preparing, having his bishop on c3, that let's say he's going to king f6, exchanging the bishop, the white square bishop. Let's say the white king wants to go to the center to d3, e4, f5, then a4 breakthrough.
Right.
Can be an option.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I was thinking, you know, improve the king as much as possible. And you have an extra pawn on the queen side. Use it.
Though now probably bishop e6, bishop g4, bishop f5, and the pawns will fall off. Ah, it falls off already.
Yeah, and it was said there in the featured chat just a few moments ago, but Zugzwang, I think that previous position, white had to let something go, and now suddenly he's forced to push pawns, forced to weaken his own pawns, and one target became two targets. The g4 pawn now is simply dropping. I think with it, white's position falls apart. Nothing left to cling to. Really nice technique, and Gukesh does resign. He offers his hand. Hikaru takes the win.
Wow.
Whew. What a game.
What a victory by Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, it really was a very well fought game by Hikaru. First of all, the opening choice, it was tense. It forced Gukesh to think and perhaps feel slightly uncomfortable. But I thought Gukesh actually rose to the challenge quite well, and it was a very, very balanced game. And then at the end, it was just pure stress, as both players just fighting with their instincts just to make those good moves. And Hikaru showing his class and walking away with 3 points.
Yeah, that's a very important victory for Hikaru. But we could see when he arrived that he had all the self-confidence. He didn't pay too much attention to what has happened yesterday in the Armageddon game. And And he must have felt very comfortable and good in his comfort zone going into the confessional boost twice even.
I think he did 3 times.
3 times, yeah.
And now mulling over the game with his young opponent. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching that content when Hikaru does a recap video of this really dramatic game. Let's not forget, though, that Gukesh put up a great fight and actually had one moment where he could have struck back when it looked almost hopeless. And I'm hoping we can do a recap of this at some point. It was really dramatic in the end, but great endgame technique.
Yeah.
Shows the power of the 2 bishops, Hikaru Nakamura.
Absolutely. I would actually love to see that moment because it was one golden opportunity.
Yeah, and let's try and jump back into that game. Just one key moment decided this one, or at least didn't give Gukesh the opportunity to fight back. It was it was a very difficult tactic. He only had 10 seconds on the clock. Hikaru was in control, so the momentum was on black's side, but it was here that white missed after bishop d4. A big mistake, actually, as we see from the question mark. Suddenly white could have struck, not by retreating to e2. We'll see why this was a mistake in a moment, but if he had retreated to f1, there's a key difference, and it's something Judah pointed out. Suddenly, if Hikaru had fought in the game, as if he had continued in the same way, with queen to e4, there's simply a capture, a knight check, and when the black king moves, there's knight to c6 with a fork, a double attack, and white would achieve a winning position. The key detail is black cannot take on f2 anymore because rook takes f2. And this is of course a check, but the rook is connected with this pawn. It wouldn't have been so if the white bishop had been on e2 as in the game. So a key difference, this position is winning for black, but with the bishop on f1, it would have been winning for white. Such small details decide everything, Judah.
And after bishop f1, white is winning simply?
White is not winning, but I think black would have to struggle to fight on.
With
Wow.
bishop a2 or something.
I just checked. Apparently bishop takes a4 is the best move, but either way, white has a massive advantage.
Wow.
Well, we have to point out that bishop f1 is possible to... There is this checkmate pattern, right? Of course, bishop e2 is the same idea, what was played by Gukesh, but it was also... He thought it's important maybe that the queen is also under attack, but actually the main idea is that there is a pattern of checkmate.
This is easy to miss, right? Checkmate, the king moves. Trapped. All because of that pawn on e6, and likewise if you go on the other way.
But actually, I have the feeling that he saw the mate. He just thought that after the bishop moves, it's a pin, threatens to take on b3, but he, of course, did not have the time to calculate that the bishop on e2, it blocked the road for the rook to defend the f2, right? And just a little nuance, and this is something that maybe he had already the intuition that there should be something suddenly, but this is full calculation after all, that you go all the way the calculation and then you realize that, I can't have my bishop on e2, I have to have it anywhere else.
Right, but you also need time as well to figure out these things out. And we must remember Gukesh here was playing with seconds on his clock. So it was a great find by Gukesh. It was just unfortunate that he put his bishop on the one bad square.
And we shouldn't forget that basically Nakamura outplayed him. He played a good game.
He did. But, you know, opportunity is lurking at every corner.
Actually, yes.
And, that's been an exciting conclusion to a lot of the games, but there's still one game remaining. There will be an Armageddon game to decide who wins between Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. And meanwhile, the players are actually deep in thoughts, deep in analysis between Gukesh and Hikaru Nakamura. But for us, we will be taking a quick breather as we catch our breaths, and we will see you in time to catch the game between Fabiano Caruana and Anish Giri. See you on the other side.
Some of you may remember when Puzzle Rush launched. It blew the chess world up, and it happened literally right in time for the World Chess Championship in 2018. And all those pieces just came together of like, And it was just awesome to see. Of course, it was excited. It was a new feature, which we hadn't done in years. And it was a really good one. And we're like, we like grew chess. We're done. Like, how cool is that?
I remember the word saying, like, guys, like after it came down early 2019, like, we all need to reset. Let's think about how we're going to add more features. What could maybe be something close to Puzzle Rush again, because we are never going to see growth like that for chess again. In 2018, Puzzle Rush, because the other thing that serendipitously went was the World Championship, our first feature in 3 years. God, I get anxiety. I know. It was our first feature. Like, those were the dark years that Eric and I joke about. There were tears during that time. It was hard. It was tough. But then, like, here comes Puzzle Rush. Here comes the World Championship. And here comes a fateful dinner where I had Queenies. Shout out to you, Hikaru. Take me to that small restaurant in the Isle of Man, the British Isles, because Hikaru picks it. Because Hikaru's a bit of a foodie, for those who don't know. And that was the dinner where I told Hikaru that I thought he could be the ninja of chess, and that maybe if he gave streaming a chance, he might be surprised. I spent 2.5 hours explaining what was the online content ecosystem to Hikaru and Sunil. And Hikaru embraces streaming partly because Puzzle Rush was such a fun feature to stream. Sort of not the, I don't want to say the tipping point, because there were so many incredible streamers who were committing to what would become the future of what we now know is like this incredible ecosystem online. The chess bras were like the OGs of committing to it, you know, at least as far as having a fully focused Twitch brand, right? And there were so many others, but we all knew, and Eric Hansen and I had talked a lot at the time, like we knew like the category needed a Hikaru, and we knew that it was going to be something that was going to take us to the next level. But I think partly the reason Hikaru committed is because it was so easy and fun because of Puzzle Rush. Like, that was it. And then the World Championship viewers, we were rating the chess bras and Hikaru every single day with peak viewership for the chess category. And it was like, the chess world peaked. Yeah. It peaked the end of 2018. That was what you asked about, right? We're talking, if that's all we're talking.
That was it. That was the high point of chess.
That was it.
But I do remember the first time Magnus played on our site. I remember that feeling. And I remember the goosebumps going on my arms of like, oh my goodness. That's like, yeah, okay. I mean, there's no better chess player in the world who's gonna ever play, well, maybe in the future one day, but that was like the thing. I remember the moment where I was like, oh my gosh, we have a grandmaster on our site. He's like kicking everyone's ass. He's just winning all of his games. What super strong grandmaster is this?
It was not a secret.
It was not
twist ending.
It was somebody cheating. And we're like, oh my gosh, how are we going to deal with this? It's hard to explain the whole process, but immediately right then, we're like, this is going to be make or break for our future. We have to invest here. And immediately started hiring like statistician, built an amazing team around this, and we've invested so much time, money, and resources just to protect this game that we love. We immediately knew how dangerous this could be, and remember that very first cheater was such a painful experience to see. So it's been at the core of what we've done, and it's challenging because it's not preventable.
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs, and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodibek Abdusattorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Aryan Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Welcome back, and I hope you're refreshed and ready for the final Armageddon game of the day. It's between Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana, and it's happening in a roughly 6 minutes. And for those people who just joined us, I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it is a great pleasure to be calling all the action alongside Grandmaster Judith Polgar and Grandmaster David Howell. It's been a pleasure so far.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, just non-stop action. We've been really spoilt here in the studio, Judith.
Oh, absolutely. I also feel that we are really spoiled, and I'm not sure they are going to be spoiling us more tomorrow. But today it was just amazing thing, starting from the opening until the very end, and it's not the end yet.
It's certainly not the end, because we have one Armageddon game left. And of course, we should remind ourselves of the Armageddon format. It's something that's very special and very unique to Norway Chess. Now, the players will be keeping the same colors. White will have 10 minutes, black will have 7 minutes. There will be a 1 second increment added after move 40. It's not much, but it's a little, and it's be 1.5 points for the win and 1 point for a loss. And the most important thing is that black will win if the result is a draw. Whew. This one is going to be exciting. It's going to be tense. It's going to be everything. And we've had a lot of action so far in this day, I have to say. And one of the games that really stands out as being very wild was the match between Alireza Firouzja and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And let's go to Alireza Firouzja, who told Sverre exactly what he felt during that game.
It was a crazy day. I didn't expect to win. I was probably lost most of the times, but okay, he was very nervous and used that factor.
It seems like on every board there was crazy games going on today. Is that typical for a second day of a tournament when people are trying to push a little more like this?
No, it's not typical. It was crazy day, I think, so it's not typical.
Thank you so much, Alireza. We look forward to tomorrow.
Thank you.
And with that victory in the classical game, it does mean that Alireza gets off the scoreboard with 3 points. And one final game remaining, Anish Giri against Fabiano Caruana. In their classical encounter, it looked like Fabiano Caruana had the upper hand. What are we expecting for today's Armageddon game?
Well, definitely we had a very exciting game in the classical game between them. It was seemed like a very slow opening, right? It was more or less balanced, everything, and then things somehow heated up. There was a pawn gone from Anish's position, and then finally there was a very nice, kind of a very typical idea played with a knight sacrifice by Anish. And then somehow Fabiano could not create anything really difficult moments, I think, for Anish. It became extra pawn with a different color bishop, but it became a draw. So I think they are both kind of happy to move on, and let's go for the Armageddon.
Yeah, I've been extremely impressed, I must say, by both of these two so far. Fabi just yesterday, beautiful game earlier, pressing, but never in too much danger. And Anish yesterday had a great day too, so it's so hard to predict. For Anish, maybe the pressure's on him. Beating Fabiano on demand, even with a time advantage, is no mean feat. So yeah, I'm excited to get going now. I'm looking forward to this time scramble ahead.
I'm certainly looking forward to it too, and we have to remind ourselves of today's score. It was a victory for Magnus Carlsen in the Armageddon game against Wesley So, so he takes 1.5 points. And for Nordibek Abdusattorov, it was a very scrappy win against Aryan Tari, but a classical win nonetheless, and he walks away with 3 points. And also Hikaru Nakamura played an excellent game to take 3 points and a victory over Gukesh. And things yet to be decided between Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. But for Alireza Firouzja, a much needed victory with the white pieces against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And there in the background, I can see our two gladiators getting ready to fight. Now, if you two were either of the players' seconds, what would you be saying to your proteges right now?
Well, be calm, play as if there will be no stake, just focus. Well, of course, you have different strategy with white and black. Because with black, you have to go for stability and make fast moves. Don't make too risky options. At the same time, with white, you want to go and risk.
And do you approve of this Catalan that Anish has employed?
I always approve of the Catalan, Jovanka, one of the best openings out there for white. And Anish, he's a specialist. He knows his stuff, of course. So does Fabi. And it's one of the main lines of the Catalan. There have been a set of pawn trades, a set of bishop trades as well. White has gone for the doubled f-pawn structure, which has opened up the g-file. And look at white's last move. The king has shifted. The white rook is getting ready to plant itself on the g-file. And yeah, we could well see an attack from Anish Giri. White's center is rock solid for now, so he does have the ability to switch sides. And it's up to Fabi to maybe kind of dampen Anish's enthusiasm by trading pieces off a bit later, by finding some activity of his own. Black is solid, no weaknesses yet. What do you think of this, Judith?
Well, to be honest, I've played this with the black side, but I did not take on f4 really. I did not allow this, that the white pawn is capturing on f4. I think it's perfectly great opportunity for Anish because it's a complicated game. There are some tactics, and but still he has to complicate matters, right? Because knight e5 seems to be a very tempting move. At the same time, it means that you're exchanging a pair of bishops, so somehow it would be important for him to still keep the tension as much as possible, I believe.
Yeah, and talking about keeping the tension, we see Anish take his first pause of the game whilst he considers how is he going to make some progress. Black's position looks rock solid, and Fabi has managed one big thing, and that is he's managed to get the light squared bishop outside of the pawn chain and is active.
Well, now actually I believe that Anish is in a decision-making mode, because whether he keeps his knight or the bishop, because otherwise bishop f3 was kind of a threat already with black, and then black would have played c6, knight d5. So he decided that he wants his knight on the board.
And do you like that decision, Judith? It's still relatively blocked.
I like the knights.
Especially if you want to win attack, right?
And if you want to cause surprises in a short time.
Yeah, and he keeps his knights on the board, and Anish, okay, I'm surprised he rushed this decision, but maybe he was just scared of some black counterplay. Black was getting ready to strike out in the center with c5. He's dropped back with his knight. A set of knight trades, you would think, help black, but still, no sign of any queens coming off the board. White will have attacking chances no matter what happens. White's other rook in the corner on a1 is going to slide across. They're going to double up on the g-file, and you start to feel nervous as black in these types of situations.
And it's not just a kingside attack that you have to be worried about. White has a massive space advantage as well, and can torture Fabi for quite a while. You know, can stick a rook on g5. There it goes, just as I say it.
Well called. That rook on g5 stares across the whole board, and black has one nice piece, this black knight, but actually in reality it's not really doing too much. It's looking nice and pretty, but it's not got any real substance. And okay, a set of one knight trade there. What is black's plan?
Well, there we can see it. Fabi makes a very committal move, breaking open the position with c5 at the cost of a pawn.
Play f5.
Wow, f5 hitting the white knight, kicking it back, and he makes sure that he can capture on the c5 square with a piece rather than a pawn, which would have wrecked his own structure. Now this white rook looks like it's a bit offside, caught on the wrong side of that last break.
Now with that very impressive maneuver, it feels like Fabi is the one who is in full control, and it is the white king that is in complete danger.
Yeah, one move and suddenly our whole opinion of the position switches, right? Maybe it was a bit of a slip from Anish Giri to allow this little transition. Maybe it was important to bring that white rook in the corner, that dormant rook, into the game. Suddenly e5, Fabi's not letting the pace slip. He's been so quick up to this point, Fabi. Spent less than 2 minutes to get here.
Yeah, but also Anish is playing extremely fast. So it seems like if they would be playing about a 5 versus 7 minute game.
Too fast, you think, Judith?
Well, maybe at some point it would be possible to spend a little bit more time with white. But of course, it's very difficult to adjust yourself after such a classical game and switch to a moderate, fast play, right? It's either you just want to flesh out all the moves, or you think, and then maybe you're going to be thinking too long.
And big question actually here. I mean, is this rook sacrifice that David is indicating, is that a threat? Can Black simply get away with capturing the pawn on f4? It's interesting.
Yeah.
First of all, it is definitely a case for Fabiano that he has to stop for a moment and double check whether rook g6 is something real threat and it's danger. And he decided that it is.
Yeah, really nice move there. I agree with the feature chat. Very impressive from Fabi, just getting out of the way of that sacrifice. If he had taken this pawn, he was either winning or losing pretty much. And I think it was wise to just avoid any complications, any sacrifices, any attacks. So now what can Anish conjure up?
He has to capture back with the pawn, and he has, because otherwise the queens will get traded off. And Anish desperately pinning his hopes on a potential king side attack. Remember, Anish is in a must-win situation.
He's not hiding, I think, his plan very clear cut that h4, h5 is something that he can hang on to. And there is not too much other options for white, I believe.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky here for both sides. I think equally offside, these two knights right now. They would both love to have knights on the king side, but at least Fabi's creating some way in for his knight there on the d3 square.
Ooh.
White has some weak pawns. He's got to go for it.
h4 on the board, and now the big question is, can you do tricky moves like h6? Or no, he actually plays his rook to attack the queen, and now he's going to keep on attacking.
Yeah, we see the first hint that Fabiano can bully Anish Giri here with the threat of a repetition, the threat of a draw. He's happy to repeat. The white queen needs to find a safe square where she cannot get harassed by that black rook. So I'm expecting her to drop back, maybe to the g2 square. There we go.
Oh, rook e1 was kind of something to consider, but probably that's too optimistic. Queen g5.
Yes, and here we see a question mark attached to white's move. It looks very natural. I think in a must-win situation, this was the only way to play for Anish, but the problem is the white queen.
The f4 pawn is vulnerable.
Yeah, she doesn't protect her pawns. The black knight has come in with gain of time, gain of tempo.
Yeah, and Fabi, plenty of time on the clock, under 4 minutes.
Knight e1 and rook d3.
Judith, you've spotted knight d1 today. You've spotted knight e1 for black.
Wasn't there a knight c1 at some stage yesterday?
Yesterday. These are the hardest moves in chess to see. Knights to the back rank, retreating knight moves.
But maybe after knight e1, queen h1 is the move.
Wow. Really passive, but maybe good enough.
Well, maybe the only move.
Yeah, it's difficult to kind of evaluate these types of risky knight moves if you don't have too much time on the clock. Fabi down to 3 minutes. It's move 31. They'll gain increment in 9 moves' time.
Well, there are a lot of temptation for black. Rook c4, queen d6. Really put extra pressure on the f4 pawn.
And he does go for rook c4. And for Anish, perhaps his only chance is to try to press that button that says chaos and go with it. h5. It's very difficult to recommend something other than going knight e2.
Yeah, retreating and defending with knight e2 does not look positive right now. Fabiano looking up at the big screen, checking the number of moves till he gets that 1 second increment. He knows he has plenty of time. 3 minutes should be enough to make 8 moves, 9 moves over the next few turns. And yeah, retreating with the white knight would just be so sad. I think Anish has just put his knight on a poor circuit, unfortunately. Yeah. It was that f5 move earlier that really clamped down, forced white to kind of go all in on this attack now, but it's too slow.
It is too slow, and if the knight were to jump into d5, then black
Queen
at the
E4.
very least, I was going to say queen e4. Yep. Oh, it's really looking terrible for Anish.
Yeah, even if black has to give up a pawn to get the queens off the board, I think that would kind of get to full safety. So any queen trade, white has to avoid at any cost. Better to resign than allow a trade of queens right now. Okay, what's Anish going to do? 4 minutes 30, his time advantage disappearing.
That's the least of the problem.
Yeah.
I believe. I mean, practically b2 is hanging, f4 is hanging.
But once f4 drops, f2 drops as well, and it's not like black's pieces are awkwardly placed there. I mean, they're primed to start attacking the white king.
Yeah, we saw one of the featured chats a few moments ago, believing that Anish might make a comeback, and there's still possibilities if Fabi gets nervous. One slip and white's pieces will flood towards the black king, but no way through. How is he going to gamble? He's got to gamble somehow now, Anish. If he kind of keeps defending, it's not going to work out well for him.
I think his only chance is in the queenless endgame. Trade off queens and play.
Sad necessity.
Or maybe pray.
Pray and play. Both.
You said it, Judith.
He's got to move, that's for sure.
And it's, well,
almost level on the clock now.
Totally. Decision time for Anish. And it's a sad decision to have to make.
2.5 minutes on this one move and counting. It shows how desperate the situation is. But you just got to move. Just move the white queen. Do something. Push the h-pawn. Do something.
And the problem is the more he's looking at it, the worse it looks.
Yeah.
Right.
He knows it's bad. He just has to, but deal with it. Bad positions happen.
Okay, so he has moved the queen to g3. Is there a threat? That's the first question that Fabi will be asking himself. And for me, the answer is no.
Mm-hmm.
So
pawn drops. And okay, f3. So at least he's saved the second pawn for now. The white king. There's no checks. There's no hits on it yet. White.
Queen b4 can be.
Well.
6.
Ruthless from Fabi.
Yeah.
He's forcing the queen trade here. Or maybe it's more than a queen trade. Maybe it's just a winning tactic. The white rook is trapped unless it takes the pawn on g6, in which case black captures on h4.
Yeah.
f4 and rook d2.
And the queen is primed to come in and check the king.
That might be the clincher, this last move. Opening up black's king, but so well calculated from Fabi. He worked this out while Anish was thinking. And now the time advantage is no more. Anish down on the clock as well as losing on the board.
And there we see it. Anish resigns and Fabiano wins the Armageddon game with the black pieces. Very well played from Fabiano there. He seized his opportunity to turn the momentum in his favor and again making Anish look helpless. Very good game.
He looks in prime form, Fabiano Caruana. Just recent times, just so quick, so confident, and his openings rock solid. Just no weaknesses to his game, and he's just racking up the results, getting those points on the board. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, I think it's very normal for whatever happens, right? In Armageddon, the players know that it's luck, it's knowledge, it's the moment, it's intuition. But it's very frustrating to lose like this, and this is, I think, the only thing what Anish can regret, the way he lost.
Yeah.
Right.
And there we can see today's scores. Magnus Carlsen winning in the Armageddon portion against Wesley So to walk away with 1.5 points. For Nordibek Abdusattorov, it was a win with the black pieces in the classical game, so he picks up a rather valuable 3 points. It was also a victory for Hikaru Nakamura, who was playing his second black in a row against 17-year-old Gukesh, and again walks away with 3 points. And black, it was a good day for black today because Fabiano Caruana won with the black pieces against Anish Giri in the Armageddon, so nets 1.5 points, and Alireza Firouzja winning with the white pieces in a crazy game against Mamedyarov to pick up a very valuable 3 points. And here we can see the standings after 2 rounds, and in the early lead. It's Fabiano Caruana with 4.5 points out of 6. Hikaru Nakamura is half a point behind on 4 points, as is Norway Abdusattorov. And there we see Alireza Firouzja and Gukesh on 50% with 3 points out of 6. Ooh, such an exciting day. I mean, I liked what Davis said. He said, like, the players woke up and they smelt blood.
Don't know what they feed them here in Norway, but it gets the juices flowing, it gets the blood pumping, that's for sure. And I think it's the format as well. We're really enjoying this format that they have here in Norway Chess, where there's always a victor at the end of every day.
Mm-hmm. And what were your impressions of the round?
Ooh, this was really a day where the players spoiled us. I think I can pick maybe two most biggest highlight for me. The way Magnus turned over the almost lost position or very bad position against Wesley, right? And the other one is the Tari game versus Mamedyarov, because that was really a roller coaster on the way there and the back. I mean, there were so many unexpected moments in that game that it was really interesting.
Yeah, it was quite a fascinating day. You know, lots of missed opportunities and lots of tactical brilliances. And of course, it's Norway Chess, and that means every single round is gonna be a treat for us. And let's look at tomorrow's matchups. And you can see Magnus Carlsen is not having an easy ride, because he will play Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces, and it's gonna be a battle between the teenagers as Norway Abdusattorov plays with the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja. For Fabiano Caruana, he will be meeting Aryan Tari, and Mamedyarov faces Gukesh. And for Wesley So, he will not have an easy ride either, as he plays old friend Anish Giri. Which matchups are you excited about tomorrow?
Well, there's one that stands out, isn't there? Hikaru Nakamura against Magnus. Whether that's decided in the Classical or the Armageddon, it's going to be dramatic. We know how much they want to beat each other, those two big rivals.
Any predictions? How many Armageddons do you think we'll see? At least one. That one, I think that will go to Armageddon. What about you, Judith?
Well, how many Armageddons tomorrow?
Yes.
3.
3.
The more the merrier.
I agree. But I mean, what a spectacular day of chess we've had so far. It's been absolutely amazing. What were your impressions of today's roller coaster ride of events?
Yeah, I mean, we could barely take a moment to catch our breaths, right? Like, there was just action, tactics, tricks on all the boards, and I don't think we saw even one boring game. I'm going to go back and look at those in detail, because some really instructive moments, as well as some moments that are great for practicing calculation. The youngsters as well. Just full praise to them, just going all at it. Learning experience for them, but they're not backing down. No fear at all.
No fear. And what were your impressions of the day, Judith?
I think I can say that maybe it was one of the most interesting, exciting game of my commentary career. Because really a lot of exciting moments.
Yeah, for me, if I'm going to sum it up in one word, it was wild. It was a bit, everything was happening. And of course, that brings us to the end of today's action. But still, tomorrow we are going to be in for a treat as round 3 kicks off. So we will see you tomorrow, same time, same place. And thank you all for watching.